What's up? We're back. I had so much fun telling YouTube land about my personal life that I thought I'd do it all over again. Hell yeah. Look at this. Am I being too harsh? I don't know. How many 1 stars do I have? Okay, I'm not being too harsh at all. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just incredibly picky. But we're gonna get to some absolute bangers here, as the kids would say. What's the next song? If it's a good one, we're gonna let it play. Oh boy, it might be a good one. It might be one of my all-time favorites. That's right, the candy's back. And I got more Code Red. What a great song. Okay, I think I can do Xbox One to start out. I was kind of thinking about it. It's not too big. There's some heavy hitters on here. I think it'll work. Let me switch this over to that. Got some stuff in chat already. When are we playing Burnout? Whenever you want, brother. Did I put Burnout? I think I put Burnout through, didn't I? Or did I eliminate it? Burnout. Well, it must have gotten through. So there's a chance I'm playing it. What a great song. Okay, I gotta do that. Okay. I said I was gonna let it play out, but it just looped, so that's good enough. Okay. Xbox One. So this is where this stuff does get a little like foggy. And if I have somebody in here watching, or they decide to watch later or whatever, that's like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not like a purist, but if they're like kind of a stickler for like the details, this is where they might be like, why did you put that on Xbox One and not on Xbox Series? And why did you put that one on Xbox Series and not Xbox One? And I don't know, okay? I kind of tried to do my best to figure out like release years and what exactly I might have played it on. And this is the closest approximation I came up with, okay? If we go to Xbox Series, I have a bit more, okay? And they're a little more recent, I would say. So that's kind of how that shook out. So, boy, there's just a lot of Resident Evil on here. Let's do Resident Evil 2. Let's start with that one. I have no idea how loud it will be. Is it muted? Oh, yeah.
Tell us a story. Tell us a story.
Okay, well, it was last Friday night. I was walking home from the bar, and this woman started coming towards me. She was staggering, you know, so I figured she was drunk.
Whoa. Okay, tell us, be honest now. How many drinks did you have?
No, man, I barely had a buzz on.
Oh, come on.
Look, just listen, all right? She got closer, and I got a good look at her. You had to see her eyes, her nose, her whole face. It looked like it was rotting.
Sounds like my wife.
Like a walking corpse, man.
Sounds like my wife.
I like it. I haven't been able to sleep since that night.
All right, calm down, buddy. Calm down. Just.
What am I feeling or hearing? I keep thinking my phone's like ringing, but it's not, I don't think. Classic stuff, right? I'm pretty sure, yeah, I tried to find Leon's campaign. Look, I'm not like a horror video game guy. Says the guy that has like every Resident Evil game on his top 250 games list. Good boy, you can lay down. But let me tell you something, brothers. Resident Evil 2, particularly Leon's first campaign, is some of the most fun I've had playing a video game, like, ever. Was it scary? Was it intense? Was it challenging? Yes. Was it super fun and super kino? Also, yes. Where's Mr. X? We gotta see Mr. X, right? Actually, we gotta see... Yeah, I was gonna say, we gotta see Ada Wong.
Well, I guess the deal's on.
Did I just skip right past her? Oh, there we go.
Your name. I'm Leon Kennedy.
Find a way out, Leon, before it's too late. Then we'll talk. Name's Ada.
Well, I guess the deal's on.
It's good stuff. Let's see, Leon gets a rocket launcher at the end and shoots Mr. X and like blows him up on the elevator. And like it does the funny trope where like the only thing that's remaining are like his boots. It's fantastic. So what's the story with this one? I honestly don't think I had played a Resident Evil game until I played Resident Evil 2 Remake. Or at least not like actually sat down and tried to play it, right? Like maybe I had played and been like, okay, whatever, and not gotten too into it. This was the one where I sat down and where I was like, okay, I'm hooked. I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. Okay. It's a bit gory, but guys, I think we're starting off. Okay, there's multiple campaigns. On stream already I played as Claire and beat it. And after doing that, I'm kind of like, oh, you know what? Maybe it doesn't really have much of the replay value I thought it did. But every time I've fired this game up and played it for a while, like I'm reminded that it truly is like a nearly perfect game, and that's kind of been the metric for the 4 stars. So, snap judgment, gut feeling, I think that's a 4 star. Right off the bat, right off the rip, we have a 4 star. How crazy is that? Actually, no, I lied to you guys. I mean, it's still 4 star, but I said this might have been the first time I actually like got into a Resident Evil game. That's a lie. There's another one that truly was the first time. Let's do, I'm going to kind of bounce around. Let's do Kingdom Hearts 3. So I kind of gave the whole Kingdom Hearts spiel last time, which was I didn't really play them when they were current, but then like it took a decade plus, I feel like, for Kingdom Hearts 3 to finally come out. And so when it did, it was kind of a big deal. Like even I was like, oh wow, they finally did it. And I'd mentioned like texting my cousin because she was way into them when they were current and being like, are you still playing these? Are you still looking forward to this? And yeah, are you? And I was like, I've never played it. Should I? And it was like, you've never played? So this one, how far did I get into this one?
On their side?
I think it's a real possibility. He's a devious researcher.
With the posters?
Hey! Good work, kids. You guys work for Uncle Scrooge here at the bistro?
Do we?
He gave us a short job putting up these special
So-
posters. Mr. McDuck's hosting an open-air film festival in the corner.
I don't know why a lot of these, like the cutscenes, seem to not play very well in the YouTube videos. I don't know if it's because
Hold your
they
phone
just
up to the
are like
poster.
loading, and so there's like
Okay.
a little bit of lag. I don't know. But I was just gonna say, the biggest turnoff for me in Kingdom Hearts 2
You can try it later.
was playing this area with Roxas and his friends. And I was like, where's Sora? Where's Donald? Where's Goofy? And then, I mean, Roxas is like the other side of the same coin when it comes to Sora. Like, I get it. I get what they're doing. But it doesn't hold my attention. So I remember playing like the Toy Story stuff and being like, wow, it looks just like a Pixar movie. And I also remember for some reason running around the toy store, not understanding what I needed to do to actually proceed. For some reason, I was like, I'm just running in circles and I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. And then, oh yeah, here we go.
Hey, you were just looking out for your friends. No biggie.
Yeah, somebody's got to be the sensible one. Especially since Woody's always getting in trouble.
Gorge, that sounds a little like
Gorge.
Sora, don't it?
Like Buzz. Kinda.
Besides, if we do go back to the real world, we'll never see you again, right?
I don't know, maybe like the novelty was wearing off too, because I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh brother.
Yes.
But like this stuff too, I don't
A
I don't-
far cry from this wasteland.
I don't get, why does his voice sound so familiar? Is that Count Dooku?
I'm staying. Someone come for me.
Oh yeah, the whole frozen area. Let's see, I got to Pirates of the Caribbean. This was impressive. I remember this being like really good looking.
It's lovely to see you all.
Oh, Will, Elizabeth. Is something about you different?
Yeah, you look all swashbuckly.
Well, I've seen some adventures, but I never thought I'd find.
I don't know why it's like hiccuping. It's weird.
Where exactly is here?
And this was cool. I mean, you went around and like went to different islands and got to see Yaga's Barro.
Some pirate won't get anywhere without a ship. So, let's go get one.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think after about Pirates of the Caribbean and doing that whole area, I turned it off. So apparently I was pretty close to the end. I have a knack for doing that, particularly with Kingdom Hearts. You know, with Kingdom Hearts 4 on the horizon, I guess I won't eliminate this one, because I remember thinking it was fun and graphically impressive, and I just do think kind of the novelty was wearing off. So the second one, I don't know if I'd ever go back and play the second one. Maybe I'd play number 1 and then jump into number 3 and see if it holds my attention, and then with the 4th one coming out soon. And yes, soon. I know, like I said, it took a decade for this one to come out, but I think they actually have like a release window for the 4th one, and it's relatively soon. So I won't eliminate that one. Okay, so how about Slay the Spire? Not Slay the Spire 2, just Slay the Spire. If you've never played this, like, I'm kind of shocked when I like bring up this game. Not a lot of people seem to be like familiar with it, even though it's like super popular. Like, it has a lot of concurrent players, and then like Slay the Spire 2 was like a major success on Steam. But basically it's a deck builder. So like you start with a character that has certain like attacks and things, and it's all part of like a deck that you build that shuffles cards randomly in and out of your deck for your turn. Same thing for enemies. It's allegedly random, although sometimes you seem to get the enemy that has exactly what you can't defend against, and they happen to get the exact card that you can't do anything about in that moment. So it's supposed to be random, but it does seem like it just is always at the worst times, right? And then you saw that there was like kind of the different paths going up the chain there. So you get to pick like what direction you go, and along the way there's like along the way, yeah, there's different bonuses you get. Like you can see what the question mark is, or go fight more enemies. Sometimes the question mark will screw you over. But you basically just go up, and you do kind of have like choices. Again, like some of those question marks are like, you know, do you choose to cross the ravine or not? Sometimes you see the shop and you get to buy stuff. But eventually, like, if you know what you're doing, you end up like getting kind of strong and having to fight pretty... I mean, 250 is not a lot. It's kind of the first boss or mid-boss. So the story with this one was, I think I actually played it on my phone via Xbox Game Pass, via like cloud streaming, so there was touchscreen controls, and I was playing it just sitting on the couch one day, and I played and played and played, and all of a sudden my phone was like, battery saver mode, you only have 15% battery remaining, and then I like glanced at the time and I was like, holy crap, there went the whole day. So this was one of those games where I was like immediately hooked, and I like lost track of time. I have come back to it a few times, and I've only really ever had like one character build that I felt like was actually good, but I've never like actually gone all the way up to the top of the spire and like beaten the game. Like, let's get back to the... I guess I skipped right past it. So like the... Oh, huh? The map, like I've done... Oh my gosh. Right there. I've like done multiple maps in a row, but I've never done like all of them to the very end of the game, right? So I'm not, you know, here I'm glazing the game and saying it's very, very good. But I, like, somebody would be like, you never actually beaten it, you're bad at it. And it's like, well, yeah, but it's one of those games where like, it's RNG, it's random numbers. And sometimes the random numbers don't feel so random and you lose. And that's the whole point, is you go, oh, darn, I was so close. Let me try again, right? Like, you just keep playing. And it's very good. And there's no, like, microtransactions that I'm aware of. There is in-game currency, and you get, like, items. But, again, it's all RNG, so you just play. And it's really, really fun. I'd say this is a 3-star. Am I in a better mood today? That's... I haven't eliminated anything yet. That's crazy. That's kind of crazy. All right. Hey, speaking of RNG, let's go to XCOM 2. Another one that I definitely have streamed before. And, oh, that's loud. And if you remember, I played it, I think it was just one stream. It was for a few hours, though. And I think the title of the stream was Commander, Commander, Hello, Commander, Commander, Hello, Commander. Because after a while, so much shit is happening in the game that it's literally just bombarding you with everybody trying to tell you that you're not doing a good job. And then I start to get really stressed out. So I don't think I've ever perfected this game. I don't think I've ever beaten a campaign. But like, sorry, that just like gave me nightmares or is gonna give me nightmares because it just reminded me of how often stuff like that has happened to me. But this is like the classic, right? Where they hold the gun up directly in front of the alien's face. Like point blank range, right? And it says like 10% chance to hit, and it's like, great. Or the other one where it's like right there and it says 90% chance to hit, and then the next frame is they shoot and it says miss. And I don't know, is this might be XCOM 2. So XCOM 2 had like a big expansion that like kind of almost reinvented the game. And I think I've only played that version of the game. So this might be OG XCOM 2. Yeah, see, it says 82%, 78%. Let's see if they actually land a hit here. That says 100%. Oh my gosh, can you just decide? Oh, okay. Sorry, I want to see how they maybe get out of this one. War of the Chosen. War of the Chosen is what the expansion was called. And that put like different character classes in the game and new like weapons and items and things. Oh my gosh, can you like decide what you're doing? Oh, did you actually decide? Like right there? Ah, see? So what was the percentage? 82 there. 78 there. 78% chance. Missed. And that right there is XCOM 2 in a nutshell, man. So I really like this game. I've played it. I've watched other people play it to try to like learn from it. I've also to relate to it, because when other people play it, they have moments like that, and then they freak out and they start screaming and yelling and rage quitting. But on the like teaching side, I have actually used this game as, you know, particular examples that like sometimes if you tell the player that they have a 78% chance, my brain sees 78% chance on that alien and then sees 82% chance on the other alien. Now, I know that's like a 4% difference, which I guess if I think about it that way, that's, I would round up and say that's a 5% difference, which is substantial, right? When it comes to like landing a hit, 5% is substantial in a video game. But like at first glance, I see 78 and my mind goes, okay, I have an 80% chance. Then I see 82 and I go, okay, I have an 80% chance. So in my opinion, those two are roughly equal. They're not equal, but in my mind, I go, oh, they're basically the same. I'm going to go with this one because that's a more, to me, that's a more immediate threat since the other person healed, right? Like, I think they did it right. In a video game, like, and you can actually look at this, most video games, when they have a percentage, like if it says 78% chance, behind the scenes, it's actually like an 85 to 90% chance. Because most players see that 78 and they go, oh, that's basically 80, which means 8 times out of 10, right? Getting one of those 2 times out of the 10 feels really bad, right? And so if it says 90% chance, a 90% chance behind the scenes in the code is virtually a 99% chance. Like, it's very, if you ever miss it, it feels really bad to the player. So it's better to not ever have a player miss a 90% chance, right? Even though statistically you should miss 1 out of every 10, right? It's just in that moment, the player feels like it's cheap if they've had it, if it happens, right? If they get that 1 out of 10, then they go, come on, right? And I don't think this game does that. I think this game actually like is quite like accurate, and that's why it feels so bad, because you really do miss shots when you probably shouldn't. So that's super funny to me. It is cool to have like your base and your crew of soldiers that are all wounded. Which reminds me, I did want to return to this on stream and try to figure out how to have every single person look like a pro wrestler, like look like different versions of Hulk Hogan, different versions of Randy Savage, and like send out squads of pro wrestlers to go kill aliens. Yeah, see, there's like the world map where you have to like do everything right. It's crazy. And it really does start to get a little out of hand, in my opinion, but it's so much fun. Because it's another one of those where it's kind of RNG, so when you get screwed, you're like, oh, maybe I should just start over. And like, you don't mind starting over, because like, well, I guess this full playthrough is 21 hours. So maybe you do mind having to start over after a certain point. What game are we looking at right now? This is XCOM 2 that I'm reminiscing about. So, yeah, so like I said, this is one that I have, even before I really like jumped into it and played it, this was one that I used as an example in game design classes when it came to like your chances of successfully doing whatever in a game like this, that you should probably bump those numbers up so that players feel less bad about. Like I said, if it's an 80% chance, behind the scenes, that should probably be a 95% chance. It should be a near guarantee. And if it's 90 or above, it should be 100%, right? And that a lot of games do that. But yeah, I can't tell you how many times I played this game and got into like a certain style of missions and then realized that none of my units are very good, and then I've started over. So it is frustrating. I'm here, dude. What's up? Dude, I had so much fun telling everybody about my personal life last night. I thought I'd do it all over again. But this is good, but I am remembering just how frustrating it is. So it's like a 2 or a 3. Here, you know what? A 2 is as good as a 3, and since XCOM wouldn't round it up to a 3, it would be a 2. Any other RNG numbers game would round it up to a 3, but not not XCOM 2. All right. Let's do Resident Evil 3 remake. So again, I mentioned earlier that I really didn't play Resident Evil games until these remakes started happening. And I misspoke. I did say that Resident Evil 2 might have been the first one I really got into. That's not entirely true. This one...
This pandemic has spread faster than any...
This one, I was going to say, when you have a little bit of first-person camera at the beginning, I was like, whoa, that's crazy. And then it went to third-person camera, and I was like, oh, okay.
Who could that be?
Was that a Pizza Planet poster on her wall? I'm so bad. What's this character's name? It's not Claire.
Hello?
Jill.
Brad, is that you?
Listen, you gotta
It's Jill.
What are you talking about?
I don't have time to explain.
So, I played this. I played this exact one. And by the end of it, I was like, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. It was the perfect length. It took me 2 or 3 sittings, casual sittings, of a handful of hours each to beat. So this person beat it in 5 hours. I think it probably took me 7 or 8, because I'm not very good at video games typically. I also find if a game clearly wants me to go right, I go left, because I want to go see what secrets they're trying to keep me away from, right? So I always try to find all the little secrets and try to find all the little collectibles, just because I find that fun. So usually if somebody that knows what they're doing takes about 5 hours, I gotta assume it's gonna take me 7 to 8. So I would imagine it took me about 7 hours to beat this game. And then when I was done with it, I looked it up because I was like, I never played the original. I don't know how well the original would hold up next to this one. And I looked it up, and everybody's complaints were how bad this one was compared to the original. Right? And I was like, oh, apparently they cut half the game out, but I didn't even I didn't even notice that anything was cut. So I would definitely recommend the original Resident Evil games. I'll have to check them out, and I guess I'll have to see just how much overall content is truly missing from Resident Evil 3, because I had a lot of fun with this. And I actually really did kind of like that each little area that you went into was kind of like a playground, and there were gas canisters to shoot and blow up. There were batteries to shoot to electrocute zombies so that you could run around them easier. And each little area in the overworld was a new playground before you went into these areas that were more intense, more narrow corridors and things. I will say the one thing that I did have a bit of a hard time with was the Nemesis boss battle, where you have to shoot the sticky bombs on the walls while he's running around the walls. I ran out of sticky bombs because I kept missing. So that was truly difficult to beat him in a creative way. Ah, yes. So I made reference to this last night, that sometimes I'm like, man, am I gonna just give this game a perfect score or a near perfect score? And then I start thinking about it and I go, oh, it's got that part. Oh yeah, it's got that thing. Oh, I should play that game again. Oh, except it's got that level. Carlos is fine. That's his name, right? I don't mind this guy. I don't mind his part of the game. What I do mind was the wave, where you have to survive the wave in the lobby of the building. I am not very good at these kinds of games, and I thought that was truly difficult. It took me multiple attempts to survive all the waves. And the game kept telling me make sure you're building up structures on the doors and windows to keep them from coming in everywhere. Oh, there you go. There was a good example of how you can shoot electronic things to zap aliens. I'm still thinking XCOM, to zap zombies, right? But like, I remember it's this part, and I remember just being like, can I please, because every time I would die, it would tell me, you know, hey, make sure that you're putting like a wood barricade up over a window. And I was like, I can't do that. And then it was like, make sure that you're exploring the room. There might be ammo. And I was like, yeah, I know, I picked it all up. It was like, make sure you're looking at your surroundings. There might be ways to hinder the zombies from getting to you. And I was like, I know, I'm shooting those things. I just couldn't do it. And when I finally did it, like, my hands were so sweaty, I was so shaky. So that's the one part I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that part again. And then I do remember Jill's time in like the hospital area here as well. For some reason I was like, okay, it wants me to go down there, but I don't know how to go down there. And I can't remember, yeah, this part where like, you have to keep going up to this upper part and then go out to the like courtyard area, and like, for some reason I was like, how am I supposed to get over there? And I kept getting lost. So for some reason this sticks out to me too, is like, I couldn't figure it out. But I did finally beat it. I thought it was fun. Like I said, I went and like kind of read about it a little bit more afterwards and saw everybody hated it compared to the original, and I was like, oh, I thought it was fine. So maybe semi-controversial here, but I might give this a 2, just because I did kind of remember that I struggled very much so with Carlos's like survival bit there. That is his name, right? I'm pretty sure that's his name. But I'll give that a 2. I won't eliminate it. Like I said, I am curious to try to play the original and maybe compare. So, okay, Resident Evil's kind of scary. We gotta mix it up a little here. Let's go with Ghost Recon Wildlands. I'll just come right out and say it. This game is fantastic. Like I said last night, like some of these when I click on them and you start to hear like main menu music, or I start to see like the opening cutscene or something, and I start smiling. There's a certain face I make, and it's kind of like,
The agent they murdered.
That's the big spoiler that I'm gonna rank a game pretty highly, right? I don't remember how this game really opens. I remember like the tutorial mission being like, yeah, you go in, you get a guy out of a sticky situation, and then you like take motorcycles down the mountain back to like the base. And it was whatever. But then like the game is basically like, okay, you're free to explore, and you just like, it's Grand Theft Auto, but you're basically playing as like drug police. So you're just going around like killing drug dealers and criminals, and you fly a drone around and you like tag where enemies are. And that's loud in my ears. The other thing is like you can get a squad of like your friends together and play, and then if you're playing by yourself, like you still have a squad of players, of like NPC players. And so like when you mark enemies, you can see their little circles, and then you can like mark those enemies, and your NPC squad will like go into a position where they can actually shoot them. So then you can like mark, like it's you and 3 other people, whether those are real people or NPCs, right? And so you can mark 3 other enemies and then have one in your sights. And when they all say, okay, I got him in my sights, then you shoot the one, and then they all shoot the others at the same time. And so you can really just mow down like tons of people. So it's like, it's all stealthy. Sometimes all hell breaks loose. Sometimes you're doing car chases. Sometimes you have to like drive up next to a car and like either pit maneuver them or somehow stop them. And then like get a VIP like out of the back of the car, put him in your car and like drive away. Like, it's so much fun. And a lot of times it's very, like, intense stuff like this, where you're, like, sneaking around, trying not to be spotted, trying to get in, get intel, find people. And then it kind of has, not Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, but like Assassin's Creed or the Mordor games, it kind of has a nemesis type system. And in those games, I think when you do enough of like the objectives, it fills up a bar, and then once that bar's filled up, a nemesis chases you, and then you like have to fight like the boss, the nemesis. This game, they don't like the nemesis doesn't come after you, but like after you've done enough missions in a certain area, you then have enough intel to go find like that area's like main person. And so then a lot of times you're like infiltrating like super deep into like their bases against like really high powered enemies. And then sometimes like you have to get the guy out alive and like interrogate him. Sometimes it's just kill on sight. It's crazy. And like the map is huge. I wonder if I could skip to a part where like they're looking at the map. But like, I mean, imagine Grand Theft Auto, but you're like the law enforcement trying to crack down on drug dealers. That's this game. And it's fantastic. And you fly airplanes and helicopters, you get on boats, you get in trucks, you get on motorcycles, you fly drones.
Got eyes on the tango. He's got a lot of background.
Ah, it's so good. Yeah, this one's really, really good. I have actually, I don't think I've played this one on stream, but I have thought about playing this one on stream. Apparently, I don't know if it's been confirmed or not, but it sounds like they're gonna do a definitive edition of this game with a little bit better like frame rate, because the frame rate does take some dips every now and then. It's an older game, so the hardware now could really benefit from having the frame rate uncapped, like for consoles and stuff. And then I think they're gonna add like more missions, so they're actually gonna like put some more content out for it and make it run better, apparently. And that sounds awesome. So,
Sniper out there. I got a target carrying submachine guns.
I love this game. This one's awesome. This is a 3-star, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Look at this, what a category. We had some categories that were clean sweeps of eliminations last time, right? And this is this one's going really well so far. All right. Resident Evil or Peggle? Let's do Resident Evil 7. So, remember I said I misspoke when I said Resident Evil 2 was like the first one I really got into? That was a lie. But the reason I thought that was because it just took me a while.
Hey, baby. I just wanted to send a quick hello, and I love you.
It took me a while to beat this one, because literally the first, like, third is some of the greatest, like, Ludo Kino I've ever played. And then, like, the next little bit was pretty good still, and then, like, the last third-ish, or slightly more than a third, was not very good compared to the rest. So it was hard for me to finish it. So I got really into it. I got about maybe halfway or just past halfway through, and then was like, I don't know, Chief, and then played Resident Evil 2 and beat that one like super fast, right? And so that's why I was like, oh, I misspoke. But like, this game does something so cool at one point. Oh, don't freeze, come on. Yeah, this game does something really cool towards the beginning. So like, basically your, I don't know, your wife, your fiance, your girlfriend, like, went missing. I don't know anything about the characters. Does Ethan show up in any of the other games? Well, of course he shows up in 8 and 7. But I mean, like, was he a character that we knew, Ethan and Mia, before this point? I don't know. So I was a little confused, like, why, how did she, like, disappear? Why, like, what is all this? But then come to find out, like, okay, so you're noticing the game's in first person, not third person, and I mentioned that I was like, whoa, Resident Evil 3 is in first person, and then it transitions to third person, right? Like, this game was kind of a, you know, Resident Evil 6 apparently isn't very good. I've never played it. I tried to play Resident Evil 5, and I got to a point where Shiva like just kept getting, is that her name? Just kept getting like in the way and dying, and so I'd fail the mission, and I was like, this sucks. I don't know if I want to finish this. So I don't know if I'm really ever going to do like 5 and 6, but apparently 5 and 6 were so bad that they felt they needed to like reinvent themselves. And so they went with this like grindhouse, like southern vibe with new characters in a first-person game. And I think they did super well. Like, this whole first area is really cool. But it does something really, really interesting here that I... Like, immediately upon it happening, I was like, yeah, that's damn cool. So you find the house, you find, like, a videotape. And you put the videotape in. Let's see, when does he do that? Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I know, I should have had this ready to go. So you find the videotape. And you put it in. Because, like, you've just arrived to this house. Like, you don't know what's going on. So you find some items, you find the videotape, you put it in the TV. And so there's this, like, camera crew and TV host that did, like, a pilot for a haunted house documentary-style TV show.
Where did you find this guy?
Give me a break, Pete.
Hey, I only work with professionals. Speaking of which, make sure the sound is right this time. I don't want a repeat of Amarillo.
That was 2 fucking years ago.
I don't do ADR. This new guy?
And I'll be honest, when I played this the first time, I was like, oh, it's a cutscene.
A repeat of Amarillo.
That was 2 fucking years ago.
I don't do ADR.
And then this guy did that, and I was like... And then I just stood there, and I was like, oh, it wants me to move. So then I was like, no way, I'm walking around as the camera guy.
I'm not feeling it.
And so then, like, as the camera guy, you go around and you see that these guys, like, found a hidden switch, like, in the fireplace, and found that, like, the guest house has all these hidden areas and something spooky in there. And so then after you play through the duration of the tape, because you're actually walking around seeing it all, then it kicks you back out to Ethan, and Ethan goes over to the fireplace, presses the button, and goes to the little hidden area of the guest house. And I was like, that is so cool how they did that. That you're walking around following these guys as they're exploring the house, and then that tells you what to do to progress back in, like, the current time. I thought that was super cool.
We find Andre and we go. I mean, fuck this show.
Where is... There was a few things that this game did that I was like... Okay, the dinner scene is absurd.
It's good. Dumb some bitch wasn't no good if it hit him.
Okay, sorry. Jeez. I thought the one Jack Baker, right? Boss battle was incredible. I thought it was so cool. The one where it's like in the garage with Ethan's car. And I was like, Jack's gonna get in the car and drive it around. And he does donuts, and you're like, you have to like shoot him, and I thought it was the craziest flippin' thing. Why are these videos like not playing tonight? Like, I skipped to these. I'm looking at my, like, speeds in OBS. My speeds are fine, so I don't know why the YouTube's not working. Some of these were not that great, and the fact that Jack dies, like, multiple times in his, like, multiple boss battles was a little bit like, okay, dude. Where's the car one? The car one was, like, insane. It must be here. Yeah, Jack Baker, first boss fight. Yeah! I thought... So, okay. So he's... Okay. I did. I went right to it. He's, like, in the car at one point. And then I was like... I remember when you get in the car and you drive it around, I was like, no way. Maybe he doesn't drive. I swear he drives it and does like donuts. But then you get in the car and drive it around. And this just like amazed me. I was like, Capcom's engine can do anything. Because this is the same engine that runs Monster Hunter. They do the same engine for Monster Hunter and Resident Evil and like virtually all their games. And so the fact that you could get in a car, I thought was just absurd. You can't even drive a car in Fallout. So like, anyways, the latter half of this game is not as good. And when you do the Sun's like Funhouse stuff, it's really not that good. Like the whole getting the birthday candle through the fire sprinklers. Where's that at? Apparently I'm in the wrecked ship. Yeah, the ship part wasn't great either. Oh, and the other thing is like the basement area where you first encounter the mold, like still gives me like nightmares. Oh, Marguerite's boss battle is, I don't like it at all. Too difficult. Way too difficult. But like, yeah, the first place that you actually run into the mold is like down a flight of stairs into the cellar, into the basement under the house. And just that shot of down the stairs with the door at the end, if you just show me a screenshot of that, I can immediately feel my heart rate increasing. So this game has some really intense, really spooky moments. I did finally go back and beat it. I don't know that I necessarily would want to go back and play it again and try to beat it, but I don't think it deserves to be eliminated just because I really did like. So okay, so the real story behind this one was Game Pass. Yes, I'm a Game Pass weirdo. I still think it's worth it, even though the price has gone up. I still think it's worth it. Game Pass has these like quests that give you Microsoft and Xbox reward points, and they used to be a little bit more elaborate. Like they used to be like, hey, today's quest is to collect 5 items in Resident Evil 7, right? And that was the quest one day, like right around Halloween. It was, hey, go play Resident Evil 7 and go pick up 5 items. And that was like herbs, that was anything. So you just started a new game and just played through the intro and you got enough items, right? And so I did that. I was like, okay, I'll go do the quest. And I started playing and I was like, gosh, I don't play horror games all that much. So I was like kind of scared. I was, oh man, just let me get my 5 items and get the heck out of here, right? GTFO, just let me get the stuff and get out of here. And I got the stuff and I just kept playing. And I was like, this is actually really good. It was scary, but really good. So this is actually the game that kind of turned me on to Resident Evil. That's what's crazy. So that's why I don't think I can eliminate it, because this is the game that's responsible for me playing Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Resident Evil 2 Original. I have that. So you ever play Outlast? I think I have. I think it was on Game Pass. It's another spooky one, right? I don't know, man. I have to be in the right mood if it's the game I'm thinking of, but I believe I have at least seen it or tried it. It might have been on Game Pass at one point. That's why I think I did. I think it's a 1 star. Because I think this game has enough of those, oh yeah, it's got that one moment. Like, I think the second half of the game has enough of those, oh yeah, that one moment wasn't very fun, that it kind of outweighs like how Kino, the first part is. Oh, and I did use it as a really good example of like, sometimes things don't have to make sense for the sake of like challenge in a video game. And there's a part, this is the last thing I'll talk about with this before we move on. There's a part in this game where as you're like, it's kind of like Mr. X, it's kind of like Nemesis, where Jack is just kind of like walking around the house. And when you go into a certain room, if he sees you, he like chases you. And there's a part where I think the way it's supposed to work is you're supposed to have found like the broken shotgun somewhere, and then what you're supposed to be able to do is take the broken shotgun to the other shotgun that's in the house, because that shotgun's like on a pressure plate. So when you take the shotgun, the pressure plate goes up and it locks the door behind you. So you put the shotgun back down on it, it pushes the pressure plate down, which unlocks the door. So you're supposed to have had I think there's ways around it. I swear people have figured out how to get it without having the broken shotgun, which blows my mind, because like it feels like that's not intended. But I remember going up there and Jack was chasing me, and I was like, oh shoot, I need to have like, oh, it's the broken shotgun. Okay, let me go to the safe room and put some items in, so I have enough space for the broken shotgun. Let me go back and get the broken shotgun, and then I'll know where to go. I'll know exactly how to get up to that other room where the shotgun is. And so I was able to like completely avoid Jack Baker. I could see him. Like, he did not see me at all. I was going up the stairs. At the top of the stairs was like that room, like maybe right around a corner, but it was basically like right up there. I was super close. And as I got up to the top of the stairs and like turned to go through the doorway, he had teleported. I could literally hear him. I could hear his footsteps and his voice going like, "You can't hide from me, son," or whatever he says, down at the bottom of the stairs. And as soon as I went through the doorway, he teleported, and like it did an animation of him like peeking around the corner and grabbing me, and I jumped a mile. I think I had a little bit of pee come out. Like, I'm not even kidding. I was like, dude, that's crazy. He was down there, but for the sake of the challenge, like, they teleported him. And they do that at the beginning when he does the Kool-Aid Man thing through the wall. If you know how to avoid him and you're trying to get to the laundry room, if you're trying to get through the little like hole to go into the vent into the laundry room at the beginning of the game, if you know how to like go around him and avoid him, he'll just teleport and Kool-Aid Man through the wall. And they do that a few times. They're like, there are certain moments where they're like, no, we want you to like shit your pants, and so they'll teleport the Nemesis characters to your location and like make you have to like be face to face with them. So, but again, I think there's enough in the tail or the latter half of the game that's just not that great that it brings it down to a 1 star. All right, and that leaves us with Peggle 2 for the Xbox One. Now again, did I play this on Xbox One? No, I probably played it on my phone via Xbox Cloud Gaming on Xbox Game Pass. In fact, that is basically what I did. I played it. This was another one of those times where I was like, oh, no way. Game Pass has Peggle 2 on cloud and it has touch controls. I'll just play it on my phone. And then I'm playing, and all of a sudden it's dark outside. And I'm like, whoops. And I pretty much did every character's like levels. I didn't like complete the game. I didn't do every single challenge and get all the high scores, but I like finished every character's worlds and all their stages in like one sitting on my phone. Okay, so if you're looking at this and you're like, really? Peggle? Peggle is in your top however many games? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And again, it's so much fun. It's so simple. You watch it and you're just you're mesmerized. you're mesmerized, as Scott Steiner would say. But like, okay, so again, it's no secret that I like teach game development classes, right? And for a long time there, my students, like, and it's a common thing, but like a lot of times you have students that are like, okay, this semester I want to make a game where it's an open world with hundreds of NPCs and they all have unique dialogue and they all have interesting choices that affect the outcome of the game, and if you piss one off because you helped another, then it changes how they react, and you can get in a car and you can get in an airplane and you can fly it around and you can do all this stuff. And I'm like, you're never gonna get that game done as a student game. It's never gonna happen, right? And it's fine. Like, everybody shoots for the stars. You know, when when I have them starting to like pitch games, I do say like, hey, you know, shoot an arrow into the air because it's gonna land we don't know where, right? So let's just see what we can achieve a lot of times. But sometimes it's like, okay, that scope is a bit too much. And so Peggle kind of became an example of like, I want to show these students a game that they're initially gonna like roll their eyes at and be like, whatever. And then after watching it for just a few minutes, they're hooked. And they're all like, this is awesome. And I'm like, yes, I know. The simplest mechanic, a ball bouncing around the screen hitting pegs, ends up being the freaking like most fun to play and most fun to watch game like ever. Right? So then this started to be like, not only would we kind of watch it, but then we started playing it in class. And I'm not just saying like, oh, I'd get to class and just be like, I don't feel like teaching today. Let's play Peggle. No, it turned into, hey, today's a work day towards the end of the semester. Let's, you know, you guys can work. If you have questions, please like have me help you. But let's do Peggle 2 today. And so what I ended up doing with it was I offered extra credit if anybody in the class could beat me at Peggle. So I'd have the class pick the character, pick the level, and then I would play it 3 times, and my highest score out of those 3 was the score to beat. And then out of a class of like 20 to 30, let's say, they would volunteer 3 students to come up and try and beat my score. So 3 students would play one time each, right? So it was basically I had 3 chances and the whole class had 3 chances, but those 3 chances were done by 1 student, 2 student, 3 student. That was it. And I'm not like very good at Peggle. Like don't get me wrong. It was an opportunity for us to kind of like revisit the game. And normally at that point in the semester, their mechanics were pretty well polished and working. It was, we were trying to juice the game. We were trying to make it like really awesome. And so we would look at Peggle because it's such a simple game and yet it's awesome, right? And it's because all the particle effects, the guy's headbanging to operatic music over here. When you get points, the text gets bigger. The sounds ramp up as you do well, right? That's a common thing, like Mario does that. When you throw a Koopa shell and it hits a bunch of enemies, it goes dun 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 dun, and then it does da 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 when you get the 1-up. And so this game is like, it shouldn't be that awesome, but every single thing that they do in this game ends up making it so fun, so responsive. Like everything you do, you feel like you really are like affecting the game world. So I maybe I sound like a broken record at this point, but like it's such a simple mechanic. Oh, it keeps getting really close to falling in the free ball basket down there. Such a simple mechanic that's so easy to understand, so intuitive, and then they just juice the hell out of it. So we would play it and watch it at this point in the semester just to be like, what can we do to make your game as awesome as Peggle? Because your mechanics are probably more like, they're probably more interesting at face value, your games and how you're supposed to play your games, right? The student games. I would say your mechanics, your gameplay at face value is probably more interesting than Peggle. But why does Peggle look and feel so awesome to play? How can we make your games as awesome to play as Peggle, right? And then it turned into, like I said, it turned into extra credit opportunity that if anybody beat my score, the whole class got free points, basically. And if they didn't beat my score, then I had bragging rights, but it was still a fun thing. So I kind of, with a group of, a cohort of students, if you will, I kind of have the reputation of being the Peggle player. It's great, though. You're so weird, LOL. No, I'm not. Peggle's awesome, dude. Guess what? That's a 4-star. Peggle is incredible. Unfortunately, PopCap Games, I don't think, is what they used to be. And unfortunately, I think the last Peggle game they made was like a very predatory mobile game that wants you to like pay money. So honestly, the last good Peggle game was Peggle 2. But I would definitely try and figure out a way to like clear my profile on Peggle 2 and play through it all again on stream. It's too good. It's way too good. It's so much fun. Wow, look at that. Not a single elimination. Although this one's really close. I might change my mind, but I won't. Cool, so that was Xbox One. So let me go back to all really quick, but then click on unranked and kind of see. So we have Super Nintendo, we got Xbox Series, we've got PC Boy and PC Man, we've got N64, we've got Wii, we've got GameCube, and we've got the Switch. Let's do the Switch, that sounds good. There's probably not that many games in the Switch. Perfect. Mario Golf Super Rush. Sure, let's do that one first. So I spoke about this because there's multiple Mario Golf games on my list, right? And I spoke about how like the one on the 3DS, the 2DS, I spoke about how that one like was really good, but like was lacking on like the RPG side that some of the handheld Mario Golf games were known for. Like there was one on the Game Boy Advance where like you literally like assembled your like golf bag almost like you were playing an RPG and assembling like your weapons and your spells and stuff. It was awesome. And yeah, World Tour. Well, actually, this is communicating the major, like, gimmick of this game, which is going to be my major complaint of this game. Okay? So, what this game has going for it is it has a single-player campaign where you are able to use your created Mii character and, like, switch out your Mii's clubs, switch out like their glove, their clothes, their hat, maybe even your golf ball, and each thing like changes your stats somewhat. And then you like play against other characters that have juiced stats from their items and all kinds of stuff. And that was really fun. However, as you can see, this game started to use like some of the Mario Kart stuff of like throwing banana peels to like mess up players. And if you noticed this, at the beginning of this cutscene here, of this opening cutscene, we're gonna start it over. It showed all the characters. They're all getting ready to swing. Okay, Mario pipes one, absolutely smoked. Right? And then what do? They all start sprinting. They all start sprinting. I don't know about you, but if I go play golf, I'm not sprinting to my next shot. I'm usually going, oh shit, don't go in the water. Oh no. Okay, good. Right? Or, oh no, it went in the tall grass. That's going to be tough to find, right? That's usually how I play. And then usually I get back in the golf cart and I take a sip of my adult beverage to try to numb the pain of how bad that shot just went. Just kidding. That's not exactly what I do, but I'm never sprinting to the next shot. So this game, oh, and maybe they start with like the little RPG mode. Yeah, so like you have like a created character and you like go to the clubhouse and you talk with people and you learn putting and you get items and clothes. And they're like, you know, okay, here's your starting set of golf clubs. Go to the practice area and learn how to like hit pitch shots and approaches and things, right? And then you like actually get to go play around. And like you are able to sprint to the ball. And like that's all fine. But like very quickly, I mean, you're playing in these tournaments against people. Right, and I mean, it's not like you're playing against real people at this point. It's Toad, it's Pink Yoshi, whatever. But then very quickly, the game just gets, like, way too ridiculous. So I remember there's this one golf course where there's like freaking tornadoes. And I remember I couldn't even complete a round here. And this is like the second tournament in the single player mode. and I couldn't even complete a tournament. Because on this one, you're free to complete the holes like in any order. And it seemed like no matter what order I played it in, I always left myself a horrible shot to try to finish one of the last 2 or 3 holes, where my ball would get taken by a tornado, and I couldn't get around it. Like, I couldn't ever put myself in a better position to actually finish the round. And so, I think I finally did it, but, like, not very well. And then I don't know if I really ever played the game again. But it's got, like, these little rolly things, and they hit your ball, they hit you. If you run into a rolly thing, it runs you over. If you run into a tornado, it, like, launches you up in the air. And, like, sometimes your ball ends up, like, right there, and in your backswing, you get run over by the thing, and it's like, well, this is great. Freaking sucks. I guess I didn't realize you could sprint through the rocks. I never knew that. So I like that there's, like, the RPG elements where you run around and you talk with people and you get new challenges, you get new gear, you get new stats, get new clubs, get new outfits, and play. But then I absolutely hated actually playing golf in the game. Because you were sprinting, you were throwing banana peels at people, you were getting banana peels thrown at you. It was... If they had just made a regular Mario Golf game... And then had the Super Rush mode as like a bonus mode, this would have been an easy like 2 or 3 star for me. But instead, it's probably a 1 star or an elimination, because I can't stand, like... I don't want to use this word, but it's the best way to describe it. Golf is like borderline sacred to me. And I live really close to a golf course. Like literally, I'm pointing out the window right here, and like right there is a big long par 5 that goes along this fence. It's a couple roads over, and there's some houses in the way, but there's literally a par 5 that goes, you can't see my arm, but it goes right through here. And like, I'll walk my dog along there and pick up golf balls, and most times when I walk along there are people just like blasting music from like Bluetooth speakers in their golf cart, and you can hear like empty beer cans rattling around in the back of the cart, and they get out and they're like belching, and they hit 4 inches behind the ball, or they top the ball and it literally like hops up in the air and goes like 5 feet, and they're like, GD, it fucked me, and it's like, okay, it's golf, like calm down. You don't have to sprint to your next shot. You don't have to get so upset. Right? I've always been pretty bad at golf, but I've never gotten like upset at golf. And I've never had more than like 1, maybe 2 drinks on an 18 hole round, right? Like, to me, golf is like, I'm going to get out there. I'm going to like just enjoy that I'm touching grass, as the kids would say. And like, yeah, okay, but Zrovan, when you top the ball, you don't top the ball and then like break your club over your leg and like scream the F word. You top the ball and you go, yep, that's how I drew it up. And you walk up to the ball and you hit it again, and the ball goes forward, and you make a round of it, and it's great. You play perfect beginner golf. And I am always so happy to go golfing with you, because it's, you just play your game. It's awesome. And you don't get frustrated, or as frustrated as what I'm describing. But like, seriously, like, I walk my dog along there and I'm just like, what happened to the game of golf, man? Like, Happy Gilmore 2 talks about that, right? Like, it's all the old school golfers versus the new school golfers, and they like are driving around in their like 4-wheeler golf carts and like playing golf polo, right? And then the tail end of the movie is like the rotating green, right? Whereas like Happy's whole thing is like what they call golf now is not golf. And so for me, what people consider golf, like they decided golf needs to be more exciting, right? Like the live golf tournaments have like music playing on every green, and live is like so like there's the PGA Tour, right? And then live was like the PGA like changed a few rules and like suspended some players, and so those players like got some funding from different countries and different like partners and started Live Golf. And like Live Golf was like, no, we're going to have like music playing and it's going to be a party atmosphere. And it's like, that's not golf, man. I'm sorry. So, I didn't even rate it. I would be willing to give it a fighting chance, but I like if it goes up against another Mario Golf game, it's not going to make it past that. So I had fun with it. I just really wish that I didn't have to play Super Rush after like the tutorial. I really wish I could say, no, I'm not interested in playing Super Rush mode and just play regular golf. So there you go. So there's that. Let's see. Let's go back to all so we can kind of see it. Let's go with Tears of the Kingdom. Hi, Indy. A sleepy long play. Huh. That's odd. Well, okay, the Nintendo Switch loading time is going to ruin my joke. Can it load? Okay, let's get into the game. Oh, a sleepy long play, huh? That's odd. I wonder why they call it a sleepy... You know what's funny is I have two different versions of fake sleeping. I have what that was, which is like a realistic snore. And then when I'm pretend sleeping around my nieces that are very young, I'll do a me. That's the other one I'll do. All right. Tears of the Kingdom. What can be said about Tears of the Kingdom? I really like this. I think the battery limitation is stupid. I get why it's there. You don't want to make it overpowered. But like in a game where you can do basically anything, like why limit how long I can do anything for? You feel me? I know you can upgrade it. I've seen videos where people have like a battery that's this long. Like I've seen that. I know it recharges, so if you're good enough, you can have it recharge and keep going. Like, I get it, you can optimize it, but like, I just kind of thought it was silly that like, on these games where like, basically your mechanics are like, just a painter's palette, and they just go, here you go, here's your colors, have fun creating anything, right? Like, very emergent gameplay, like, loosen up the limitations a little bit, because even if you don't run out of battery, like, these things have a life. Like, it started flashing green because it was going to despawn. Like, all that stuff is, in my opinion, kind of stupid. It looks like this is chill adventuring and learning to build. So it looks like this is actually quite a ways into the game already. I was hoping it kind of started at the beginning. This is an interesting one because this is the sequel to Breath of the Wild. And I guess, like, what Nintendo and the people behind Zelda, what's his name? Like, Eiji Aonuma. I guess they had felt for almost 20 years that Zelda was getting stale. And so, like, after Ocarina of Time, where they kind of perfected the Zelda formula, it's funny, it's like the first time they did a 3D Zelda, they, like, did it perfectly. And the reason I'm making that argument is because they almost immediately tried to reinvent the Zelda formula with... Oh my gosh. With, why did they think that was a good design? Don't look it up if you don't know what this is, but every single shrine looks like Goatsy. Goat? Like an animal? Goat. S-E. Goatsy. Don't look it up if you don't know what it is. Believe me, you don't want to look it up. How do I know what it is? Because I went to school with a bunch of immature people that went, oh, Colton, you gotta look up Goatsy. Oh, what's Goatsy? Like a goat? Whoops. But every shrine looks like Goatsy, man. Who thought that was a good idea? did Zrovom just look it up? So, like, with Majora's Mask, like, immediately after Ocarina of Time, they were like, hey, we're gonna, like, completely reinvent how you play Zelda. Right? And then with Wind Waker, they were like, hey, guess what? We're still trying to figure out how we want to, like, reinvent how you play Zelda. Right? They had, like, the big open... I mean, it wasn't an open world. It was still rather linear, but it did open up into an open world as you were sailing around. And they even, when they made Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, they even cited Wind Waker as being like their first attempt at an open world, but then they were like, we made it too linear. We made it too, and like the limitations at the time, it was just a big open ocean that was kind of empty, right? And so I think with Twilight Princess, they kind of just like took their medicine and they were just like, let's just make another kind of basic Zelda. But again, their whole idea with even Twilight Princess was like, you went into an area and you played it once under one like type of mechanic, right? You went to a new area as Wolf Link and collected the teardrops or whatever. And then after you did that, you usually like fought some enemies, maybe fought a boss as the wolf with Midna. And then after you cleared out the Twilight from an area, then you got to play through it as Link. And then usually after playing through it as Link, you unlocked like the new dungeon in that area, right? And so you can kind of see they were like starting to experiment with that formula, right? With Skyward Sword, they did kind of the same thing. You like went to Faron Woods and you did Faron Woods, and then you like got new items and new abilities, and then you like went back to Faron Woods. So that game, you like went to the same 3 areas, but you went to those areas like multiple times and had new stuff to do. So they were kind of experimenting with this like this playground idea. And then with Breath of the Wild, they were like, let's just turn it loose. The technology is going to let us do a big open world. And unfortunately, I think, to me at least, Breath of the Wild didn't really have like dungeons. It didn't have temples. It had these shrines, and the shrines were often like not very focused and kind of pointless. And the divine beasts were okay. And I'm talking about the wrong game, I know, but like the reason I'm building up to that is because that game was like such a huge success that they followed it up with Tears of the Kingdom after a few years. And I think, like, pound for pound, Tears of the Kingdom is a better game. But it kind of feels like whoever was like the lead designer behind it, like, forgot how to communicate to the player like what they needed to do. Like, and I get it, like Breath of the Wild doesn't tell you anything. Tears of the Kingdom tells you even less. But like, I was hoping this video would have the beginning of the game so I could skip to a very particular moment. Like, Nintendo kind of forgot like how Nintendo makes games on this game. Because at least with Breath of the Wild, you have to do the whole tutorial sky area, and then when you finish the tutorial, the guy, I don't even know who it is. Is he the king? Is he the owl? I can't think of who he is. But he gives you the sailcloth. And he's like, okay, you've proven yourself. Here's the sailcloth. That's the way you go down. So you go down to the main land with the sailcloth. And like, you're well equipped to do like anything at that point, right? This game, you leave the tutorial area and you're told, oh, you should go to Hyrule Castle and figure out what's going on. But feel free to go explore. And like literally, where you land after the tutorial, there's a shrine. Like, I mean, it's not directly in front of you, but there's a shrine literally on the way. It's like, it's right there. So of course, somebody like me is gonna go, okay, it's on the way to Hyrule Castle. Let me just go do this shrine. Well, the shrine I'm talking about requires the sailcloth, and you don't have it at that point. You get it at Hyrule Castle. So I'm sitting there trying to figure out how to beat this shrine, and I'm like, what the hell? And then I gave up, and I was like, whatever, and I went and did other things, and then I finally went to Hyrule Castle and got the sailcloth, and I was like, you've got to be kidding. And I was like, that was like, Nintendo like forgot how to make a game for a second there, because Nintendo always gives you what you need in the exact moment that you need it. And if they gave it to you forever ago, they're confident that you recognize how to use that thing in a moment that calls for it. Like, they're really good at introducing something to you, making you learn how to use it, and then making you recognize those moments when you have to use it. And this was a time where they gave you something, or they gave you a challenge before you could actually before you could actually solve it. And I was like, that sucks. So I think pound for pound, this game is way better. I think building the little toys with the little Zonai things and the batteries and like flying around and building all these weird contraptions. Like I saw people building like mecha robots that walk around and have like flamethrowers and they're like walking around like burning down like enemies and enemy camps and stuff. Like you can't do that in Breath of the Wild. You can put a freaking minecart on your shield and then like go skateboarding down like hills on this game. Like you can do anything in this game. I just feel like there's moments where you kind of get yourself into trouble because they're allowing you into a place where you can't actually proceed. And nothing tells you that you shouldn't be there or that you can't proceed yet. Whereas Breath of the Wild almost always put you in a situation that you could get through. You just might get one-shotted by an enemy because you're too weak, but you can get into that area. You can do anything once you're through the tutorial. So would I be willing to revisit this one? Maybe. I do think it's better than Breath of the Wild. So I'll give it a star. So there you go. There's my Tears of the Kingdom rant. So since I just spent all that time talking about Breath of the Wild, let's go up here to Breath of the Wild. Nintendo presents NFL Blitz. No, I'm just kidding. Boy, I forgot how bad this game looks. I mean, I know it's a crunched up YouTube video. Oh boy, okay. Let me tell you my biggest complaint about this game. And you're gonna be like, that's not much of a complaint. But it kind of is. When I think about Zelda, I think about really good puzzles. I think about really unique and challenging dungeons and temples. I think about cool boss battles. And I think about like, yeah, Link has a bow and arrow. He has a boomerang. He's got the Master Sword. Sometimes he has the big Goron sword or a hammer, right? I think of that stuff gameplay-wise, but then I also think like, oh man, you guys remember like the Song of Storms playing in the windmill in Kakariko Village? Oh man, remember the Temple of Time theme? Right? Oh man, remember Midna's Lament in Twilight Princess? Like there's good music. And what do you notice about the music here, even though I've been talking over all of it? There ain't no music. Literally, you go look up music for this game and it's like, it'll say like Hyrule Field Overture, and you click on it and it's literally silence, occasionally interrupted by a couple piano notes. So it'll just be like quiet and then it'll be like blum, blum. And it's like, I hate the soundtrack for this game. Everything about this game is the antithesis to Zelda, in my opinion. Is it still fun? Sure. I hate that all of your weapons break after like 3 hits. And even though it makes perfect sense, I hate that like wooden weapons will burn if you hit like a flaming bat. Like it makes sense. My wooden weapon should catch on fire and burn. Right? You'll lose armor if your armor burns. Like the game is very punishing, and to somebody like me who's kind of an idiot and still thinks of Zelda in terms of like Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess, I am not very good at this game. And then like you're supposed to dodge roll and parry, and I told you already I'm not very good at Dark Souls and Elden Ring and Sekiro. I'm not good at that stuff. And I just can't do it. You saw me play Crimson Desert on stream and how much I struggled with that one boss, right? Like, I have a hard time with it. And Zelda adopted that. And while I have played this game for several hours and gotten pretty far into it, and I've played Tears of the Kingdom and gotten quite far into it as well, it oftentimes just feels like pulling teeth, and I honestly think this one is even more... This one is the most boring. Why is my cursor disappearing? There we go. This one is the most boring because the music sucks, the characters suck, the story sucks, the divine beasts are kind of cool, your weapons breaking sucks, your weapons burning sucks, your armor burning sucks. The the amount of damage that starting enemies do against you sucks. Like, it's a hot take, but boy, oh boy, do I not like this game. So there you go. And Tears of the Kingdom could be eliminated too. I do think it's comparatively, it's the better of the two, which is like a hot take. Most people were like, what were they thinking with Tears of the Kingdom? And me, I was like, oh, they actually like dialed some of that stuff back a little bit. It's actually tolerable. All right, Cruisin' Blast. This game is awesome. And I'm trying to turn it up a little bit so you can actually hear the music here. So, what's the story behind Cruisin' Blast? Well, we haven't ranked any of the N64 games yet, but some of my favorite, like, kind of childhood memories of gaming and gaming with the family and gaming with friends was playing Cruisin' World on the Nintendo 64. And then I remember we also got Cruisin' Exotica, which I still... Whoa, is that car humping the other one? That's what it looks like. Cruisin' Exotica, and I remember playing that one a bit with my brother, but I think I played that one way more. Cruisin' USA is one that like people know about, but I don't think we ever had that one, but in the years since I've played it, and it's a lot of fun.
Ready, set.
But I remember in the days, that might be too loud now. I remember in the days of like the Wii, Midway Games was who made Cruisin'. In the days of like the Wii, so there was no Cruisin' game on the GameCube, which I still kind of look back at that and I go, how did that happen? How was there not a Cruisin' game on the GameCube? Could you imagine? I mean, I know this is on the Switch and it's a little, again, the bitrate's not great, but like, could you imagine if this was on the GameCube? Like, this feels like a GameCube game to me. But there was no Cruisin' game on the GameCube. So in that era, Midway was kind of struggling. And on the Wii, they did actually put out a Cruisin' game called Cruisin'. But unfortunately, it was just, it was a Fast and Furious game that the developers like lost the Fast and Furious license, and so they just took the Fast and Furious names and likenesses and characters and references to out of the game and just called it Cruisin' and slapped a Cruisin' logo on it and put it on the Wii and sold it for like 20 bucks. And I remember being like, oh, they finally made another Cruisin' game. Oh, I should play it. And I think I got it as like a birthday or a Christmas present, probably from my brother. And I'm not saying it was bad, like I enjoyed it, it was fun. But it definitely wasn't Cruisin'. Like I could tell it wasn't made as a Cruisin' game. This one is not made by Midway. It's made by, I can't remember the name of the company. Something Thrill, like Thrill something, I can't remember. But come to find out that like the lead guy at this company was like the lead developer, the lead designer at Midway on the Cruisin' games. And so somehow he like got the IP back and decided to make Raw Thrills. That's what it was, Raw Thrills. There it is. He got it back and was able to make Cruisin' Blast for arcades. And the arcade one, like, it's okay. It has like 8 racetracks, and if you're at an arcade that has like a few of them put together, you can race against people, you know, like you would in an arcade. It's not like it does anything super special. But like, it actually has, yeah, that when you double press the gas, your car does the wheelie, and if you do the wheelie off of jumps, you do flips, and you can go up on your side and do barrel rolls, and you can do 360s, and it's got the female voice, the checkpoint, and the watch out, and it has like all that stuff that was missing from the one on the Wii. So like, definitely a nostalgia trip for sure. It also has, I don't know if it's going to be in here, it has one of the greatest, like, because so far the music has not been that good, but it's got one of the greatest little like soundtracks for a race like ever. It's Death Valley, and I don't know if Death Valley's going to be in here. I might have to go look it up or go find it. Is Death Valley seriously not in here? That's crazy. Well, whatever. The other cool thing was there's like car keys to collect on every racetrack, and when you get enough car keys, it unlocks a car, and then you can purchase the car with cash that you get. And so there's a lot of replay value because there's like hidden shortcuts everywhere, and it's just awesome. So okay, so that's the arcade version. So the Switch version has the car keys, has the money, and the Switch version has like 16 tracks or something. It has like twice the amount of tracks and more cars and more, like some of the cars you collect is like a man like on a saddle, gosh, a man on a saddle on like a velociraptor, and so you're running around on a velociraptor and you're in like a police helicopter that's like just skimming the ground. Like there's all kinds of crazy cars to unlock and race with, and then you can like upgrade them and paint them and put new engines in them and stuff. Like it's not super like in-depth and deep, but like there's enough that the replay value is quite fun, actually. It's fun to turn it on and be like, oh yeah, I was trying to unlock this car. Oh yeah, I was trying to like get enough money to buy the Triceratops, right? Like it is fun. And because it was made by the guy, like it feels like a cruising game. So this was a nice return to form. I feel like I'm the only one that this game was on his radar. I was like, oh no way, Cruisin' Blast is in arcades? I gotta go play it. I gotta go to Dave & Buster's. And then like a year later, I was like, no way, they're putting it on the Switch? I gotta play it. So I don't know if anybody else was that way, but I love it. It's great. I'll give it a 2. I think it's solid. Very, very solid. Look at that. Cruisin' Blast is the highest rated Switch game. That's hilarious. That's so funny. Hey, look at that. We've done, what, 2 categories in an hour and a half, roughly? We're cruising now. That's a Cruisin' World reference. But we're cruising here. That's awesome. All right, so that's Switch. Oh, you got to do some of these heavy hitters. Let's do NES and Super Nintendo, and then maybe I'll take a small break. So maybe I finish this tonight. I got to keep an eye on the time though. But maybe we finish this tonight. That would be fun. Now, okay, finish the ranking process, not the head-to-head. The head-to-head is going to be its own probably couple of streams at least, and that's where we're just going to basically like. We're just gonna crank the music, and I'm gonna just like snap judgment. I'm just gonna go through everything and be like, ooh, do I like this game or this game? And I'm just gonna pick and let it sort itself out, and that's gonna be how I order my list from 1 to 250, right? From 1 to 100 and so on. So okay, let's go ahead and do. Sorry, again, you can't see this. I don't know why I keep pretending you can. Let's go with NES. NES, Nintendo Entertainment System. Let's start with Paperboy, just because I actually had to like ask a few people in my family if they could remember anything about Paperboy. And the silly thing, oh, there we go. The silly thing about Paperboy oh, I was like, what is it doing? Non-customers. Yes, that's right. So, okay, so there's Paperboy for the NES, and there's Paperboy for the Super Nintendo. They did do a Paperboy for the Nintendo 64, but it's like, it's bonkers. It's not the one I played. So I was like, did I play the one on the NES or the Super Nintendo? And I asked I asked my mom, I asked my brother and sister, and they were like, ooh, I don't know. So then I like showed them gameplay, and I was like, well, did it look like this or did it look like this? And they were like, I don't know. I think it kind of looked like this one. And then I asked my brother, and I was like, was it this one or this one? And he was like, it was this one. And I was like, okay, that's kind of what I thought. I remember it looking more like this, but I don't remember anything else about it. So you're like, why is it on here then? The reason this one's on here, and it's kind of hurting my eyes looking at it, scrolling. The reason it's on here is this is honestly like probably the first video game memory that I have. For some reason, as a kid, like a very young kid, this was like, Mom, can you help me set up Paperboy? I want to play Paperboy. And like that, like I was known as like, I want to play Paperboy. Like Colton was known as the Paperboy player. For whatever reason. Was I good at it? I have no idea. But for some reason, I wanted to play Paperboy. So this is on here purely for the fact that when I think of what was the first video game I ever played, I think it was Paperboy. There's a handful of those that are like, it could have been that, it could have been that, could have been this game, could have been that game. Oh, I didn't even see that. When does RuneScape appear on your list? It doesn't, I'm sorry. I debated. I was close to putting RuneScape and... What was that guy doing? Is he trying to take his pants off? What the hell? So, I mean, this is Paperboy, and I think it was this one. I think I'm gonna eliminate it, though. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, very young self. I just remember that you liked the game, but I don't remember anything else about it. So that's that. Okay, how about Super Mario Bros? It's a classic. Holy crap, you can beat the game in a half hour? You debated putting what? RuneScape! And another similar game. I guess if it's not on the list, it doesn't matter. It's not a spoiler. I debated putting World of Warcraft on as well. But I'm kind of a World of Warcraft poser. While I did play it, I really didn't play it as much as, like, people did when it was big. I didn't know you could, like, beat this in a half hour. That's crazy. Have I ever beaten Mario? Yes, I have. So this right here, this screen, is more meaningful to me than probably every game on the list, but not for the reason you think. Is it enough to, like, make this game get a four-star score? I don't think so. Is it enough to give it 3 stars? I don't think so. Is it like a 1 or a 2? Yeah, maybe. But this, literally, this screen right here has so much going for it. And you're like, what does that mean? Well, again, when I'm teaching games, I will often talk about, like, sometimes you have to just be smart and optimize and, like, yes, reuse assets in creative ways. And look at these bushes back here. Oh, look at the cloud back here. It's the same, right? Look at this. Okay, so your Mario starts. Let's see, can I back it up? Oh, it's just gonna go all the way to the beginning. When you start the game, oh, I thought the person was just gonna start sprinting. Okay, when you start the game, Nintendo was smart enough to put Mario on this side of the screen, facing this way, which tells you, okay, I'm over here, and I have all this space over here. I should maybe press the one button on the controller here that matches the direction I think I can make the character move, right? Like, was there an instruction manual? Sure. Did people read instruction manuals back in the mid-'80s? Probably more of them did. My dad still reads instruction manuals whenever he gets a new thing. I gotta read the instructions before he even touches the thing. He's gotta read through all the instructions. When I play a new game, I don't read the instructions. They don't even print instructions anymore, right? But like, they're already communicating what you do on this screen, right? And then you come up to this thing and you might be like, oh, what do I do? Well, you've already figured out that the directional buttons is left and right. And that's like how you move Mario. You only have 2 other buttons, A and B. So when you come up to this thing, it's a question mark. So you're gonna be like, oh, I wonder what I do with this thing. And you might press one of those buttons and you'll jump. And then you might be like, what if I jump and hit it? Well, then you're rewarded with a coin, right? And if you've never played Mario before, you see this Goomba and you're like, oh, what's up, dude? And then he runs into you, Mario takes damage, he dies, and you start over. And you literally get to just start from 5 seconds ago. From not even 5 seconds ago. It's a short iteration cycle, right? When you're teaching your player what to do and you need to punish them because they did the wrong thing, don't send them back 4 hours, send them back 4 seconds, right? Don't send them back 5 minutes, send them back 5 seconds, right? So if you didn't know that a Goomba was going to hurt you, well, there's one way you could have maybe guessed. He's got very angry eyebrows, right? But he's not necessarily dangerous looking, right? And so, yeah, maybe you'll be like, oh, I can jump up and hit these question mark blocks. So maybe you'll try and jump over him, or maybe you manage to jump over him, or maybe you'll run into him enough times that you'll die and then you'll just never play the game again. I don't know, right? But like, okay, so you eventually learn you got to avoid these Goombas, and maybe, just maybe you'll land on top of him and learn that you can stomp on him. We'll come back to that one, right? Now, right here, okay, so you were just taught with this one in a safe way. What happens if you, like, interact with a question mark block? Oh, something comes out of it. Okay, so maybe I'll go hit this one. And right here, as Mario, I mean, this person has played this before, clearly. You might try and hit these brick ones, and you'll notice that Mario in his current state can't break the brick ones, right? So then maybe you'll hit the brick one, doesn't do anything, but you know the question mark one does, so you hit the question mark one, and out comes a mushroom. Now, this person knows what they're doing, but let's say you had never played this before. Sorry, I guess the arrows do 10-second increments. Okay, that mushroom is basically the same silhouette as the Goomba that you just learned that you want to avoid. So let's say you hit that, and this mushroom, it came out of this block, and now it's here. So you know it's moving, right? This person's going to go get it super fast, but it's moving. And so maybe you're just standing down here watching it move, and then you see it's affected by gravity. It falls, and where does it fall? It falls right here, hits the pipe, hits the ground, and starts coming towards you, right? And at this point, I just mentioned that Mario can't break through the bricks. So if the mushroom comes towards you and you're like, well, that last thing that was shaped like a mushroom was bad, and I learned I had to jump over it, as this other mushroom-shaped object is coming towards you, you might try to jump over it, and when you jump, you actually hit these blocks. They don't break, and they send Mario right back down into the mushroom, forcing you to collect it, forcing you to learn that mushrooms upgrade and make Mario stronger. Like, it's that bit right there. These 5 seconds of gameplay are the most important moments in gaming, like, ever. And the rest of World 1-1 is just full of moments like this. Like, here it's communicating that, like, yeah, your regular jump, if you tap the A button, lets you jump over that pipe. And then it teaches you that if you press and hold it, you jump a little bit higher. And then it teaches you can do it and jump that high, right? That's for people that know the secrets. You don't have to learn that one. Right? The last one I want to show, yes, is this part. Not the star, not anything like that. The last one I want to show is this one, where, like, these jumps are very safe. If you fail that first one, you just land on the ground. If you fail this one, you fall and you have to start the level over, right? Oh, is that the end of the level? I swear there's another one where, like, this same jump is then done with, like, nothing in between. Like, it's square and square with nothing, and then square and square and nothing. But it's the exact same jump. This looks super safe. This one looks a little less safe, but now just imagine, I was going to put my hand in front of the monitor and block it from you guys, but that doesn't work. Imagine this is all empty, and so you're just landing on these blocks, right? Like, that seems even more, but it's the same jump. Does that make sense? Like, they do so much in, like, World 1-1 And then I guess when this same pattern shows up later, or maybe they skipped it. Did they skip it? I feel like 40 seconds for World 1-1 is crazy, but like everywhere you turn in this game is like just genius game design principles and philosophies like on full display. It's worth studying if you want to make games. Like if you want to make your own games as a solo dev, or you want to be like a vision holder on a game and you want to make sure things are like working, like when you do play tests with people and it's the most excruciating thing to notice that like playtesters don't know how to play your game, and you're like trying to not tell them what to do, but you really want to tell them what to do. Like, look at how Mario tells you exactly what to do without any text on the screen. That's like, if you can master that, or if you can even do it half as good as this, it's going to help you so much. So that's honestly why this game is on here. Did I play it like in 1986? No. Have I played a lot of the original Mario over the years? From a very young age all the way to even now? Yes. Have I beaten it? Yes. Have I found a lot of the secrets to skip levels? Yes. It's super good. It's very, very good. I think it gets 1 star. I think it deserves a fighting chance. It's really only special to me because of the design principles behind it. As a kid, I used to read game instruction booklets from the game covers on the drive back home. That's right. Yeah. Dude, I talk about that too. So like in any classes where the students like have to actually like have a finished game. I mean, obviously if they finish it and it's super well polished, I'm like, hey, go put it on itch, go put it on Steam if you can afford it, right? If you can justify the cost of publishing to Steam. It's $100. It's not terrible, but for a student, that's a lot, right? But like we kind of simulate that in the classroom where I make them do rap kits. And like press kits, right? And so they give me not only the game, but a bunch of like materials to like market the game. And so you made me think of another thing with your comment there that, yes, like when I would get a new game, I would like break the plastic off of it. And I was so excited to like dive into the game before I even got home to put the game in the console and hit play, right? That I would open it up and start, reading the instruction manual. And there was a time where the instruction manuals were like 60 pages and they were like full color, and they had maps of the levels, and they had like all this cool stuff. And now there's nothing. Now there's like a warranty disclaimer, and like that's it. At best. Now it's probably empty. That's probably a QR code you take a picture of with your phone on the back of the case. Now there's no cases, right? Thanks, PlayStation, right? But what was I saying? Oh, like when I was younger, I used to go to like Hollywood Video or Blockbuster. If you were a Blockbuster Chad, I was a Hollywood Video chud. And if it was like, oh yeah, let's, we'll go pick a movie and we'll go pick a game, and you can rent a game for the weekend and the next few days of the week, right? And so I would like look, and sometimes I'd be like, oh, that game looks cool, and the very first thing I would do is grab the game, right? Or if I was like at Hollywood Video or at the store, at GameStop, at Target, at Walmart, whatever, I'd be like, that game looks cool. And what I would do is I'd grab the box and I'd immediately flip it around to the back and look at screenshots of the game, right? And so there were times where I was like a youngster, and I'd get a new game and I'd be in the car and I'd just be looking at the screenshots on the back and being like, dude, that dragon looks so real. Oh, look at the fire. Oh, dude, that's going to be so awesome to play that part. Like, I used to just look at the pictures on the back of the box. And then sometimes, yes, I'd open it up and start reading the manual and stuff because I was so excited. But yeah, I love stuff like that, man. So some of the most meaningful games that I have, and I'm pointing again, I actually have like complete in-box versions just on the other side of the wall there. So when we get to rating those games, I'll go grab those games because I do have them. But there you go. I think that deserves a 1 star. We'll see how it pans out here. How about Zelda? So again, I can't like... As a person that really got into Zelda and still appreciates Zelda, especially a certain era of Zelda. Did you just rip a massive fart? No, it's the chair. Sorry, do I have to mute my chair and readjust in the chair? as a person that, like, yes, really likes and appreciates Zelda, especially a certain era of Zelda, and is kind of scratching his head at what they're doing with it now. I feel like I have to include the game where it all started, right? Now again, have I played the original Zelda? Absolutely. Did I put most of my time into it when it came out on the Wii Virtual Console and you took the Wii remote? Turn that bitch sideways and shove it up your candy. I made that joke already yesterday, but like you've turned the Wii remote sideways and you just played with the D-pad and the 1 and 2 button. Please look up the manual for details. Look, they're even telling you what happened. What happened, man? Yeah, I mean, can you like, how better to set the stage than to hear that, right? To hear the... It's really good. Bim? I thought it was gonna do Bimmy and Jimmy or whatever. That joke. Like, here's something. If you've ever seen a meme or a screenshot or somebody reference this and like you didn't know what it was, it's this. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've seen people go, it's dangerous to go alone, take this. Whether that's in games, whether that's in social media posts, whether that's in emails, whether that's in like marketing, like I can't tell you how many times I've seen this. So again, I feel like I have this weird metric, especially for movies, that like if a movie or a director has like a movie that has actual like artistic merit, that like added something to how movies are made, kind of reinvented how movies are made, even if it led to like more blockbuster popcorn slop, right? Like George Lucas, right? Like he had this happen twice. He did the original Star Wars with miniatures and figured out how to like have the little camera on like the computerized controller so that they could film the exact same way every time with new miniatures so that it all matched up when they like put it all together, the different pieces of film, right? It got rid of all those inconsistencies. That created that method of creating film, right? And then he did it again when he did Attack of the Clones, like 100% digital. And like Marvel movies wouldn't be made the way they are without Attack of the Clones, like doing it first, right? But then like, okay, Lucas also has like a really good movie in his catalog, right? Which is probably the original Star Wars, right? It has merit as a film, not just a film that kind of like reinvented stuff. But then I also have the metric of like, okay, so not only do you have to have like a Citizen Kane under your belt as like a critically acclaimed like film, but then you also have to have something that like revolutionized how films are made. You also have to have some kind of cultural like meme or joke or staying power. And of course we all make jokes about Star Wars prequels. And like those three-ish things are like how I determine if a director is like a greatest of all time director. So like Spielberg is the same way because he has like Schindler's List and he has Indiana Jones, and then he has like some of those jokes and tropes that we keep making jokes about from some of his lesser good movies or from the Indiana Jones stuff, right? The reason I'm saying this is because this game like created the like top-down RPG genre, right? It created like basically modern adventure games. But then it has these like memes that people still reference, and sometimes people reference them just because they saw it somewhere and thought it was like a neat way of saying like it's dangerous to go alone, to go alone, take this, and it's like a coupon code at checkout, right? Like completely unrelated things will use this quote without even realizing that it's Zelda. And so I think this game has a ton of merit, even though I don't think it's the best Zelda game. But like you can't have like majority of my game list without this game existing. And I've played a lot of it. I was mentioning I played most of it on the Wii Virtual Console. But I do remember it being on like the gold cartridge. I don't think we ever had it, but I do remember seeing it. And it's actually At least to me, it's actually quite difficult. And there's all these like little hidden areas that you gotta, like find and figure out how to get into. And there's like bombable walls that aren't, at least to me, they aren't super obvious. I mean, usually they look like there's a doorway, but it looks like this could be a doorway, this could be a doorway, this could be a doorway. Oh, see? So there's that, and it opens up that. Which somebody would be like, you didn't know that? Are you truly a Zelda fan? It's like, dude, that's part of the reason why, like, at the beginning, the game said, please look up manuals and documentation to play this game. Like, they used to make games where they didn't tell you what to do, so that you had to pay $2 a minute to ask the Nintendo help representative, what do I do to beat this part? Right? Like, and there's actually, I think that video went viral where somebody does ask, like somebody calls in and asks how to do something in like a Zelda game, and the guy picks up and he's like, well, have you collected the whatever yet? Oh, well, you gotta go back and do that. And like, that used to be somebody's job, was to sit there at a desk and like play games and then answer the phone and help other people play games. Like, it's kind of cool. The LucasArts helpline used to exist too. Fun fact, I actually emailed the LucasArts helpline one time. And they responded. I mean, that's their job, but they responded. They didn't help me. They didn't understand my question. We'll talk about that. I promise that's one of the stories with the game. See, there's a door. So, yeah, I mean, very, very good. So many things about this game, like, created genres and created so many tropes that you see, so many memes. You know, I feel like if I gave Mario a 1 star, then I gotta give Zelda a 1 star. Give it a fighting chance. And maybe some of these like retro ones that I'm giving 1 star, maybe like if they make it into the top 100, maybe they're just like, we have a retro day where I play like Mario and Zelda and whatever else happens to get through. Because like, I don't think I could play this for like 4 or 5 hours in one stream. I think I could play it for like an hour or two and then switch gears to another game for an hour or two. And then that would be it. So we'll give it a chance, right? Let's go ahead and do Punch-Out. And specifically for me, Punch-Out featuring Mr. Dream. Now, my brother and myself, we played a lot of Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. But I think, for whatever reason, kind of looking at like the list of characters that you actually fight in this one, I remember more of these guys, and maybe there's a lot of overlap, but as I was like scrubbing through the videos comparing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out to my Mr. Dream, and again, I think it's a weird like licensing thing. They did Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, and then like Mike Tyson wanted more money or something, so then they like rebranded. But I think there's like different boxers between the two of them, and I seem to recognize this one more, and I think it's because this is the one that's on the Virtual Console, on the Switch and the Wii U and the Wii, right? And it's because they can't put Mike Tyson's Punch-Out out because then they'd have to pay Mike Tyson. And like that dispute happened like in the 80s, right? And of course they're not going to change that now. But again, this is one of those ones where like, okay, I played a lot of it. I played more of it when they kind of re-released it on like the classic stuff on the Wii. I mean, there's a reason why I bought it on the Wii. I was like, oh, no way, they're putting Punch-Out on the Wii? And I don't mean the Wii version of Punch-Out. I mean, they put this game on the Wii for like $5, and I was like, heck yeah. But I also remember watching my brother play it at some point when I was younger and being like, holy crap, he's really good at this. Like, this is one of those games I feel like he was like, yeah, this is his jam, dude. And I think maybe it was one on the Super Nintendo, or maybe you could play NES games on the Super Nintendo. Because I remember like there was a night where we like went to one of his buddies' houses and we played like NBA Jam and Punch-Out. And NBA Jam is a Super Nintendo game, but maybe they had both and I'm just mixing them up. But like watching my brother and like his friend play like Punch-Out and be like really good. Like in a way, Punch-Out kind of invented like Dark Souls. Stick with me here for a second, because you got to dodge roll out of the way. You got to memorize the attack patterns. If you get hit, you're gonna get rocked. So you got to make sure you're not getting hit. It's kind of like Dark Souls, maybe, right? But I mean, just watching my brother and his friend. I think he actually ran into this friend the other day. I heard, which is kind of cool. But I remember like playing NBA Jam and Punch-Out with him that one day, and then really enjoying this Punch-Out. And it gets pretty crazy. Like they get really difficult. But this person knows what they're doing, making it look easy. Wow. That's crazy, dude. So anyways, really, really good. Again, would I be down to have like a retro day where we play like... Oh, am I hearing some fireworks again? Yep. What did you, Zerovan, what did you call it? Oh, Mario is the ref? He could be. They used to do stuff like that all the time in these old games. Dude, I hope those are fireworks. You called it Mormon Columbus Day. That's pretty funny to me. Oops, I didn't rank it. I think I could give it 1 star. I think I could give it a chance. I kind of like the idea of it being like a retro day. And I don't think any of these games really deserve to be totally eliminated. I mean, I eliminated Paperboy, but like these are like true classics. This is on here because when I think of like the earliest memories of holding a controller and playing a game, it was Paperboy. Yeah, Mormon Columbus Day. So Duck Hunt, that brings us to this. I think we make, between me and my sister and some of my family members, I think we make reference to this game, and in particular the dog, a couple times a month. And when I was starting at the university in games, I took a intro to like object-oriented programming class where we made games in Python using Pygame. And the game I made for my final project was, I just made Duck Hunt. I just had like a picture of a duck like moving around the screen. It wasn't animated. And then like you had a cursor, and the cursor was just like a red, reticle. And you clicked, and their flying pattern got more erratic and crazy, and their speed got increased. But then I also added the chance that like an item box would spawn, and so you could like get the item box, and so then when you shot, it would shoot like 3 projectiles out like in a fanning motion. So like if you shot but the thing was like moving too fast, there was a decent chance that you'd hit it because it would spray like a bunch of bullets, right? And you'd have like 1 or 2 shots of that before like randomly another item box would show up. And yeah, I think I got an okay grade on it because I think it broke pretty easily for whatever reason. But yeah, like for what that was just to make a simple game project for that intro class. I was like, let me just make Duck Hunt. And so I just had like shitty like Microsoft Paint grass and dirt. And I think I probably found a picture of a tree online and probably found a picture of a duck flying online and just had it like moving around the screen. But it was pretty cool. I mean, for a little project, I thought that was fun. So Duck Hunt is very good. Yeah, we always laugh and make reference to when you missed, the dog would go like, right? I still think about that. I also seem to recall one of our neighbors, I think, when I was younger at the house, before we moved to the house I lived in for a long time, we lived in another house in a circle, and we had a bunch of neighbors that were pretty close to us in age, actually. More close to my siblings, but I would hang out with them, and there were a few kids that were closer to my age, too. And I seem to recall, like, one of them had a version of Duck Hunt that was like somehow they projected it like up onto the wall or up onto the ceiling, and you were able to use the light gun. maybe it wasn't the NES version, maybe it was like a knockoff version, but I seem to recall it like projected onto the wall and you shot them. And like that was super cool to me. And I think I know who had that, so I don't know if anybody in the family is watching. That's usually who's texting me. They're not usually in chat, they're usually texting me about the streams. I wonder if one of them could maybe corroborate that story that it was the one neighbor on the to the left in the circle. I think they had it. If not, it was the other people I'm thinking of that it could have been, would have been like the, I use this term loosely, but a family friend that had kids kind of close in age. And maybe we played a version of this at their cabin. One of the few times we went to their cabin, so. But I mean, it doesn't get any simpler than this. And like, if I go to an arcade now, and there's the light gun games, I'm usually playing the light gun games. And if there's like Big Buck Hunter, I am there. And Duck Hunt was like kind of the earliest, one of those early memories for me of like playing a game and being like, this is cool. Because you're using a gun, like it's super cool. And the technology behind the gun is actually cool too, because like the Wii has like a sensor bar, and the sensor bar is just like reflecting light, and then the remote is like picking up the reflections. So technically, I think you can like have a candle if you don't have a bar, you can like have a candle, and as long as like, I think as long as there's like the light reflecting, so that's why a candle can work. I swear I read about this and how it worked, and somebody was like, yeah, I had a candle and was pointing at the flame, and it was tracking my Wii remote on the screen. The way a light gun works was it was actually like the individual bits of light on like the old CRT TVs. And so when you would shoot, I don't know if you noticed this, when you pull the trigger, let's see if it does it on this YouTube video. It flashes the screen. Do you notice that? So for that split second that it flashes, the little reflector in the light gun is looking at a dark screen and where those pixels are at, or it's using the reflection of the screen to basically figure out where it's at, right? What's the joke? The missile knows where it is because it also knows where it isn't. That's kind of how the light gun works. Was it when you shoot it, it like flickers the screen, and based on like the light reflecting off the screen into the gun and then like back out is how it knows that you shot that portion of the screen versus anything else. Like, it's really cool how that works. And so you didn't have to like buy anything. You just bought Duck Hunt and you plugged the gun into the NES and then you just shot your TV and it just worked. Like, it's super cool. Nowadays, if you get something like that, you have to like buy like an actual, I mean, it came with the gun peripheral, don't get me wrong, but the gun peripheral like worked with like any TV at the time. And nowadays, if you want anything like that, like the Wii had to have the sensor bar with the Wii remote, right? Like, it had to have an extra peripheral for it. So super creative how they did it. I'll give it 1 star. I think it's something, like I said, a retro day could work out. So very, very cool. And that's the NES. Okay, I'm going to do the Super Nintendo and then probably take a small break. It's already been 2 hours. And then we have like the heavy hitters coming up next, man. After the Super Nintendo, we have some real heavy hitters, man. Let's do F-Zero. Let's start with F-Zero. Did I play F-Zero Super Nintendo version? Yes. Did I play other versions of F-Zero? Yes. Why is the Super Nintendo one on here? Because I think it's actually quite impressive that a Super Nintendo is capable of like kind of doing 3D graphics at like high speeds. Like, this is crazy. I mean, it's basically Super Mario Kart, just really fast, and you can crash your racer and stuff. But the music is awesome. I'm pretty sure you know this. Anybody that's watching would know this. But like in Smash Bros, Captain Falcon is from F-Zero, and I think the reason I kind of bring that up is I'm not sure there's been an F-Zero game a true F-Zero game in a while. I know they did one on the Switch, and it was like a battle royale F-Zero game, right? Which was kind of cool, I guess. So this one is really on here just because I think it's technologically impressive that a Super Nintendo can do this. It's giving me a headache to look at, but it's cool. And I do love the music, especially... yeah, especially this one. I mean, I guess you notice I like racing games for some reason. They're just so much fun. Isn't Captain Falcon Star Fox's dad or something? What? No! Captain Falcon is the show your moves guy and the Falcon Punch guy. Like, he's a human. You might be thinking of, like, isn't there Falco in Star Fox? Or is there like some deep lore, like tip of the iceberg, and the deeper you go into the iceberg, the more you find out about these characters, and Captain Falcon really is Star Fox's dad because he, like, you know, had a child with a fox, a humanoid fox. I don't know, maybe you're pulling up something I don't know. But no, to my knowledge, Captain Falcon does not have anything to do with Star Fox. Unless there's some crazy thing I'm unaware of. So really, really cool. This is, again, another one that, like, was I familiar with? Did I play it? Yes. Did I play the one? I think there was one on the N64 and one on the GameCube. And I remember playing, I think, the GameCube one at a friend's house when I was little, a lot. Well, not little, but like when I was younger, right? Because that would have been 2005, 2006. So younger. And he had it on the GameCube for some reason, and we'd play it. It was great. But then when this one came out on the Wii Virtual Console, I was like, nice, because you gotta remember, like, somehow we did have, I think, an NES, and we certainly had a Super Nintendo when I was little. And then we, like, got rid of it for some reason. I don't know where it ended up. And then, like, going to the one friend's house and playing NBA Jam and Punch-Out with my brother was like, oh yeah, these games are awesome. And then, like, a cousin was getting rid of a bunch of stuff, and they were like, oh, we're getting rid of our Super Nintendo. Do you want it? And I was like, yeah. So it was a Super Nintendo with a bunch of games, including NBA Jam, including Super Mario World, including F-Zero. And then somehow that, like, disappeared one day, and I think it went to a Goodwill equivalent, right? And so then when these showed up on, like, the Wii, I was like, nice, I get to play them again. So I played a lot of this on the Wii Virtual Console. It's a lot of fun. I think compared to... I think compared to other games, though, like other racing games, I think I eliminate it. So I'm here, like, glazing it, but I think I eliminate it. Donkey Kong Country. Here's a fun fact for you. Apparently Rare had, like, government officials, like, knocking on their door because they were using so much computational power to render Donkey Kong Country characters. Because they actually, like, modeled these in 3D, like, using NURBS, and put, like... There's the chair again. Sorry, should I have muted my microphone? They actually put, like, fur on them and had, like, NURBS instead of polygons, and then rendered them, like, super high quality. And apparently, like, the story goes that, like, and it was... Rare is in the US. You'd be a dang-a-tang. Rare is in the US, and so they, like, got some agreement with Nintendo to do Donkey Kong with them. And so it was like the US government apparently, like, knocking on Rare's door being like, are you guys, like, up to, like, cyber terrorism in here? Because there's a shit ton of computational power draw coming from your offices. And so they apparently had to, like, show US officials that they were working on Donkey Kong. Oh yeah, I remember that. And then like getting a bunch of bananas and having a stack of bananas in there. Dude, this one's so good. And I'm sure the other ones are even better, but like Donkey Kong Country is so good. And I already eliminated Tropical Freeze. So I played a lot of this during that time where we somehow got another Super Nintendo. This was, besides NBA Jam, this was probably the other game I spent the most time on at that point. And then the other memory about Donkey Kong Country that I have is my cousin. It's always a cousin, right? And this was actually a cousin that, again, not trying to get like reveal too much, but one of my uncles like has remarried a handful of times, and this was a cousin that this was a cousin that I got. I got a new cousin after my uncle remarried. But he's a cousin of mine. I still consider him a cousin, even though I don't think my uncle is with that person anymore at all. That was like my age. He might have been a year or two older. But I remember one family get together over there. So like my story about getting Phantom Hourglass for the DS and then going to grandma's house on the other side of the family, and everybody going, "Can you put that away for a second?" No, I'm having fun. This happened to my cousin on the other side of the family at some get-together. He had a Game Boy Advance SP, so the folding one with the light-up screen, not the DS, the Game Boy Advance SP. I know that's too confusing for boomers out there, I know. But he had the Game Boy Advance SP, and he's literally playing Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Advance, like at dinner. Like he's playing, and then pausing it and eating, and then he's playing, and I'm sitting next to him, and I'm watching him, and I'm like, being like, "Oh man, are you gonna beat it today?" And I can't remember if it was Donkey Kong Country or one of the sequels, because I think they put all of the original Donkey Kong Countries on Game Boy Advance. But like basically the same thing happened to him, where everybody was like, I almost said his name, but everybody was like, "Can't you just put that away?" And he was like, "No, I'm so close." So that's a funny memory with Donkey Kong Country. Because I can relate to that in more ways than one. This game's really difficult. And also, I had the same thing happen to me with a different game, right? I didn't have an interest in 2 and 3. Because you didn't play as Donkey Kong. Exactly! And then the other memory with this game that I have is... And this one's kind of weird, and like... I mean, it's not like it's bad. But the story with this one was... So I taught for several years. Believe it or not, I look young, right? I look pretty young. Just good genetics. Thanks, Mom. I taught for like 7 years at a university before going to a different university to teach. We're gonna be the #1 program, baby. But like one of those last semesters, a student like was graduating, and they were taking my class as like an elective or something, and apparently I did such a good job in that class and changed their life and changed the way they think about games that like at the end of the semester they were like, "Hey, I kind of do this like side hustle where I like modify Game Boy Advances, like original Game Boy Advance, so the one that's like shaped like this, not the folding one." And he's like, "I modify them. I put like backlit screens in them, and I put like battery packs in them that you can charge instead of like putting batteries in them and all this stuff." And he's like, usually I sell them, but like I just wanted to give you one." And he gave it to me, and he's like, "Oh, and it has a game in there. I hope you like it." And I turn around, I pop the game out, and it's Donkey Kong Country. So that Game Boy is actually, again, it's just in the other room, but it's on a shelf. And I do find myself sometimes turning that on and playing Donkey Kong Country on it. Especially since it has the light-up screen that he modified on it. So, and sometimes, like, when a student, like, gives me something at the end of the semester, sometimes I'm like, gosh, should I accept that? Like, there's probably some policy that says I shouldn't accept that. But, like, at the same time, it's like, it's a gift. They're not giving me money. They're not giving me... Okay, let me specify. They're not giving me something for a grade, right? Like, this was already after grades were posted. This was already after everything. he just happened to like catch me on like one of the last days after, because we, in that program, because it's games, we do like a big celebration where like all of the senior projects are on display to the public for people to play, and all the student games are on display for the public to play, and families, and sometimes local press comes, and then industry guests come and play and talk with the students and stuff. And that's usually after everything's wrapped up and grades have been posted. And so it was at that where the student was like, yes, you're here. I wanted to give this to you. So like, it wasn't a thing like, you know, oh, he gave me that and then I gave him an A. It wasn't like that. So I got to specify that. But sometimes I do think like, oh, should I accept that? But then most times I'm like, it's a gift. Like the courteous thing is to say, thank you so much. And be like, I'm glad that you enjoyed, you know, keep in touch. If you ever need a reference, let me know, kind of thing. So I just try to be nice about it. But that one was kind of silly, but kind of touching. Like, he gave me a Game Boy Advance with a game in it, and it happened to be this game. So that's the other memory with this game. So, boy, I haven't even talked about the music. Grant Kirkhope doing like the underwater variations of things. He's a genius. I'll give it 1 star. It could move on. It could move on. What else should we do? Okay, normally I go in such an order that, like, I leave the highest rated game for last. How about we don't do that right now? I've already said NBA Jam how many times between last night and tonight? Let's go ahead and just jump into NBA Jam. Now, very specifically, oh, you can't see it, very specifically Tournament Edition. Tournament Edition. Why is that? Well, as somebody that has lived in Utah his whole life, watched the Utah Jazz with his family, with his dad, with his brother. Wait, really? NBA Jam was done by Acclaim and Iguana? I thought it was Midway. Oh, it was Midway. It says Midway and Acclaim right there. That's crazy. Interesting. Maybe Tournament Edition is the one done by Iguana. Maybe that's why. Anyways. The reason it's Tournament Edition is because while the rosters are pretty limited, you only play, it's 2 versus 2, right? And basketball is usually 5 versus 5. The rosters are pretty limited, and NBA Jam has kind of a weird Utah Jazz roster, and Tournament Edition has a roster that to me is like the classic. If I think of like the good years of the Utah Jazz, I think of these players. So Tournament Edition actually has Jeff Hornacek on the Jazz. Even though his picture in the game, he's wearing the wrong color jersey, because he like came from Philadelphia, I think. So he's wearing the wrong color in the little pixel art. You'll notice the Bulls don't have Michael Jordan. That's one of those weird like licensing things. He like owned his likeness and didn't put himself in these games. So yeah, Tournament Edition specifically has the roster that's like Stockton, Malone, Hornacek, and I think that's it. There might have been one other person, because normally you have 2 playing and you could swap in somebody. And honestly, the GOAT lineup was Hornacek and Stockton, and you just shot threes the whole time from the corner. Right? The Family Guy joke. Corner 3! That's a real thing. Corner 3, they always go in. If you find that one spot, they always go in. Let's see, this game has the cool commentator. And he'll do funny things like boom shakalaka. And you've probably heard people say like, he's heating up, he's on fire. Or you've heard me say that when I'm playing games. They're not really doing a good job showing how awesome this game can be. But, like, you can freaking do, like, front flip, like, 20 feet tall dunks. And then you can, like, shatter the backboard. And when you shatter the backboard, it, like, does it in slow motion, and it's crazy looking. And if you do like, oh yeah, you can foul people and it doesn't get called. You can, oh, maybe you can't goaltend. You can't goaltend, but you can like push people and elbow them and stuff, which I think is funny. So, okay, being a Utah boy and a Utah Jazz fan, one of my favorite, my favorite players are who I already listed, like Hornacek, Stockton, and Karl Malone, right? And Karl Malone is probably my favorite basketball player. And some people, okay, there's reasons nowadays why people take offense to Karl Malone, but we didn't really sensationalize those things back in the day. Not saying people didn't care. I'm just saying the way news spreads and the way people digest the news, like, it was different in the 90s, right? So, like, many people probably didn't even know this about Karl Malone. If you know what I'm talking about, like, you know why I'm kind of beating around the bush on this. The other reason people hate Karl Malone is because he would use his elbows a lot, and he actually split Isaiah Thomas open. And he, like, if you watch broadcasts where Isaiah Thomas, I think he's still around. I don't think he's passed away or anything or retired from broadcasts. I think he's still around. He has a scar in his eyebrow from Karl Malone. So this game you can elbow people and they don't call fouls. It's awesome. If you have 3 unanswered scores in a row with the same player, you'll go on fire. And that's where you can start doing, like, the crazy front flip dunks. And, like, you'll take off. Like, when you jump, you'll take off and, like, smoke will be pouring out of your player as he's, like, rocketing through the air. And, like, it's just crazy. It's so much fun. See, is there ever, like, Miami, Washington, Philadelphia, Denver, Milwaukee? I want to see if the Jazz are ever in here. Uh-oh, did that buzzer beater go in? I don't know. The turnover! Boston. Charlotte. The Lakers. San Antonio. New York. Portland. Hey, Utah! There we go. I mean, it's just a color swap on the sprites there, right? But it's still fun. The other thing that this game has I remember when Dr. Niles Crane made that incredible shot. I love that. He's, like, in such disbelief. That's like a classic moment, man. That's so good. Is, like, this had, like, cheat codes to unlock, like, crazy basketball teams and players. And so you can play as, like, Will Smith and DJ Jazzy Jeff. Like, you can play as the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and his friend Jazz. You can play as Bill and Hillary Clinton. So it's hilarious watching Hillary Clinton do, like, front flip dunks and breaking the backboard. It's incredible. It's a lot of fun. This video is not really showing you how fun it can be, because this person's not going on fire. They're not breaking the backboard. They're not doing crazy dunks. Malone for 3. Whoa! Malone hit a 3? Corner 3. The music is way good. Wow, they're just trying to rush through here. Yeah, good stuff, man. What else about it? Is there anything else that I didn't say? Oh, yes. I think it might have been a mistake when they were coding the game, but they kept it in there. If you are very bad at the game, well, okay, apparently this person's very, very good at the game, or the Utah Jazz in the game just suck. But, like, the game is actually programmed in such a way that the score should always be super close. So if you're playing very, very well, the opposing team will start playing better to try to keep up. And if you're playing poorly, the opposing team will start missing to try and keep it very, very close. It's like, I think they called it, like, rubber banding AI. And AI means something different nowadays, but it would like rubber band with you. So if you were playing really well, it would like stretch and match that. And if you were playing really poorly, it would kind of dial it back, which is really cool. So most of the time, the final score of each game got super close. So you can see it was 56 to 45, 11 points. Now it's... Right? Now it's a two-possession game with 30 seconds. Like, Malone shouldn't be hitting those, but he just banked it in to keep it close. But of course, this person knows the corner three. See? It's gonna keep it close. You make one mistake, it's over. So, I mean, they still won, but yeah, it's always going to be a close game. And I think initially that was a mistake, but they kept it in there. And it's something NBA Jam is known for. And it's actually like, it's sometimes referenced when you're talking about like how to create challenge in a game. Like, there's actually some studies and some like documentation that mentions how NBA Jam like did that. So it is cool for that. I think it's a 2-star. Easy peasy. What a great game. Okay, and then that leaves Super Mario World and Zelda. Let's do Mario. I think Super Mario World might be like the better game when it comes to the side-scrolling old-school Mario games, right? Like compared to Super Mario Bros., the one that I talked about, how they communicate everything that the player needs to know in the first few seconds. This game has a little bit more of a narrative. It's got some text. It's got a little bit more of a story. It's got Yoshi. It's got all kinds of stuff going for it. It's great. However, I think it has less meaning to me just because it's refining what was already like rather refined and nearly perfected before. Now, nobody talks about Super Mario Bros. 2 because technically there is no Super Mario Bros. 2. It's called something else, and it's not even really Mario. So Super Mario World is technically Mario 3, I think, but they didn't call it that. So, and maybe there's some distinction where somebody's like, actually, it's the fourth one. This game's the third one because there was the Japanese one, and like, whatever. But yeah, I mean, like, you can't go wrong making a Mario game, right? Like, if you make Mario and you make it a side-scroller and you got mushrooms and you got the ability to hop on enemies and crush them, stomping Koopas or whatever Chris Pratt said, where he had to think about it. Because he's such a big Mario fan, he just had to think about it, right? Oh yeah, it's got the spinning. Like, that's what I mean. Like, they added new stuff to it and made it even better. But it's hard to improve upon perfection, right? And I'm not saying they didn't improve upon it, they did. But that makes it less, like, not less memorable or less enjoyable, just less, like, less impactful, less meaningful, I guess. So while I did kind of give the other one a fighting chance, I think I will give this one 1 star. I'm trying to think, I played quite a bit of this one. Especially when we got another Super Nintendo, I played quite a lot of this one. Do 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 do. Yeah, the music's awesome too. Yeah, so many little tropes that still show up in 3D Mario games nowadays are from this one too. Like, I think it's an easy 1 star for sure. It could maybe be a little higher just because it is a better game, but a better game on an already great game is, like I said, less impactful, less meaningful. A Link to the Past. Here's my semi-controversial take on A Link to the Past. It's a great game, don't get me wrong. Love it. Love A Link to the Past. Again, didn't play it really when we had a Super Nintendo, was aware of it, and then when it was on the virtual console, that was when I was like, yes, I finally get to like play it, and I don't have to worry about like the Super Nintendo disappearing. Like, I get to just play it. And like playing it, I was like, okay, I see where a lot of like Ocarina of Time came from, right? So this is one of those moments where it's like, yes, if I had played this closer to when it came out and not after I had already played Ocarina of Time, I maybe would flip the order on that. But there's so much in here that's like, they're on the cusp of like perfecting Zelda, and then they did it with Ocarina of Time, in my opinion. So maybe that's a spoiler on how I'm gonna rate Ocarina of Time. But like, this one's really, really good, for sure. One thing I still don't know the answer to is why Link has pink hair. I don't know if that's like an error in like the Super Nintendo's colors, an error on like the rendering, or what, because in all of the like promotional art for the game, he does not have pink hair. So I have no idea why he has like pink hair. It's very strange. But yeah, I mean, it's the same formula as the original, just, and again, the original is not like a perfect game, but it's a very good game. And this, this is the instance where I would say this perfected the original game, right? Whereas the original Super Mario Bros. Was already like, there's not much you can do to like make that better, right? And so Super Mario World, being more polished with more fun stuff, is technically better, but like, I don't know, it just doesn't come off as like, oh wow, this is, look at how much they've added, look at how much they've improved. Whereas in my opinion, A Link to the Past is like, oh wow, look at how much they polished the difficulty curve and being able to use items and explore the overworld and the narrative, right? The story of the game, and make it so much more rich in every aspect. This is that moment where it's like, the other one is kind of the crude, rough version of the game, and this is the perfected version, right? Whereas the two Mario ones are so close in quality that it's less of an improvement because of how good the original already was. I sound like a broken record, I know, but like, this is just such a good one. There's awesome dungeons. There's the whole like upper level, lower level thing. Like, it's great. I'll give it 1 star. I won't eliminate it. There we go. There's the Super Nintendo. So let me go to all. And let me go to unranked, and that will tell us, okay, so we have Xbox Series, PC Boy, PC Man, Nintendo 64, Wii, and GameCube. So you've still got a lot. But those are kind of the heavy hitters. I think I'm going to just power through it. So let me take a break. When it was like 110 degrees today, I went and walked 9 holes of golf, and I'm feeling it. So let me get another drink and maybe take something for a headache. But I mean, I'm having fun. The headache's not like ruining this for me. I'm having a lot of fun. So let me just do the BRB here, and we'll resume the music. I'll turn it up a little bit while I'm gone so it's a little louder. And I'll be right back. You need to go. Oh, that's okay. You're all right. Jeez, my chair's making a lot of noise. I see Ono on there. That's right. Okay, BRB. When are we getting Germa as a guest? Dude, could you imagine? So, sorry, the reason I took a little while is because I was going to... Let's see, what can I do about this? Update? Sorry, I was going to have just like an Xbox Game Pass game playing like in the background on my console so that I could get the reward points, but it seems like a quick goatsy. Jeez. I can't believe you brought that up earlier. That's what the shrines look like in Tears of the Kingdom, dude. They look like goatsy. I was gonna just try and have like an Xbox game playing in the background in the other room just so I could get the rewards points, but it looks like, is Game Pass down? I don't know, man. Let's see, what happens if I like click here and say play with Cloud? I don't want to play something, I just want to see if it will launch. Maybe we just have Conker's Bad Fur Day running in the background over here. I know, I'm silly, I'm goofy. I don't want to lose my streak. I have like a huge streak full of points. I just need to leave it on for 15 minutes. Can I do it? There's the Microsoft logo, Microsoft Game Studios logo. Okay, there's Conker's Bad Fur Day. Oh man, I can't skip this? Are you kidding? Here, can I mute Mario Golf? And maybe we just have Conker playing in the background? Save Blue's Clues for next time, please. No, we're gonna finish it today, I'm sorry. There's gotta be a way for me to mute Conker. Why is it showing me the whole freaking open? There it goes. Conker live. Okay, where's like options? So I can just turn it down so we don't have to hear it. Oh, I can't do that apparently. Okay, well maybe we just occasionally have characters clinking beer bottles together and burping quietly in the background. Maybe you can't even hear it, so. Okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna have to like juggle this for 15 minutes. That's okay. Did I turn the BRB off? I did, okay. Great. Okay, so I have Xbox Series, PC Boy, PC Man, N64, Wii, and GameCube left. Let's do... We got some heavy hitters left, that's for sure. Xbox Series has a bit. N64 has a lot. GameCube has quite a lot. PC Boy has quite a lot. And PC Man has a lot. Okay. Let's do Xbox Series. I think that's probably the best. Okay. I gotta keep doing that and then keep double checking over here. Did I miss the N64? No. Nope. Did you do that already? I did not. This place is a prison. What place? The stream? Oh my gosh, my headache. Okay, we're gonna finish this though. I promise. Sure. Did Danny already leave? I was gonna say, should we just start with A Plague Tale? Because this is one of the games I told Danny he should play, and he was like, oh yeah, maybe, and then he like never did. But A Plague Tale: Innocence.
Oh, Lady Amicia, hello. I didn't see you there.
Yes, hello, milady.
Hello.
Just a fantastic game. So, I said earlier that I'm not much of a horror fan, right? And yet, a lot of the games on this list are horror games.
Nothing much, but I think you'll like it.
I'm sure I will.
But this game was basically like... How do I want to say this? It was like Big Sister Simulator. Like, once you start playing the game, you have to make sure your little brother like survives. And so you're like sneaking around and like helping him climb over things. And sometimes he can only climb over if you like help him up, and then he goes around, has to unlock the door, and like... But the game gets like really intense and really scary. And I remember there was a part where you were like running through the town away from like everybody chasing you. And I remember thinking like, oh my gosh, how do they make that work so well? Where is it? Because it really felt like I didn't know where to go, but the game like made sure that I knew where to go without.
What is going on?
Because again, I'm kind of an idiot. I'm kind of a dumbass when it comes to stuff like this. That a lot of times, like, you know, in the 007 First Light game where you're like driving the car, and if you try and go off the road, it literally just puts you back onto the road. Like, you cannot deviate from the path. I need stuff like that, right? When I go bowling, I need the bumpers up so that my ball stays in the lane, right? And for some reason, this game, maybe it did have that, but it didn't feel like it had that when I was running through the town at this one point. And I made it through it on the first try, and I was like, whoa. And I went back and like watched that part, and I was like, that was impressive how they were communicating like where I needed to go. But apparently I'm not finding that moment in the game.
Come on, keep calm and concentrate.
But it has like crafting. You have like a sling, so you like sling rocks and then to like knock people out or distract them. There's like piles of armor, and you like fling a rock over at the armor, and it goes like, you know, it makes a noise, and then the enemies go over and check it out, and you sneak by. I mean, it's fantastic. This game was awesome. And it gets really, really spooky and really intense at different moments. It's like the breakout of the Black Plague. So you use fire to like get the rats out of the way.
Amicia, why did they kill the pigs?
Maybe.
And it does get like pretty dark and very intense. For sure.
Come on, it's just a cemetery.
Am I hearing Conquer music in the background with this? I'm like, what am I hearing? What a silly thing. I'm sorry, I have to have the game running in the background, okay? I'm sorry. I can't wait for you to eliminate Banjo-Kazooie because of that one level. Oh, man. You know it. This was a really good game. I love how we really are having Banjo-Kazooie, Conker's Bad Fur Day music playing. Like, can it, like, skip this? I don't need to hear that. Okay. Just, you know, a few more minutes. Sorry, I gotta get my... I gotta get my questy westies done, okay? Let's see. Oh, there's not that many in here. Okay, Starfield, everybody's favorite. Starfield.
Process, or if you're already an experienced pilot, just power up all the systems and we'll be on our way.
So when I was very little, I loved space, and I loved the idea of like space exploration and planets and aliens and all this stuff. I remember it's kind of a funny memory, but I remember my one Christmas I got like a telescope, like a not like a crazy high powered telescope, but like a powered computerized telescope that like you could like log in like coordinates to like a planet or a moon or something, and it would like track that thing in the sky. So all you had to do was just look through it, right? And I remember like doing that a few times with my dad, and I already referenced that my dad was the kind of guy that like he needed to read the instruction manual. So sometimes it was like, Dad, can't we just go put it on the grass and like look through the lens? Right? Like kind of funny. But like just space exploration and stuff is like, it's an automatic win for me. So I know people are like, oh man, Starfield, it was kind of mid, more like midfield. You know what? It was good enough for me. And I'm a Daggerfall fan, and traveling to random areas in Daggerfall and then being greeted by like things to go do and explore that are, yes, maybe proc gen, maybe not a real quest, but just like random things to encounter and do, like, it's fun. So every time I play Daggerfall, I'm like, oh man, I should play Starfield. And every time I play Starfield, I'm like, oh man, I should play Daggerfall. Like, I love this. It's the kind of game where you can just like kind of turn your brain off. And I know that sounds funny, but you can kind of just turn your brain off, go land on a planet, and just like run around and shoot people. It's great. We still have Conquer music in the background because it keeps showing the stupid Live and Reloaded cutscene at the start.
I am detecting life in this region. I suggest proceeding cautiously.
Let's see, let's get to some gunplay. Yeah. Because, like, okay, and I don't want to spoil it too much, but, like, you know, Fallout, we already rated a few of the Fallout games, but, like, Fallout 4 has some pretty serviceable gunplay. Like, it feels like a what's the word I'm looking for? A competent first-person shooter. And Starfield feels even better as a first-person shooter, right? I think they had the guys that, like, at id Tech help them with it. The guys that make Doom, right? They helped with the first-person gameplay on Starfield to try and make it a little bit better. Okay, there's no gunplay yet, and that's just Barrett. So, like, where do they shoot people? Come on now. Oh yeah, there's, like, low-gravity areas. Come on, there's gotta be, like, shooting at some point, right? There's gotta be.
Waiting to snipe at us.
If there's a bigger Ashta out there,
I mean, we saw some space combat, which... And sometimes I just do space combat, too, when I play this. I thought it was a lot of fun. And I know that's just crazy, because so many people just hate this game. And what's even more crazy is, like, okay, sure. I think some of the complaints are valid, but, like, that still doesn't mean I can't enjoy the game for the moments I enjoy it for, right? I enjoy mining different rocks and then building a base. I enjoy landing on a planet and then going and clearing out a thing like this. I enjoy that for some reason. Do I do it like every day? No. Have I played Starfield in a while? No. Am I getting the itch watching this? Yes. And that's good enough for me. So guess what? It's a 2-star. It could be a 3, but it's a 2. The only reason it's really a 2 is because they, like, promised more of their, like, content and DLC, And they did the one, which was like a major like narrative expansion, and it was okay. I played it on stream. I didn't hate it, right? But they just like had another couple of updates come out, and like literally they caved to all the complaints about the game, and they like fundamentally got rid of like fundamentally one of the things that made Starfield. And so at the recent Xbox showcase, I was like, I don't know, man. I think they kind of ruined Starfield, which is funny because it came out on PlayStation finally, and it was like one of the top selling games on PlayStation. So apparently all the people that made fun of it ended up buying it anyways. But I don't know. Then they like did that update. What did they even call it? I can't remember what they called the update, but it like, I don't know. I can't. What did they even do? They like changed. Oh, like real space flying. Like now your ship in space goes like 20 times speed, so you're actually flying to planets, and like instead of fast traveling to planets, because somebody made a mod that made your ship go like super fast. Gosh, stupid Conquer. Right? Somebody made a mod because everybody was like, "Oh, space exploration and space flight is not real in Starfield," and it was like, it is. It's just super slow because they wanted it to be semi-realistic, but then like just have you fast travel so that you could just get back to the action. And now they've like made it so that you actually like it takes a couple minutes to fly to a planet instead of loading for 10 seconds, right? Like, I don't know. It was that where I was like, why they spent all the time, like instead of doing like an actual update, that's what they did to the game. So I'm a little disappointed in that. That's docking at 1 star for me, but it's solidly in there. It has a much better chance of showing up in the top 100 and being on stream again. So there you go. All right. Power Wash Simulator. Let's jump into that one. Power Wash Simulator. I have a little bit of a... Oh, there you go. Subscribe to whoever that is. I have a little bit of a funny story with this one. I remember when this, like, came out, it was on Game Pass, and I was like, yep, this is dadcore. Like, this is dadcore gaming, right? When I talk about dad games, it's the kind of games where, like, you can't really do anything wrong, and you're kind of doing mundane tasks. Like, that's to me, that's dad gaming, right? And what's funny is, like, my dad doesn't play games, so where am I getting that term from? I don't know, but, like, it just feels like... It feels like a dad would play lawn mowing simulator, right? And gas station simulator. And stuff like that. And anyway, so it came out, it was on Game Pass, and I was playing it. And actually, Zrovom, you might remember this. I think you came over. I think you came to the house, and I was playing this, and you were like, man, what the hell? You were like, what is wrong with you? And I was like, what? It's fun. And then you kind of came around and you were like, actually, yeah, this game's really satisfying to play. And I was like, I know. I saw one dude make the creation of Adam art in this game. Really? That's cool. Yeah, it's kind of taken off. They now have, like, I mean, you saw one of the first things to do. Gosh, it's doing Conker's Bad Fur Day music again. Has it been 15 minutes yet? Once it's 15 minutes, I get the quest, and I don't have to have this on anymore. But, like, you saw the van at the beginning, right? So they had, like, smaller objects to do and then full environments to do. Well, like, then they started having, like, DLC, which was, like, you gotta clean up, like, Bikini Bottom, so you're like power washing like SpongeBob's house and Squidward's house, and then they had like the Ghostbusters car, and they had like all this different stuff. So like the game got mega popular, and I'm not saying, oh, I played it and then it got popular, so now it's not cool. I just like, I remember playing it, and like a few of my friends were like, what is wrong with you? Why are you playing this game? And I was like, because it's awesome. And it is. It's awesome. It's a great game. Hi, Indy. They made another one. I don't know if the second one has been as popular as the first one, but I'd play it. I think it's a 2 star. Let's do it. Silly indie. Great game. Okay, hang on, really quick. Let me just make sure that I get my quest completed. All right. So I might have to double check why the Xbox console wouldn't let me launch a game. Did I get banned? I don't think so. Maybe there's a partial outage. I think Xbox and Sony have had outages the last couple of days. But there we go, 720 points. See, I told you I get a bunch of points. I gotta keep it up. I gotta keep it up, brothers. Brothers. Okay, I can actually end it now. Quit. Perfect. Okay. You do remember that story. Awesome. Yeah. You weren't the only one that was like, Power Wash Simulator? Really? You just can't get comfy on that bed, huh? He's trying again. He's laying down. Okay. Okay, here's one. Hypnospace Outlaw. Oh, you can't even see my cursor. Hypnospace Outlaw. Has anybody heard of this game? Because if you haven't, boy, have I got a game for you. This game is incredible. Apparently you can play the full game in 2.5 hours. That's a
is you.
That's apparently if you know exactly what to do.
Your imagination. Your hard work. And now, with the help
It's midnight and I just opened an energy drink, but I also think I might have a headache because I haven't had any caffeine. And like I said, I went golfing and it was like 1,000,000 degrees. And I actually did not have a cart. I walked, so I was really tired.
A future built by you.
But I walked because I needed to make sure I could eat more candy.
Welcome to Hypnospace Patrol Department Enforcer Training.
My chair keeps making really crazy noises today.
Thank you for volunteering to help direct your attention to the top of your desktop. And you'll notice the Hypno...
See, they're skipping stuff. Come on, man. So, Hypnospace Outlaw. Yes, I played this on an Xbox. It's a freaking... Did you hear that? It's a freaking
info bar.
Internet simulator game, right? Where you got a cursor and you're moving the cursor around. But I played it on an Xbox, so I was moving the cursor around with the controller and everything, which is kind of funny. But it's a early internet simulator, and it's the Hypnospace. And basically, in this version of the world, in like the late 90s, early 2000s, I guess 99, right? Somebody had invented a computer that you put on your head, and when you fell asleep, your like consciousness went into the hypnospace. So while you were sleeping, you were actually on the internet. But then, obviously, like with anything, we were talking about like the Call of Duty Xbox Live and Halo Xbox Live lobbies and how crazy they were back in the day. And I said, yeah, there was like very little policing back in those days, right? Well, like with anything, you kind of need some policing. So Hypnospace Outlaw is a game where you play as like a moderator for the Hypnospace. And so that's why it's like teaching you how to like navigate through the Hypnospace and like click on things and stuff. But I think it's funny that it has like the professional, like, here's Hypnos Enforcer Edition tutorial. But then it does like the...
From left to right, this handy toolkit features quick access to
the settings menu.
It has like another voiceover during
the
it.
quick switcher. The application menu. The current date and time, your HypnoCoin balance, the restart and log off buttons. Make sure to click the log off button to save your progress and safely exit HypnoS.
The info bar may be repositioned anywhere along the top
It's
or
great.
bottom of your desktop.
So basically, like, once you're in,
Search feature
you get like emails And like the first email is like, hey, there's somebody that's posting a bunch of memes using content infringement. They're like, somebody's posting a bunch of memes using our IP, Gluefoot Glooper. I want you to go find every time that person has shared Gluefoot Glooper and remove the video, the image, the GIF from Hypnospace. And if it's really egregious and they have enough strikes, you can ban them. And then like you get paid for like correctly doing the job. But then like you start to unravel like a fairly, not like super sinister, but like kind of, it's fairly deep. Like you kind of unravel a bit of a story going on between like the users of the Hypnospace and then like the people that make the Hypnospace. And then there's like, I don't want to spoil it too much, but there's like the great Hypnospace crash that like actually fries people's brains and like kills some people. And so then there's like the latter half of the game is like an archival project like years later where they're trying to go back into like the code and into like the Hypnospace archive and like pull things out. And so like you start to like solve the plot behind Hypnospace, and then like the crash happens, and then you finish solving it as like an archival project. It's so cool. It's really cool.
From dispatch.
And it plays music, and you can like unlock more music. And you can find squishers.
Downloading Squishers 12.
And you can download viruses by accident too. And so there's a part where like you have to download, or you don't have to. Well, I think you actually do have to. But you end up downloading like a thing that's supposed to basically download more RAM and like make your Hypnospace device like process everything 2 times as fast. And then it starts having pop-ups that you have to keep closing and get out of the way. And then you have to like quarantine the virus and get rid of it. Like, it's so good. This game is incredible. Okay, so I'm so glad I skipped to a moment that has Zane. Because Zane is a Zane is a user on the Hypnospace that's like just a classic bully. And the more you find out about Zane, the more he really is just like your typical bully. Like, he bullies people on Hypnospace, but the reason he bullies people is he kind of comes from like a dysfunctional family. And so then you start to like kind of feel bad for some of these people that are on here, and like it really like, it's deeper than just like you're scrolling through the internet and you're like saying, you can't use that, you can't do that, I have to block your message, I have to ban you, I have to suspend you. Like, you start finding out more about these people, and then like things start to happen, and like it's like life changing almost. This game is incredible. So Zane, apparently we're on a page where somebody's part of the Zane Sucks Club, right? And I don't condone knocking his teeth out, but Zane is a flippin' idiot. I have 9 pals on Chit Chat. Zane in this game has an idea for a video game, and he wants to develop it and he wants to make it. And we'll come back to that. We'll, as they say nowadays, we'll circle back to that. But I'm so glad that I landed on Zane right there. Let's keep watching a little bit here. Ask the orb. Where's like the Chowder Man? We gotta hear some Chowder Man music. I mean, I do have some songs from Hypnospace on the music playlist. I don't think it's played any yet. I mean, I wouldn't really know. I step away while it's playing. I don't hear it, but...
I won't be handling HSPD.
Yeah, there it is. So this guy is like the virus, I'm pretty sure, if I remember right. The little like professor application starts having pop-ups everywhere.
Uninstallation assistance fee of 33 HC. Important message received from dispatch.
It's great. I'm probably not doing a very good job selling you this game, and not that I like am trying to sell it. Like I don't get anything for it. Like this, like you have to get into one of the secret like clubs. That's Chowder Man, I think. But to get into one of the secret like websites to learn more about somebody that you're investigating, you like have to do their like online like fantasy RPG quest, and you have to like look at their blog and figure out what they're referencing and some of their questions to proceed, and like it's so good. But it gets like spooky. Like people start hacking the hypnospace, and then you have to like figure out what's going on, and it is this hack that causes the crash and causes all kinds of mayhem to happen.
Parasites you love so much are in danger. Only one.
It's so good. It's way good. I can't recommend this enough. Is it a perfect game? I don't think so, but it's a 3-star, I think. I think it's a solid 3-star. For sure. Okay, and that leads me into Slayers X Terminal Aftermath, Vengeance of the Slayer. So that's why I'm really, really glad that I happened to skip right to a moment that actually had Zane, because this game is part of the Hypnospace universe. And this game was designed by Zane.
When I was 16, I designed a computer game in this notebook, and it was awesome. But then it got lost. Or was it? I am the X-Slayer.
And it's just a boomer shooter. But a lot of times, oh here. It's so good.
You think you know me, maybe feeling like you own me.
What?
So,
whoa, Zane. If you keep doing moves like that, I might let you go out with me.
So, okay. What I was saying was a lot of times when people go into a project and they want it to look rough and underdeveloped and like it was made by somebody that doesn't quite know what they're doing, it's really hard to pull that off and make it really seem like it's somebody that doesn't quite know what they're doing. This game, like, in my opinion, perfectly hits that. I mean, right now these animations are pretty decent, but some of those action animations are so rough and choppy that they really do look like early student work. It's so good. In the city of Boise. So, in Hypnospace, when you go to Zane's blog, Zane is like a huge fan. Oh, jeez. Okay, sorry, I got a whole bunch of pop-ups. Not pop-ups, but a whole bunch of warnings from Steam that my controller disconnected, connected, disconnected, connected. And, like, it's off. It shouldn't have done that. But it finally stopped, so I think we're okay. On Zane's blog, he says that Seepage, a band called Seepage, is the best band in the world. And there's a few Seepage songs on Hypnospace, but then, like, basically the entire soundtrack of this game is by Seepage. Now, Seepage is not a real band, but they have enough songs between the two games that there's, like, basically an album of Seepage songs. And they're actually really good. But it's basically, like I said, it's a boomer shooter. but it's so good. That facial animation is terrible. They're literally just translating the jaw and shearing the mesh. Exactly. Like, that's what I mean. They know... The developers of this game knew how to make it look shitty. They knew exactly what a shitty animation would be. Whereas I think sometimes when people get so good at animations, they try to make it look bad, but you can tell they're actually like a good animator, right? Like this one, it actually feels like they don't know what they're doing. There's a little bit of a seepage song playing in the background right here, but you can barely hear it. And it's funny because, like, it's very much just Doom, right? But, like, when you do stuff like Zane will... I am so glad I skipped to it. Wow. I mean, he says it a whole bunch of times, but that's like... The S-Blade has a hack blood charge. Is like... That is one of the that's one of the funniest things. Only people that played this would get that and know like the memes with it. But like there you go, he's got a seepage poster there. Like this is his room, right? Professor Pizza. Here, we'll turn it up and so you can hear him say that. Hang on, I gotta.
The S-Blade has a hack blood charge.
It's fantastic. Did he have a Sting shirt? Dude, it's Sting! No, it's not, but it looks like Sting because it's a scorpion. It'd be cooler if it was a lobster. Lobsters are psychic. But like sometimes he'll say like he'll defeat an enemy and he'll be like, tell your mom I had fun eating pizza with her last night.
It smells so bad in here, it makes my armpits smell like a girl's perfume. And they normally smell like BO.
See, it smells so bad in here, it makes my armpits smell like girl's perfume. And they normally smell like BO. Everything about this is so, like, perfectly, like, teen angst. And shitty animations, and boomer shooter, and... This was another one where I was like, what the hell is this? And I just played it on Game Pass, and then I was like, no way! It's Zane from Hypnospace! He made his game! Like, it was like touching that he finally made his game. And all the cutscenes are like the super low quality animation and like low bitrate render.
He lives with his mom and dad like a little baby.
Anyway, I have to go. And Zane, stay away from my house if you know what's good for you.
It's great. I love this, and I would so be down to play this too. I think it also gets. Oh, that's crazy. That's so crazy. I just gave both of those higher than Starfield. That's crazy to me, man. Can I watch any Indiana Jones without getting a copyright strike? Oh, by the way, the other stream, last night's stream, is blocked in certain countries and does have a few copyright warnings. That's okay. We do it for the love of the game, right? I'm doing this for me. I better turn this down. I played this on stream, and I hadn't played it up to that point. I think I played a little bit of this because I was like, oh my gosh, they recreate the opening of the first movie. But I was playing it, and I was like, oh my gosh, and I got like a certain point into it, and I was like, I gotta play this on stream. I gotta, like, I wanna have my reaction to playing Raiders of the Lost Ark, like, on camera. Again, I stream for me, which is like so silly. Most people would stream because they want to make money and they want to monetize YouTube. I stream so that like moments that are cool are like captured forever, so that I can be like, hey, look, remember that cool part of this game? Like, I have a video of it. Let's like look at it. And whether that's me looking at it as like an example for like either teaching or making a game, or whatever, or just like, oh, that was a funny moment, whatever. It's really just for me. So like I played a little bit of this and then I was like, I gotta stream it. This is too good not to like share. And I played it, and like, yes, doing the opening, like from the movie, was like incredible, man. And then for it to be a nightmare, like he's haunted by this. With Marion yelling at him, like all of his regret. It's so good. Like they actually did a really good job with this game. And then when you're like in the first area, the Vatican, like all I can really compare it to is like how, this is going to be silly, but like the Hitman trilogy. The Hitman trilogy levels were these big, I mean, they weren't like ginormous, like Grand Theft Auto sized open worlds, but they were these big, like open levels where you were just free to explore and figure out how to take your target down. That was a rough animation. I don't know what's going on there. But this game was like, hey, you're at the Vatican, like, here you go, just go explore and figure out what to do. And like after you explore and do enough things, then you'll like get a cutscene, and then you'll like unlock a slightly new area of the Vatican to explore. And like the game even like warns you, like, okay, if you go into here, you won't be able to come back and do more of this until that part's done. But there's like posters to like collect. Like there was the a poster of like Mussolini there. Like you don't collect it like, oh, Indiana Jones loves Mussolini. No. You like hold a lighter up to it and you burn all the propaganda posters. And you have to like take pictures of cats to like try and find the person's missing cat. You have to find all the little collectibles. I point at it like I'm pointing. Anyways. But then like something I thought that was really cool was like some of the characters in the Vatican were like talking to Indiana Jones, and instead of being like, oh, Indiana Jones, or oh, Henry Jones Jr., they were like, oh, it's Henri Defonce. And I was like, oh my gosh, this game just made reference to the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, where he joins the French army in World War I, and his name is Henry Defonce because he didn't want to use his actual name because he like wasn't old enough or something to actually join the war. So he came up with a name, Henry Defense, Henri Defonce, Captain Defonce. And so like there are some people in this that like know him as that, and I was like, that's so cool. And there's a whole bunch of times where they like reference the Young Indiana Jones stuff in the first few worlds. And so for somebody like me who like, I mean, okay, I think everybody likes Indiana Jones. If you've watched Indiana Jones, you probably enjoy the movies. But if you were like me and like really got into it and really was like, I gotta like read the books. Like there's a shit ton of books. There's like 100 Indiana Jones books. And there's one where he like meets Winston Churchill, and you find out that Winston Churchill is like the wizard Merlin, like reincarnated. They get really weird. They get crazy. There's one where he finds dinosaur eggs that are like ready to hatch. But like they even make reference to some of the books in this game. Like the developers of this game really did their homework on the Indiana Jones lore outside of the movies. And like it shows that it's a labor of love. And I think the semi-open-ended like playground levels where you just do a few objectives, and once enough objectives are done, you get a cutscene that like tells you what to do next for like the main objective, is like more games should do that. More games should have that as like their gameplay loop. I think the developers of this game worked on like the Chronicles of Riddick game, the Butcher Bay. I think that's what it was called, Butcher Bay Riddick game. And that game, you can actually see they're trying to do that in that. Like, you get to a new area, and, like, the area is just completely open for you to explore and do things. And then, like, I just think they, like, perfected it here. I think this is the best example of that. And I did finally beat it not too long ago. I was kind of stuck on one part because you needed to, like, be stealthy in a part, and I kept getting caught and dying. Not like the game would end if you got caught. You would have a chance to fight them and shoot them, but I just would take too much damage and die, and I was not very good at it. But I finally beat it. I finally figured out the path that made it so I didn't get caught, and I finally beat it, and it was awesome. I had a lot of fun with it. And sure, like walking around, maybe you're like, this isn't Indiana Jones, but like then when you got into like the different areas and explored, like being in Egypt, I thought was really, really cool. Because you actually like got to go into some of the tombs. Uh-oh, I'm gonna get banned from YouTube. I have Nazi insignias on the screen. But you like, you go like under the Sphinx, you go into the pyramids, you go into like all kinds of stuff. Like, I'm also a big fan of The Mummy, and I think the Mummy movies are like the spiritual successors to Indiana Jones. And so having this whole Egypt area where you actually like go into the tombs and go into the pyramids and stuff, like, was so cool, man. They did such a good job with this game. So would I revisit it? I haven't played the Order of the Giants, the DLC. So maybe I'll give it one. I don't think there's much replay value, because when I played this game, I basically did and collected just about everything. I just about did everything. The only thing I really haven't done is like have every single stat upgrade on Indiana Jones and the Order of the Giants. So would I be willing to like play the Order of the Giants on stream? Maybe, but then again, there's like the copyright stuff. So I'll give it the fighting chance. I do think overall my enjoyment of the game should put it a little bit higher. You know, let's give it 2 stars. Let's give it 2. Let's give it a higher chance, because I think it does deserve it. I think it was really, really good. Like, I even remember like telling some people where I was like, yeah, I played it on stream and I don't think I'm going to stream it again. Not because I don't enjoy it, but because I think this is the kind of game that deserves my like full 100% attention, because they actually really did their homework with the character and all the adventures he had done up to that point in like the chronology of everything. Like, they actually understood it. So I think it does deserve it. Wow, it's already midnight and we have a lot to do. So maybe we do a part 3. I did have in chat a little bit ago, somebody said, make sure you don't do Blue's Clues till I'm back. I really need to play this game. Yes, I can't recommend Indiana Jones and the Great Circle enough if you haven't played it and you like the IP and you like that kind of game. Now, again, some of the main complaints of the game were like, it's Indiana Jones, why is it in first person? And I guess I get that, but like, I don't know. If you could just put that aside and just play it, I think it's enjoyable enough as an Indiana Jones fan. Like, if you like it, I think you'll like the game if you like Indiana Jones. Okay, how about Crimson Desert? This is probably the most recent game on this list. And there's the chair again, sorry. I could probably turn this one up quite a ways. Because this is just too good, man. Literally the world's greatest loading screen. It's beautiful. I could have this playing for hours and I would just be totally at peace. It's so, I don't know why it's so mesmerizing, as Scott Steiner would say, but it's so beautiful and the song is so good. So, a little bit about this game. It came out, there was some discussion online, there were people talking about it. people talking about it saying, oh my gosh, this is a great game. Other people talking about it being like, how much are they paying you to say that? Quit shilling this game. Nobody cares. And sometimes that kind of discussion for games where it's like, oh, it's an obvious shill. It's an obvious, you know, somebody's obviously being paid to tell us to go buy the game, right? Sometimes that kind of stuff can turn me off from a game. Like, I don't care. I don't even want to see that stuff, right? And this game had some of that where people were like, buy an ad. Don't tell me to buy the game. Why not just advertise it in a less slimy way? And who knows, maybe that stuff really does exist. I think it does. Pretty sure it does. What it really was like, it was on my radar. I kind of saw it. I saw some gameplay clips, especially like, what's his name? Cliff, like trying to find a bounty, and he like tackles the bounty and starts punching. And it was, I shouldn't say it, but the bounty was a woman, and he tackled the woman and started just punching her in the face until he could tie her up. And I was like, what on earth is this game? It's the same animation for every bounty, okay? It doesn't matter if it's a man, a woman, anything else in between, a human, a goblin, an orc, or anything else in between. It's the same. He tackles them and he punches them. But when I saw it, it was like, very obviously what appeared to be a woman character to me, and I was like, what the heck? And I'm not saying I bought the game because of that. That's not what I'm saying. That I just remember seeing that clip and being like, what is this game? And then, because it was like one of the first like big gameplay clips that came out, was like doing a few quests, and one of those quests was a bounty, and the bounty just happened to be, and I know which one it is. She like hangs around the church in the starting town, and you have to turn her in. Anyways, the reason I finally decided to pull the trigger and buy this game, like after it had been out a couple of weeks, was I went golfing and I couldn't find anybody to go with me. So I just scheduled a tee time for myself, and I got matched up with 3 other people. And on one of the holes, one of the guys was talking with his 2 other buddies, and he was like, oh, it's the greatest game ever. Oh, you do this, you do that. Oh, I didn't even know the game could react to me doing this, but sure enough, it like, I did that, and then it changed how things were happening around me. And he's like describing it, and I'm like, what game is this? And he goes, Crimson Desert, dude, you gotta play it. And I was like, okay, all right, some stranger on a golf course convinced me because he was talking about it. And then I was like, well, what is it like? Is it like The Witcher? Is it like Assassin's Creed? Is it like Zelda? And he's like, it's like all of those. It's Red Dead Redemption 2 meets Zelda Breath of the Wild. And I was like, okay. And then he was like, but your weapons don't break. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, and it's one of the most like immersive games. And so I was like, okay, I'll check it out. And like legit, that loading screen, and I was playing it on my portable, my Ally. So the graphics were turned down just because I wasn't sure if it was going to be able to play very well. What's crazy is I can crank the graphics up to like a pretty decent amount, and it still runs really well on the portable. So somehow this game is super well optimized. I don't think they've ever disclosed what engine they used. This was not a AAA game by definition, not a AAA game. I think you'd call it AA technically. They probably had all kinds of funding, but because they're kind of a smaller studio that did everything on their own, like they don't have to disclose these things, and they've been able to do like free updates because the game was a success and all this stuff. And I think they finally said they're like done with all the base updates, but now they're working on like a big expansion, I think, which is very exciting. So the reason I went off on that little tangent is like the performance is crazy, and they've never disclosed like what engine they use. So it might be like a proprietary engine from this like company that's made this game and this game only, which is impressive. The other reason I bring that up is if you know anything about games right now, games are kind of maybe going through a little bit of a correction. And I mean, I shouldn't like, it's 2026. I shouldn't like say that COVID is still affecting games, but like there were some layoffs because of like remote work and COVID and like economy slowing down and stuff. And we're still kind of feeling like a lot of the games like that were delayed because of all that are still like, we're still kind of feeling that. But I think the true correction and layoffs that we're having now, like, should have happened a few years ago, but things kind of got stretched out because of the world at the time. So like you kind of hear how like Hollywood's not doing well right now. A few movies do well, but like for the most part, Hollywood's not doing very well. For the most part, tech isn't doing very well. For the most part, games, most of the companies aren't doing very well. There's a lot of layoffs. So those kinds of corrections are happening now, and it's a little bit of a bloodbath, honestly. And so I'm talking with my students, and they're like, did I make the wrong choice? And for me, at least, I always try to tell them, no. Like, we're all here talking about games, streaming games, learning about games, making games, student games, trying to get a job in games, trying to learn how to make better games so that we can continue making games, right? We're all there because we love games, right? I'm doing this game ranking stream because I love games and I wanted to share all the games that I love the most, right? So we're like kind of unified behind that. So normally I'm like, no, I don't think you made the wrong choice because it's something you love. And if you can turn it into a way that can support you and your life and your family financially, and it's fulfilling as a creative outlet too, and you love it, like that can't be the wrong choice, right? But then you hear like, EA is laying off people, Ubisoft is laying off people, Xbox is laying off people. Like, you hear all these mass layoffs, and it's, like, kind of spooky. But then you, like, hear Baldur's Gate 3 comes out. And Baldur's Gate 3 was, like, a semi-small AA company that had, like, a huge success. Right? Crimson Desert, kind of again, it's a AAA quality game, AAA scoped game, but the company that made it would probably be considered, like, AA. Not necessarily totally independent or small. But, like, I always tell students, like, no, the dream is still alive. Like, AA, independent, smaller scoped, smaller studios that don't have all the bloat and all the financial liability are still massively successful. I mean, everybody plays Peak, everybody plays Mecha Chameleon, and those are, like, solo devs that, like, made a killer app overnight and then became, like, millionaires, right? Like, the dream is still alive, and while I don't think a solo dev could make a game like Crimson Desert that fast, like, I still think it's one of those success stories that proves, like, games are still a feasible career if you're willing to look elsewhere. You might not be working on Grand Theft Auto. You might not be working on God of War. You might not be working on The Witcher when you get a job in games, right? You might be working on Unity mobile games, right? But if you make one that sells well, you make a bunch of money, hopefully, right? So I think games are still really a hotbed of a lot of success, and whether that's artistic success, artistic, I really got to make sure I enunciate that, or financial success, or otherwise, like, I don't think anybody that wants to try to get into games is making a mistake, even though there seems to be a bit of a correction when it comes to your typical AAA quality games. Like, if Grand Theft Auto doesn't, I mean, it's breaking all these records with its pre-orders, but like if it ends up not doing well enough and people like refund the game because it's not very good, like you might see mass layoffs at 2K, right? If the new Witcher game that comes out doesn't do well, you might see CD Projekt Red like lay off a bunch of people. If the new God of War that focuses on the other character comes out and doesn't do well, you might see a lot of layoffs there. Like, the companies that we know and the IPs that we know from the last few years, like, are kind of at that point where they've like overgrown, and so if they have like one failure, if they have like one game that doesn't do well, they like have to cut the fat, right? But then some of these smaller companies do well, and they're like these really cool success stories. So, okay, I've just talked for like 10 minutes about that. Let's actually skip into the game and like, oh yeah, dude, the cooking song. So good. Now, I would compare this game to Breath of the Wild. But it's got one thing going for it. And it's that your weapons don't break. You don't have to worry about your sword disintegrating after hitting an enemy 3 times. It also runs like a dream. Everything I've played it on, I've been able to have, even on the portable PC, I've had really good, for the smaller screen, really good graphics at a very high frame rate on that. It runs well on my Series S and looks pretty darn good. And it looks great on my desktop, which has a 5000 series RTX card. I won't say which one. It is higher than 5060, so that narrows it down. It is higher than 5070, that narrows it down. I'm not trying to brag, it runs really well on everything I've tested it on, whether that's super high end or kind of lower end stuff. It runs really well. The combat's fun. It does get a little bit into Dark Souls-esque stuff where you have to parry and block and roll at just the right time, and if not, you get absolutely destroyed. I have beaten this guy. I did succeed at beating this boss. And I've played it a few times on stream, and I've played it a whole bunch off of stream, and I do want this game to make a return, because it's that good. And they've added so much. You can build trains in this game now. So the final thought that I want to leave you with this game is, I already said it with Red Dead Redemption 2, that when Red Dead 2 came out... Oh, is that where the other bell is? Oh, but you need a mallet? Is this going to do what I think it's going to do? Because I've only ever found one of these. Maybe this person already did that. I think that's supposed to reveal like I think they're called witches in the game, but they're like characters that can help you. Anyways. So Red Dead Redemption 2 comes out, and at that time, it was like truly a next generation game. It had so much going for it. So much cool stuff that you could do that was it just made sense, and it just worked. To quote Todd Howard, it just worked. This game has so many little things that you're like, oh, surely they didn't make it so you could do this. It makes sense that this could happen in the game, but surely nobody like actually coded the fact that like if you set a piece of meat down, that like some homeless guy in the alleyway nearby is going to realize that there's just food on the ground. He's going to sprint out, grab the meat, and run back, right? No, that does happen in the game, right? Surely they're not going to program it where if you put meat on the ground and then shine your shield, you reflect sunlight onto it, that you can cook meat. Yes, that's in the game, right? One of the things on stream was I was playing it, I was like, I'm just going to climb this mountain and see what's up here. There's probably nothing up here, but it'll give me a good like view of everything below me. No, I got to the top of the mountain, and sure enough, on the other side of the mountain was this whole like university institute thing where people were like walking around doing things, and there was a whole quest line there, and like it didn't pop in, it didn't have to load, it was just there with like dozens and dozens of characters to interact with, and I was like, this game is like magical. How did they do this? So I'm glazing the hell out of this game, right? I truly think that this game is like the first actual next generation game that we've had in a while. And I think what this game might do to inspire games that are coming out in the future, as far as like little immersive small things that you can do, like I hope that its lasting legacy is all these little small things that you can interact with and all these little small things that you can do. Because it's so good. Like, and it's not on this list because it's not, to me, it's not that great of a game. But like Cyberpunk, when Cyberpunk came out, like all of the like marketing for it was like, it's a next gen game. It's the first time like a major open world game has ever been this crazy with this many things to do. And then it comes out and the game's broken. And it took them like a year and a half to make like a playable game with the amount of content they kind of promised, right? And when I play that game now, I'm like, man, what they promised versus what they actually finally delivered that was good enough, like, still feels like half baked. It feels so undercooked. It feels like it's just missing something. It's just not there. And this game was such a pleasant surprise. I mean, it's not like I was like, oh, it's gonna have nothing. I was like, no, it's got so much. There's no way it's that polished. No, it's got so much, and it is that polished. And then the developers have kept adding stuff and kept tweaking it to try and make it better. Like, they made the inventory better. They made interacting with things better. They made, like, the readability of things better. They've added pets. They've added, like, animals that you can have and fly around on. They added trains that you can build. Like, it's so crazy what you can do in this game. And the best part of it all is it works, and it works well. And that's what's nuts about it. So, I think it's up there, man. I think this game is just incredible. And that, I mean, the loading screen is beautiful. The soundtrack is beautiful. The story is whatever. I don't care about the story because the game is just that damn fun to play. Boom. Dude, I said I was going to get through all this tonight. It's already past midnight and I haven't even finished Series S. We'll see. It's only like a handful of categories after this, but I would like to get it done all in one go here. Deep Rock Galactic. Let's do that. So the tricky part with Deep Rock Galactic is, again, this is another one of those times where it's like a smaller studio. I think they got a little bit of help from some larger companies. Like, I think the reason it showed up on Game Pass was because Microsoft gave them a little bit of money, or help in some way, probably money. It uses Unreal. But this is like, this might be, oh, I didn't realize it was Christmas time in here. Rock and Stone. Very nice. This might be the best co-op game I have ever played. And I've played Left 4 Dead. The amount of just nice people on here that are willing to play and like help you out. And the fact that nobody uses their microphone to talk, they just use the in-game like gestures and rock and stone and pointing with their little laser pointer. Like, the game has a little like culture all of its own. Man, you love this game. What, Crimson Desert or Deep Rock? Because I just glazed the hell out of Crimson Desert. But yes, Deep Rock, I freaking love it. And I know they've added a whole bunch of content to it to varying degrees of success, and I know that they just made a whole like spin-off game from it that I don't think did very well. So maybe the developers lost the plot a little bit, but this was one of those games where like for a while when you logged in, this whole starting area like had new stuff to look at and do, and new bells and whistles that made it look pretty. And this is obviously like a Christmas one where they have decorations and presents, but like almost every time I turned the game on, there was like something new. And then they started doing seasons, and like most games have like a battle pass where you like have to play, and then you have to spend money and play to get the premium stuff on the battle pass. Well, this game had a performance pass, and you didn't have to spend money. It was just based on your performance, based on how well and how long you played the game. You just unlocked stuff. And you unlocked all kinds of cosmetics to make your dwarfs look how you wanted. Oh, no way. Look, a little snowball. Dude, that's cool. I don't recall ever playing during Christmas time and seeing all this stuff, so that's cool. I won't say, like, this game, like, made me like beer, but, like, normally when I play this game and it pours the foamy beer, I'm always like, I should go get myself a real beer. Like, even though it's the hard edge where you can see the geometry. It's not, I wouldn't call this low poly. A lot of people mistake this for low poly. No, it's just hardened edges. It's a very particular art style. But seeing like the frothy, seeing the frothy foamy beer makes me want to grab a beer, even though beer doesn't look like that. Anyways, okay, let's stop talking about just like where you put together your crew and start a mission. Let's actually look at some missions here. Yeah, see, nobody is like on a headset going, oh, we got some enemies to our right. Let's make sure that we set up some gun turrets and make sure that we, you know, they just point at them and do like the in-game gestures to communicate. So you fight arachnid type aliens and you mine stuff. There's certain mission types where you have to connect like gas that's like natural gas coming out of the ground on the moon that you're on. It's like it's not different planets, it's like a giant moon that has different biomes on it. And there's missions where you like have to go find like gas coming out of the ground, and you like build pipelines back to the ship to collect the gas. And so you have to like mine and drill so that you have a pretty good path for like the pipeline to go in. But you can have the pipeline like go all crazy. And the reason I bring that up is because yes, like mining is whatever, but like building the little pipelines, like that puts it more into like dad core, because then you're like building a pipeline. You're building a logistical thing. Yes, you're still fighting aliens and fighting creatures, but then you're then you're like harvesting gas. It's great. And most times after you complete a mission, you actually have to like get back on the drop pod, and the drop pod doesn't land like next to you. Usually the drop pod is like super far away. And so you have to like run back before the drop pod like takes off. And Molly, the little droid that you like dump all of your minerals into, normally takes like the most direct path to the drop pod. So that's where these like green indicators are. That's the path Molly took. But sometimes Molly can take paths that you can't. And so then it gets like really intense. My favorite class on this game is the driller, because normally when the drop pod lands, I just go up to a wall and I just drill through the wall in a straight line towards where the drop pod is. And it's really cool because like every time you do a mission, the area that you do the mission in is like procedurally generated. Like sure, there's rooms that might look familiar, but like the way the rooms are connected is like all procedurally generated. And you can literally drill into a wall and just keep going and like show up into a room randomly. Like it's really cool. And because of that, they started hiding like certain minerals that you can use to buy cosmetics. So again, like you don't ever have to spend money. You can actually get the currency in the game to buy cosmetics by just playing missions. And you can get extra currency by actually exploring and like drilling into what just looks like a wall, and you'll drill through and you'll find a backpack that then tells you where like the miner like went down, and you can like go find. So you find his backpack, you find the miner, and then you like find where he was trying to mine like the currency before he like died or whatever. Like there's all kinds of stuff in here it's just so cool. And like I said, as far as a co-op game goes, like people play with you and they don't care if you're like a beginner. They don't really care unless you do like the really hardcore stuff. Then they're like, okay, man, like make sure you know your class and make sure you know your loadout so that we can actually win. Because that's how you get some cosmetics as well, as if you do like the hardcore, like super difficult missions, you'll get more rewards. But like every cosmetic in the game you can get by playing the game. Like that's the thing. You don't have to spend money. I take that back. There are cosmetics that you can get for supporting the devs, but they're just cosmetics. And I think you can get most of them in the store, but there might be some that you get by spending like the $5 on the cosmetic pack, but it's only if you want to support the devs, right? So really, really cool. I thought this was a great game. I still go back and play it. I've even tried to tell my friends, hey, we should play this, and they're like, okay, maybe, and I don't think we've ever played. I think I've played with a couple of them. So I would love to play it. I would love to get a group together and play, but like even if you're playing by yourself, you can usually get a group of strangers that are nice enough to help you with some missions. And what's cool is you can start a mission, and in the middle of the mission, you'll have players drop in with you. And it's super cool. That's a 3-star. Easy peasy, man. Great. Great stuff. Let's do Resident Evil 4 Remake. I don't know. That's your intro. Who cares?
President's daughter, Baby Eagle. It's likely she's in this village.
Our intel was correct then. Well done.
Well, okay, I skipped past where he's in the back of the car. I wanted, like, the music while he's in the back of the car. Come on.
Tell me, Yankee.
Doesn't it have music? Like, yes, okay, there we go.
It has to.
He is the most interesting man in the world. I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends. That's what it sounds like to me. It's awesome. So, okay. Sorry, I just skipped right to a pretty graphic part. I played a very tiny, teensy-weensy bit of this on the GameCube. I did. But it just, I don't know, it wasn't my jam when it came out on the GameCube, okay? I know it's like, oh, what, you didn't own this on the GameCube? It's like one of the only 10 out of 10s on the GameCube. I know. No, I didn't own it. Again, I think the same cousins that I've referenced, I think they did have it, and I probably played it there a little bit. But it was too spooky for me, so I never really, like, got super into it. I didn't know you could do that. I just always shot the locks. But when this remake came out, I was like, I had played Resident Evil 7, I had played Resident Evil 2 remake, and so when this one came out, I was like, yeah, it's an automatic buy for me. I'm totally gonna get it. I think I got it on sale on Xbox, like after the definitive edition like came out, and it was on sale. So it was probably a year-ish after it came out. But I'm okay with like waiting a little bit, especially when it's a remake. I don't need to spend $80 on a remake. I can just wait until it's like $40. Right? Especially when it's the one that has all the extra stuff and it's like cheaper than the regular edition full price. So I got it. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I enjoyed Resident Evil 2. I rated it highly on here. But what this game really has going for it is like, okay, sure, it has these like intense moments where you're running away from people and you're trying not to die, right? Like the first time you're in the village, like you're literally running around for a few minutes until the church bell rings and then they all go into the church, right? Where's everybody going? Bingo, right? So every time you have these like crazy intense moments where you like just barely survive, it feels like, then the area is kind of like peaceful and you get to just go and explore. And usually when you go and explore, I think we already saw one, you like are finding treasure. You're finding like vases, vases, right? And jewels, and you're shooting blue targets. And like, if you find enough jewels and you find like a crown that has like 12 slots on it, I don't know if there's 12, but let's, you know, pretend there's 12 slots on it for different jewels. And then you find out like, oh, if you put these colors together, it gives you a bonus to the value of that collectible. And if you put these colors together, you get this bonus. But if you put all unique colors, you get this bonus. And so like one of the collectibles is, I think, a crown. And then if you put the correct combination of jewels on it, you can get like a shit ton of in-game money for it. But like every time the game would just kind of turn me loose to just peacefully explore, I loved finding jewels and gems and finding treasures and combining them and finding chicken eggs to eat and finding blue targets. I also like the fact, okay, he just walked up to her and stabbed her, but I also like the fact that if you shoot an enemy in the leg, it like stumbles them, and if you are behind them when you do it, Leon can German suplex them like Scott Steiner. And so I constantly found myself shooting enemies in the legs and then German suplexing them. Belly to back suplex. So for me, like every time the game would get super intense, I'd be like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared. It's so scary. It's so challenging. My palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, right? And then like I would finally get through that moment and then I was more free to explore. And I was like crafting treasure. I was crafting ammunition. I was finding food to eat to heal, and finding herbs to combine to heal, and then going to like the merchant and selling stuff and upgrading my weapons and buying new weapons. And it's that perfect oh, and I haven't even talked about solving puzzles, but like stuff like this, like finding these things to then go collect. Oh, he didn't do it right. He got the dirty pendant. If you do it right, it doesn't land in the dirty well. It lands on the grass, and you get a clean pendant that's worth more money. So nice going.
Oh, that stinks.
But like, then after some intense moments, oh yeah, you get like the challenges, like pest control to kill some rats. Or to kill one of the big, like, needly guys that has like the needles that come out of them. That guy was super spooky in the like lab. But then there's like moments where you're like solving puzzles. So you like have to find certain items and like combine them and then put them in the thing and then like rotate things to unlock the door. And like, I already dropped a pretty heavy word last night, the R word, right? But like for my little bit of like autism, like being able to collect things, craft things, upgrade things, and then solve puzzles in between moments of like intense fighting and bosses and zombies and spooky things is like the perfect balance. So I gave Resident Evil 2 Remake a super high score, I'm pretty sure, either a 3 or a 4. And my metric for a 4-star game is like, it's gotta be damn near perfect. This game is damn near perfect. I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking, if I were to play it again right now, is there really any particular moment that I'm like, ooh, I don't want to play that? No, I really can't think of any. Maybe the facility where those like, where there are the enemies that like, they weirdly like bubble and then like needles come out of them. Maybe that, but like even that wasn't that bad. So yeah, that's a 4-star. That's up there, man. That is a fantastic game. If you haven't played a Resident Evil game and you're like, ooh, I don't know, they're too scary, like I don't like playing scary games, like check out Resident Evil 2 maybe, and if that's not your jam, check out Resident Evil 4, because again, I think there's enough of a balance of like finding and collecting objects, crafting things, upgrading things, buying and selling, solving puzzles in between moments of the intensity and the scariness, that like it strikes a very unique tone for like the horror genre, in my opinion. And Leon's just a cool cat anyways. Leon is, it's scary, but he can handle anything, and he suplexes people, and he wisecracks, and he's awesome. And Ada Wong is super hot, and she's in this game too. And there you go. And it's a 4-star game. All right, and that, I was gonna say, that leaves us one game. Nope. Let's do Monster Hunter Rise. We'll save Hitman for last on this category. See, the way I react to like the main menu music on a lot of these is spoiling how I'm gonna rate these. It's really good, man. So Monster Hunter Rise is kind of an interesting tale. It came out after Monster Hunter World, and I had already rated Monster Hunter World yesterday, and I talked about how I was so damn excited for that game. I bought a PlayStation 4 just so I could play Arkham Knight, and then Monster Hunter World got announced, and I was like, hell yeah, I got a console that's going to be able to play Monster Hunter. And graphically, Monster Hunter Worlds looks awesome. It's the best looking one yet. Some of the Monster Hunter games do look like they're kind of lacking on the graphical front. This one came out on the Switch initially, so that's kind of why it looks a little low poly and muddy. But they did put it on Xbox and PC and PlayStation after a while. But Rise came out after World, and pretty much everything that World got wrong, in my opinion. Let's skip to some actual questy westies here. Everything that World got wrong, this game corrected. And everything World actually kind of did okay, some of those little quality of life things, this game kept. So for me, this game is like the perfect middle ground between classic Monster Hunter, which I prefer, right? Like, spoiler alert, I think Monster Hunter 3 is probably the best Monster Hunter game. This game is somewhere between Monster Hunter 3 and that style of Monster Hunter and Monster Hunter World, and being overly dumbed down and overly simplified. Now again, that had mass appeal and made Monster Hunter a huge franchise for normies. Don't get me wrong. So this game is somewhere in the middle of that. It has a lot of the quality of life things, but not as much. And it has some of the challenge and some of the funny, difficult things that Monster Hunter is kind of known for. Some of the funny Monster Hunter quirks are in this. And in fact, one of my favorite moments from this game was watching big streamers, and I don't know who exactly, but streamers that get hundreds or thousands of viewers, right? Like playing Monster Hunter Rise because they enjoyed Monster Hunter World so much, and getting their ass handed to them by like Kizu and oh shoot, what's the winter like Sabretooth guy? The snowy Sabretooth guy, like Tigrex or whatever? No, that's the other one. I can't think of what it is. Barrioth? See, I'm rusty. I gotta play Monster Hunter again. But like, seeing people that were like, oh man, I got so good at Monster Hunter World playing this game, and then just getting absolutely destroyed by like upper, lower, and mid-level monsters was really funny to me. And was kind of like, yeah, welcome to real Monster Hunter. Get good. So, I like I said, the point of this stream was to like share these games, share my opinions on these games, and yes, a little bit get on my soapbox and talk about why I prefer certain games over other games. And you can love my opinion or hate my opinion. And I know I'm full of hot takes, but I think Rise was a return to form that honestly, I kind of think as a Monster Hunter fan, it's like borderline a miracle that after Monster Hunter World was such a smashing success, that Capcom even bothered making another Monster Hunter that was more in line with old school Monster Hunter than World. Then they made Wilds, and I don't think Wilds did very well. Maybe they turned it around a little bit, but like, Monster Hunter is in an interesting spot. Are they going to go back to the classic? I think Rise has a higher concurrent player count than Wilds does. World still has a higher player count than Rise and Wilds. So who knows what Capcom's going to do with Monster Hunter over the next several years. I think they put a lot of eggs in one basket with Wilds, and who knows how it's going to pan out. But I am so happy that they made this one as kind of a last hurrah for classic Monster Hunter. And I really like it. I really appreciate it. I've pretty much done all of the base campaign. I have not done... and that's why this video is Monster Hunter Rise and not Monster Hunter Rise... the hell is it called? Daybreak or whatever? Sunbreak? Whatever it's called. I haven't done anything from the major expansion. So I think this is easily a 3-star. And I think it should definitely show up on stream again. And I think we got to play all the crazy DLC they added to it that I haven't even touched, that I do have. So man, we got some heavy hitters on some of these more recent consoles, man. All right, Hitman, World of Assassination. So I already ranked Hitman Season 1, which Season 1 is in this game, right? Yeah, this is making a lot of noise. Let me see if I can lower it really quick. Maybe that's what's making a lot of noise. Whoa, I didn't mean to lower it that much. Now I'm really going to be looking at my monitors like this, huh? But maybe that will not hit my desk as much and make so much noise. So Season 1 is part of this game, which is why I eliminated Season 1. But Season 1 was worthy of its own spot because I played a lot of that, man. And trying to like get every single assassination type on one map was like super fun. I remember like hot seating it with one of my friends, like just switching, handing the controller over to him, back and forth, like in the middle of a mission or taking turns doing the missions and trying to get all the challenges. A lot of fun. The reason the reason why the Hitman trilogy, World of Assassination, has its own entry on here, and Season 1 has its own entry on here, is purely because of Freelancer. Because I was like, oh, I can't really put Hitman Season 1, Hitman Season 2, Hitman Season 3 on here and then rank them individually. But Season 1 deserves its own because I owned that by itself. Is it muted? No, it's just really quiet. But I never owned Season 2 and Season 3 individually. I just waited until the trilogy came out and bought it. And then while I was playing through the campaign, they put out Freelancer. And I was like, this is like the perfect mode. This is Hitman. This is so good. And anybody that's here, anybody that knows me knows that I like... I have spent how many hours, how many days playing freelance mode? I love it. It's my favorite. Mr. Jason Portman. They look like they're on alert. Can we hear the lady go, Mr. Jason Portman?
A doctor will escort you
It was right there! Yes!
Mr. Jason Portman.
That's my favorite.
A doctor will escort you to your checkup. That was for Mr. Jason Portman.
That's so funny to me, man. I don't know why that's so funny. Probably because of all the times I spent playing the Hokkaido level on freelance. And the lady's voice comes on like every couple of minutes saying, Mr. Jason Portman. It's so good though, man. Let's see, can we watch this person take somebody down? I mean, hell, I played this game on a treadmill and almost fell off the treadmill on stream. For every time I made a blunder, I had to do a workout with dumbbells, right? Like, this game is a major part of my, like, streaming and my... Gosh, sometimes I'll even find myself being like, oh, I gotta do cardio today, so I'll go down to the garage where I have a bike, and I'll sit there and pedal on the bike while I'm playing on the portable PC, and I know that if I play one freelance mission, it's roughly a half hour, 45 minutes, maybe an hour, and I know that if I'm just pedaling that whole time, the cardio goes by like that. So, like, this game, like, has stuck around, and even though I haven't streamed it in a while, it tends to pop up. It tends to be something I play quite often. And honestly, like I said, Freelancer is something I can just kind of play in like bite-sized chunks and put it away for a while, come back to it. It's like learning, or not learning, it's like riding a bike, right? I come back to it, I'm a little rusty, I forget exactly how I can sneak around certain guards that are just in the worst places possible, and then I go, oh yeah, you can just walk right behind him, which you can't do it on this one, he's at a weird angle, but there's another one on the other side, the other staircase. You can just walk behind him and he won't see you. And like, it's just great. I revisit it multiple times a year, play a few missions, try and do a few campaigns, lose a bunch of my weapons and gadgets and get mad, and then have to find them in the world and buy them again, and do a kill bathroom where I just shoot people with the poison gun, make them throw up in the toilet, knock them out, have stacks of bodies in the bathroom. It's great. Freelance mode is perfect. It is perfect. Hitman Trilogy is nearly perfect, but Freelance was the greatest thing they could have ever done to Hitman. It's a 4-star. Look at that. There's nothing lower than 2 stars for Xbox Series. That's crazy. Modern games must be better, man. And that's coming from somebody that everybody made fun of him for not playing any games later than 2004 or 2005. Wow. What a category. What a category. Okay, I gotta go back to all really quick and then go to unranked and see. So we've got PC, Boy and Man, Nintendo 64, Wii, and GameCube. Let's do... How many games are on the Wii? A lot. How many games are on the GameCube? Folks in the cohort were brutal. Yeah, I mean, honestly, and we'll come to that. We'll come to that game, and it is one of the stories related to that game. But there was a game that I was playing, and literally there were multiple people in the cohort that were like, "Why are you playing a children's game?" And I was like, "It's not a children's game." And they're like, "It looks like a children's learning game." And I'm like, "It's not. I know the art style makes it look that way, but trust me, this is a very difficult, very fun game." So we'll get to that. Let's see how many games are on the GameCube here. Okay, a little less. Let's do the GameCube. I think there's some real heavy hitters here. I feel like I'm too low now. Can I get the chair to come back up a little bit? Hang on, this is gonna be funny. Here, you know what? I don't want you guys to see that I'm struggling, so hang on. Whoa. Hey, speaking of Germa, did I just do the Germa thing where it's like... Nope, it did it once. I think we're going to need a part 3 to this series. It's getting late. Let's see how long this category goes. I've done super late streams before. I did a... do I want to spoil it? That's one of the stories. I did a game on Twitch that one time, and yes, some of my friends and family and people were watching it in the States, and then as it got later... the viewer count was going down, and then it hit a certain point where all of a sudden people like in Europe were watching it, and they were trying to help me solve a puzzle. That's like one of my favorite streaming stories for me, was like all of a sudden I had like 20 people watching that were all like in Europe eating breakfast, and it was like 2 a.m. here or something. It's crazy. All right, Dave Mira BMX Freestyle. Let's start with that one. So the reason this game is on here is not because I played it seriously. This game had a mode in it that was just wipeout mode. And basically, me and one of my friends from the private school I went to, we just took turns trying to like break each other's high scores, right? And the other funny thing, and I gotta show this. I have to show this, so I gotta find a way to show this. Dave Mira BMX Freestyle 2. It had a character. It had a character in it. Yeah. Heck yeah, dude. So hang on, I'm gonna put this over here. I know you can't see it yet. Oh, maybe. Where did it go? That was weird. Let's see, let me turn this off and go display capture and then turn that back on. So this game, you could play as the Slim Jim guy. And if you remember these commercials with the Slim Jim guy, you know that this is like super weird, man. So basically we played wipeout mode. And we played as the Slim Jim guy, and that was it. And so basically we just crashed and tried to get the high score with crashing as the Slim Jim guy. That was pretty much all we did. It was awesome. That's one of my favorite memories for sure. So was it a very good game? I think so. I just don't remember ever playing it like sincerely. I just remember only playing wipeout crash mode, but apparently this person knows all the little places to do all the glitch crashes. So, I mean, that's really all the time we got to spend on that one. Oh, look, there's the Slim Jim guy. That's really all the time we got to spend on that one. Is it worth, like, revisiting? It feels bad eliminating it, because it was so much fun. But yeah, I think I gotta eliminate it, man. It was a lot of fun, though. Basically, all I did was do Superman on the bike. So you'd go up a big jump and you'd do Superman and like spin around a bunch. And then you could actually like bail out too. And you could get hit by cars. Like, it was so much fun. Let's see. Oh my gosh, there's a lot. Okay, how about Shrek 2? Shrek 2, the video game. Uh-oh. Let's see, if anybody knows me, do they know why this game is on here? Because I'm not like a Shrek fan.
Good job, guys. I'll be along to meet you at Grandma's house in a sec.
Turn it down a little bit. Let's see if we can get to like
Good job, guys. I'll be along to meet you at Grandma's house in
a little bit different gameplay here. In fact, we might have just missed. I have a knack for skipping to precisely when you're not playing the game. But this game was basically like, come on, can we get some gameplay, like actual gameplay? There's Humpty Dumpty, that's pretty funny. I remember, okay, I'm pretty candid about where I'm from, living in Utah. We've mentioned, you know, Mormon Columbus Day. I mean, it's Pioneer Day, it's not just Mormons, but yes, I know where you're coming from that. Living in Utah, you can't really grow up and not have some exposure to the LDS church, right? And I remember one of the times, like, the neighborhood church, like the ward is what they call it, one of the times they like tried to get more of the kids involved and try to get me and some other people to like get more involved. They decided to have like a video game day. So like I can't remember what they're like. That's the thing, I don't know this stuff. I'm the worst person to ask about like the official titles in the LDS church because I don't know. But this person, this kid that was about my age, his dad was like in the church, and his thing was like trying to get more of like the kids to come and get, you know, become members and this and that. And so he was like one of the youth leaders, I guess is what you could say, right? And one of his ideas was to like have a video game day at their house, like on a Saturday. It was like, let's get soda, let's get pizza, let's get candy, and let's just play video games. And one of the games that we played was Shrek 2. And I was like, oh brother, right? I was like, who wants to play Shrek? But having a bunch of us play like a 4-player co-op like dungeon crawler where you're just running around solving puzzles and fighting enemies and collecting things and doing little puzzles, and it was actually a lot of fun. And I would compare it to, it's basically like playing Gauntlet, but with Shrek characters. So maybe you now see why this game is on here, is A, I have that funny memory of being like, I guess I'll go play some games. Like I did know the neighbor kids, and I did hang out with them, and so of course, oh, pizza, snacks, playing video games for an afternoon, that sounds fun. I'll join. And playing Shrek 2 of all games. But it was a lot of fun for some reason. And then after that, we didn't beat it. We played it for, I guess you can beat it in about 4 hours. I think we played it for a couple hours. And I enjoyed it enough and wanted to play it again enough that like a few weeks later, I went to like Hollywood Video and rented it and played it by myself and played through all of it by myself without anybody playing it with me. And I thought it was a lot of fun. Does it deserve to move on? No. Did they pause the game halfway through to read scripture? Surprisingly, no. I don't remember it being too much of a focus on that. It was more of just a, let's just play. And that's what's crazy about that, is like, you live here, you know how it is. Did you grow up here? I don't know when you moved here. But yeah, you know that usually those kinds of activities come with, and now we're gonna do this, and it's like, oh boy, here we go, right? No, I don't recall that happening. So that's what I mean. It was like a pleasant surprise that it was a fun game, it was a fun group, and it didn't turn into anything else. It was just games and snacks. It was awesome. But unfortunately, I think I'm eliminating it. Okay, more of like funny stories here. No, let's do one that maybe doesn't have much of a funny story. Super Mario Sunshine. Did I actually play this? Yes, I did. Did I own it ever? No. Do I think it's like a fantastic game? Maybe not fantastic. Do I like the setting, the more like tropical island ocean setting? Yes. Do I think the water gimmick is kind of creative? Yes. Did I think it was technologically cool at the time? That like water, like there's kind of that meme where people are like, oh, the game has good looking water, right? 10 out of 10, nice water, right? Well, this game had like nice looking water and cool water physics and water effects and like a focus on water. And so like games in this era seem to put like extra emphasis on like, hey, look, we can do like oceans, we can do tropical settings, we can do palm trees, we can do jungles. So like so many games had these cool tropical settings that games like don't have anymore. Games are like afraid of having color and like comfy tropical settings. It's weird. Another boss battle. See, this is usually a good sign. If I'm skipping randomly into the video and we're finding like gameplay and not like a dialogue heavy cutscene, that's usually a good sign that the game is actually good. Did I ever get very far in this game? No, I don't think so. If I skipped super late into it, would I remember the stuff? Dude, Delfino Plaza is a pretty... It's good. It is good. Again, am I one of those people that, like, made Super Mario Sunshine, like, their personality? No. Did I play a lot of Bing Bing Wahoo games at this point? No, not really. Would I go back and revisit this? Because I do remember borrowing it from my neighbor, borrowing it from different friends, renting it a couple of times. I just never owned it, so that's why I never beat it. So do I feel like I need to like give it one last good chance and try to get pretty far into it? Yeah. Would I mind doing that on stream? No. So that's a pretty quick rating, but I think I'm gonna give it 1 star and give it that fighting chance. I think it comes from an era of games where like I said, the tropical setting was like every game was like a tropical setting. And they were super comfy and they were awesome. And I don't know, I feel like I should have played this one more, and so I'll give it a chance, but I do want to revisit it for sure. Okay, how about another... There's a few on here that are funny stories, man. Okay, how about Madden NFL 2003? And I don't think the reason why this game is on here is even going to be part of this video.
EA Sports. It's in the game. EA Sports. It's in the game, baby. Madden NFL.
Okay, hang on. We got to back it up and turn it up so we can hear that, right? Everybody knows this.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
EA Sports. It's in the game. So this game... Okay. Probably, like, when did the GameCube come out? 2002? So it was either that Christmas, which I think it came out in, like, November. So that seems like a pretty quick turnaround. Maybe it was... Well, okay, that might answer the question. Boy, what year did I get a GameCube? 2003. So it must have been Christmas 2003. I got a GameCube. Santa Claus gave me a GameCube. I was a good boy. His elves made me a GameCube, right? And we got a handful of games. We got NBA Street. We got 4x4 Evo Racing or something. And we got Madden NFL 2003. And Zrovom, I think you've made reference to this, that like you got a game for Christmas, and then you got Halo 3, and before you could even play the game very much, you were being dragged out of the house to go, I think you said to church or something, to Christmas something or other, right? Whoa, I remember this random memory of that when I was in Cub Scouts, and it was held usually in an LDS church. Anyway, I was only like 6 or 7. Haha, 6, 7. Mind you, yeah, I was gonna say you grew up Catholic. I'm just reading from chat basically, and we were learning how to tie knots, and I got confused and asked teacher guy to teach me how to tie the knot, and he responded, "Have you prayed for an answer? Let's read the Book of Mormon." What? To a 6-year-old? That's crazy. All right, what a great story from chat. So anyways, I think you had your little story about like wanting to play a game on Christmas, but being pulled away from the TV and not being able to play it, even though you were so excited to get that game, right? Well, for some reason, like, man, I was so excited to get a GameCube, and I remember we set it up. Now again, like, setting it up and getting it plugged in on the TV and getting it plugged in was like a Herculean effort, because I mean, my mom's pretty good, pretty tech savvy. My dad isn't. And I could have gone, okay, red cable to red slot, yellow cable to yellow slot, white cable to white slot, power cable into the wall. Like, it's not that hard, but like when you're fiddling with like the TV that has like the DVD player, the TiVo, the satellite, all the different devices, like that's when mom and dad are like, hang on, let us help you. Let's do it for you. And it's like, I think I know what I'm doing. And it took forever to get the GameCube set up. And by the time it was set up, it was time to go. And I so badly wanted to play Madden. So the way I remember it was like, then we had to go and do all the rounds and go to grandma and grandpa's house, and then go to other grandma and grandpa's house, and then go do this and that. And then finally we came back and it was like nighttime, and I played a little bit of Madden, and then it was, okay, Colton, time for bed. And I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding. So that's the funny story with Madden. But the reason Madden NFL 2003 is on this list is because it had one of the greatest soundtracks ever. And it's all copyright music, and I highly doubt it's going to be in this video. But literally, you'd hit start, and it would go, when it's time to party, we will party hard. It would play that, what's his name, Andrew WK? It would play the Andrew WK Party Hard song, and that song is so good. And it had a few songs on there. It had Good Charlotte. It had the song that was like, shake it once, that's fine. Shake it twice, that's okay. Shake it 3 times, right? It had that song. It had a Bon Jovi song. It had and I am aware now that everything's gonna be fine by Seether. It had a Seether song. Like, it had one of the greatest soundtracks. So sometimes I would just like turn the game on just to like have the music play. It was so good. And the game was fun too. I mean, I remember there was a time like I made like a big tackle in the game, and like the guy's helmet popped off, and I thought that was like the coolest thing. So it was fun. Don't get me wrong. Does it deserve to move on? No. But it was really fun. I remember a dude in Walmart trying to sell this game. He said the graphics are amazing. You can see the sweat. Yeah, when the helmet came off, there was like particle effects. There was sweat. I mean, it was basically just like a burst. It was just like little white dots that just went like that. It wasn't that special. But at the time, I was like, holy shit. I didn't say that. It was 2003. But I was like, holy shit, his helmet came off. There was sweat particles. It was nuts, dude. Mario Party 4, I think, was the other game I got that Christmas. Dude, Mario Party, like, if you didn't have siblings or friends that played Mario Party with you, if you didn't play on the Nintendo 64 and you didn't get the little blister right here from all the, oh man, we gotta go really fast, and then you get a blister. Can you really call yourself a gamer if you didn't experience that? So this was like the direct follow-up to the Nintendo 64 Mario Party games, right? And was it good? I enjoyed it. Did it come out at a time where my brother and sister just really weren't playing video games anymore? Yeah. So did I end up playing this one a lot like single player? Yeah. Was it as fun because of that? No. Did I play with friends and family? Yes, and when we played, it was a lot of fun. And graphically, the GameCube was so much better than the N64. Like, I talk about that too. Like, we don't have like major graphical leaps anymore. Like, the big graphical leaps are like, oh look, we have path tracing now. You need to have a 5090 and 64 gigs of RAM minimum to turn on path tracing. And then you have to render it at an internal resolution of 480p and then have AI upscale it to 1920 by 1080 to have it run at 45 frames a second. I hope you have a variable refresh rate monitor, right? Like, the only graphical improvements we have in games are like detrimental. Like, they're not good. Whereas back then it was like, this looks awesome. This still looks good. You had that blister? Hell yeah, dude. So, like, this was one I swear I even got like aunts and uncles and like maybe even grandparents to play, or at least watch. Like, it was fun. I do like Mario Party. And the reason I like Mario Party is like all the little mini games are like actually creative. And they're actually fun. So like WarioWare is fun because of the mini games. But they're like rapid succession micro games. They're not even mini games, right? But Mario Party like is the board game and then the mini games, and they're all so much fun. They're all so creative. Like, it's kind of sad that like, did they even make a Mario Party game like on the Wii? They must have, right? I mean, the Wii sold like crazy. Of course, everybody and their dog made a game for the Wii. But like, have they made a Mario Party game like for the Switch? Actually, I think they did Mario Party All-Stars or something. And they did like, it's like a best of. All the best mini games are in it. All the best boards are in it from previous games, I think. But like, you would think in an era of like gyro controls and multiple screens and that they would like think of creative ways to do like Mario Party mini games and like keep it fresh and keep it going, but they like haven't. Ray tracing still isn't accessible. I know, right? It's nuts. Oh, see the music for these boards too, like brings back memories, dude. And speaking of like RNG, like totally ruining a playthrough, I can't tell you how many times it'd be like, oh, the star is here. And it's like, okay, I gotta go around and get the star. And then somebody like lands on a spot where they like teleport immediately and get the star. And you were like, right? Or I guess the best example of that is Luigi wins by doing absolutely nothing, right? All those memes from the classic Mario Party games. Oh man, it's fun. It would be fun to like put this on an emulator and then like have people parsec in and like play a multiplayer round. It would be fun to do that. Maybe I look into that if I can convince some people to do that. That would be fun. I'll give it 1 star. And do we do Mario Party 4? Yeah, all I had to hear was that song. I'll give it 1 star. Dude, that's so good. So good. Okay, what else is in here? Ultimate Spider-Man, sure. Whoa, Colton actually likes something that's Marvel? That's right. Dude, Treyarch? No way.
I can't be in Queens?
I thought this game had a really cool art style. I mean, it looks a little rough right here.
Quick race around Queens. What is this? You think just because you can fly in a streak of fire, ooh, you can beat me? I do believe that's what I'm saying.
Then I've got 2 words for you. Bring it on.
Great game. So the major hook for this game was that it was like open world again and you were free to like do different missions. And like this one, you could the Human Torch. Is that his name? You could like challenge him to races. That was fun. But like the major draw for this game, at least to me, was that you could play as Venom, and Venom would just like eat people. And Venom could also like pick up people and like break them in half. Like, he didn't rip them in half, but he'd like break them in half. He'd like break their back. And I thought this was awesome. I was like, dude, playing as Eddie Brock and playing as Venom, this is fantastic. Does this game hold up now? I have no idea. But at the time, dude, I thought this was the greatest game. And that one cousin I was talking about that played Donkey Kong Country at a family dinner, and people were like, will you put that down? And he was like, no, I'm so close. He had this for either the Xbox or the PlayStation. I remember playing it there first, and then being like, oh my gosh, it's on the GameCube. I gotta get it. And I think it was one of my aunts that gave me Ultimate Spider-Man, gave me like a hoodie, and gave me like a Spider-Man comic book for Christmas one year. Like, she went all out because I was like this was the only game I wanted that year, and so I think I got it from like my aunt, and she gave me like a hoodie for the cold season, and then she gave me a Spider-Man comic book and Ultimate Spider-Man. And I think Ultimate Spider-Man may have even come with a comic book too, so I might have gotten 2 comic books. So I do like Spider-Man. Do I like the MCU Spider-Man? No. Do I like Tobey Maguire Spider-Man? Yes. Do I like Andrew Garfield Spider-Man? Yes. The death of Gwen is like some of the most top-tier Kino comic book Cape Kino that I've ever seen in my life, man. And then Tom Holland. I took great offense to Tom Holland. What's up, Cole? What's up, Scott? Tom Holland. I took great offense to Tom Holland. Is that his name? When he said, do you guys remember from that really old movie, The Empire Strikes Back, where they like tie cables around the walkers to make them fall over? And I was like, come on, dude. Empire Strikes Back isn't that old. But this game was awesome, and I think they got Peter Parker right in this game, that he's kind of wisecracking and pretty charismatic. A little bit awkward, like, that's my version of Spider-Man. He's not like a total nerd. He's just kind of goofy, but still pretty suave. W take? Hell yeah. Yo, what's up, guys? Long time no see. Welcome to the game ranking stream. You guys want to know what this is all about? So this is like I say 230 plus games, but some of these entries are worth like more games than one. So this is like 250 games, roughly, even more probably. And I'm ranking them. So here's Ultimate Spider-Man. I played the hell out of this game. I don't think I have to eliminate it. I'll give it a 1 star. Maybe it has a chance of going on. After I rank games, I can start a head-to-head, which we'll do a head-to-head later when everything's ranked. But I am doing the GameCube right now. And I eliminated Shrek 2. Sorry. I know you guys like Shrek. Let's see. I was going to do like another funny story. Oh, I guess it was right there. So here's a funny story. That's why this game is on here. SpongeBob SquarePants, Lights, Camera, Pants. This game, speaking of Mario Party, this game is basically just a whole bunch of mini games like Mario Party, all wrapped around the fact that Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy were making a movie and they needed extras. And they needed people to cast in the movie. And so you're doing all these mini games as like tryouts to land a role in the movie. And as you like do each chapter of the game, whoever wins the mini games is in that part of the movie. So at the end of the game, when you've done all the stages, it plays back the entire movie with the characters of SpongeBob playing different characters in the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy movie. And it took for freaking ever to play this game. I mean, I guess this complete playthrough is 3 hours. But I can tell you, the reason this is on here is because SpongeBob is goated, right? As the kids would say. The same kids that say W take in chat. Where is Ocarina of Time? Well, it's not on the GameCube. It was on the N64. I'll rate it soon. SpongeBob is goated with the sauce, right? And so of course it's on here. The mini games were mostly fun. I remember playing this with some friends back in the day, for sure. You could play single player, but obviously it was less fun. Just like Mario Party, right? But I remember, and I never owned this game. I just rented it. I remember renting it, and I remember playing it one night, and this was like right before school started again. Okay? And this wasn't college. This was school where I was still living with my parents. And the day before school starts, you know, doesn't matter how old you are, mom and dad are gonna be, Colton, you should go to bed. You got a big day tomorrow. You gotta get some sleep so you can be awake and ready for school. And I was like, yeah, you know, whatever. And I'm playing this game. And like literally, I'm trying my damnedest. I'm trying so hard to finish this game and see the ending cutscene, see the entire movie at the end. And like literally, like the movie is playing, and like probably my dad, I swear one of my parents grabbed the power cable and unplugged the GameCube from the wall and was like, go to bed. And it was only like midnight or something, and I was like, oh my gosh, I was so close to finishing this game. And I think it had to go back to Hollywood Video like the next day. So that's why this is on here, is because of that funny story. I gotta eliminate it though. It's really on there just because I do think about that and how I beat the game and I was watching the ending cutscene and was like, no, please don't turn it off. It's almost over. And they were like, you said that an hour ago. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. And then like literally yanked it out of the wall and I was so mad. So it's eliminated. Let's see, what else could we put on here? Okay, how about more SpongeBob? Battle for Bikini Bottom. So you talk about, you talk about a moment where like you're excited to get a game, and then on the car ride home, you're like looking at the box, you're looking at the art and descriptions of the gameplay on the back, you're taking it out of the plastic and you're reading the instruction manual. This was one of these games for me. That I remember like, I don't know, going with the family to like Target to go do some shopping, like get some clothes or something and get maybe groceries because Target had everything. And then I was like, oh, can we take a look? Do they have Battle for Bikini Bottom? And my mom was like, yeah, sure, let's go look and we'll get it if they have it. And I remember like they even had like a big old banner for it, like in the electronics department at this point. So I remember like him like saluting in the army helmet was like one of those visuals that was like part of the marketing materials. But yeah, and then getting home, putting it into the GameCube and playing so much of it and laughing. Like the humor is just like from the movie or from the show, man. Like, and this came out right around the time like the golden age of SpongeBob for sure. Right before the movie came out, like a year or two before the movie came out, I think. Right at the height of and I've had this discussion with people, I've had these thoughts where it's like, was SpongeBob really that good when I was younger? Or was it just because I was younger? And like, no, I've gone back and watched like seasons 1 through 4, 1 through 5, and been like, seasons 1, 2, and 3 are incredible. They're so funny. And then like the movie comes out, the movie is great. And then like the 2 seasons immediately after the movie are still pretty good. And then like, it just falls off a cliff. It sucks after that. And I think the recent seasons when Steven Hillenburg came back before he passed away were better, but still not anywhere near this. But this was incredible, man. And Jellyfish Fields, the music.
Squidward, are you okay? No, I'm not okay,
you barnacle head. Do I look like I'm okay?
Well, your nose does look pretty big. I mean, bigger than usual because it's usually pretty big.
And oh my gosh, you're bald!
Gosh, you're bald! I've always been bald, but now I'm stung all over. Well, according to the Jellyfisher Field Manual, severe jellyfish stings.
I mean, this game is awesome. You can play as Sandy, you can play as Patrick, play as SpongeBob. You can go to the dream world and play in their dreams, which is from that one episode where Patrick's just on like the the quarter operated seahorse ride. And he goes, shoot, that was my last quarter. You can play in that world, like the freaking tongue boarding levels. Does Squidward ever put his nose in his mouth just to know what it feels like? What a question. Because that could go so many different ways. Collecting Patrick's socks, underwear being your health bar, golden underwear to extend your health bar. This game had it all, man. Hilarious. The Murmelaire. Kelp Forest? I love the music in Kelp Forest too, dude. The spooky Flying Dutchman area. So good. So good. This is like easily a 3-star for me. It's just fantastic. Holy nostalgia, as you said. It's just too perfect, man. It's so good. All right, let's see. How about Wind Waker? Here is the textbook definition of, I should play that game again. Oh, I don't want to do that. Oh, that one part, I don't want to do that again. This is the game where I'm like, why haven't I played Wind Waker in a while? Oh yeah, when you have to collect all the Triforce pieces. What were they thinking? Yeah, you're right. I might have to do a part 3 where we do the real heavy hitters, huh? I think we'll finish the GameCube, so I'll finish it. We'll stay up late and finish this category, and then we'll do the real big ones, the most nostalgic for me. We'll do on another one. Unfortunately, and who knows if he's still here in chat, I don't know how much I can say, but unfortunately, this week might be a busy one for me, so I might not be able to finish rating until like later. In fact, I have a meeting tomorrow, kind of early actually. So I only say that because I see the viewer count went back up to when they were here in chat. So if you are still here, I didn't say anything, but maybe an update soon. Who knows? That's now on camera. I shouldn't have said that, but that's okay. Maybe. I said maybe an update. So plausible deniability. So, oh my gosh, I didn't even think about it, but like what is it, the Forsaken Fortress? How often has Zelda ever had like stealth in it? Well, okay, probably Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom certainly had it, right? I think you could sneak around in that one. But actually having like the first like dungeon be like, you had to sneak around and hide in barrels and move around, and then if the enemies like, if you move too fast, the enemies heard you and they turned. The first time the enemy turned and I had to stop moving, the barrel dropped and the music did like this thing. I shat myself. I'm not even kidding. Well, I am kidding. I didn't actually poop myself, but like, dude. Oh, you're playing RuneScape? Hell yeah, dude. So, like, this is one of those where I'm like, oh man, that was scary. That was intense. That was... Is it that bad? No, but I do remember it being like, oh my gosh, this is so crazy. Because like Zelda, to my knowledge, Zelda didn't really have like stealth until this. But some of the best like dungeons, I think, are in this one, and some of the most creative. Like, I really like when you get the little grapple hook and you swing from the dragon's tail. And when you do it the first time, it like does a super like wide angle shot of the dragon like sitting on top of the volcano. And as you're swinging, he goes like, hmm? Like there's so many little moments of like pretty good little humor in here. Where is that boss? I kind of want to see that part. Yeah, right here. But then like as you get later in the game, it kind of just like, yeah, it's good stuff. I like that. It kind of just became a chore to play after a while, and that I couldn't put up with. So I don't think I've ever actually finished this game. And every time I go, I should go back and replay it, I then remember, oh yeah, I really don't want to play it. And they did the remaster where they cranked the bloom and made it way too bright. And I don't know, man. But I do find myself listening to the music from this game quite often. The Egyptian sound effects from Banjo-Kazooie. Yeah, like some of these old games, they just use the same like MIDI files, right? The same like sound samples, which is pretty cool. But I think I gotta eliminate this one. The music is really good. Does it move on or have a chance of moving on purely because of the... Nope. I just noped the hell out of seeing the map. Nope, we don't care. All right, how about Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast? And somebody might go, oh, like the Respawn Jedi games? No. And I have played those. I have tried to play them. And they're okay. I get why people like them. They're very pretty. They feel like Star Wars. Cal Kestis is a cool character. I'm really glad, actually, the actor that plays Cal, I'm really glad that he like has success and popularity from that. Because he played Jerome, the Joker, on Gotham. And he was also in Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide. So I've like been aware of him. And now that people know him as Cal Kestis, like that's super cool to me. I just personally think that this game is peak Star Wars gaming. You play as Kyle Katarn, which Disney has gotten rid of. Disney has retconned who got the Death Star plans in Rogue One, so Kyle Katarn no longer exists. Maybe they've brought him back in some other capacity, but before Disney got their grubby hands all over it and ruined it, Kyle Katarn was the guy that stole the Death Star plans the first time around. He's also a Jedi that nearly fell to the dark side, gave up the Force, and then went back. This is the game where he goes back to Luke Skywalker and trains with Luke at the Jedi Temple in order to save Jan Ors and defeat Desaad. No, Desaun. Desaad is the Justice League villain. Desaad, I call to thee. Right? Steppenwolf calls to him. And so, like, they kind of lean into the fact that Kyle Katarn is like a gray Jedi. That he's not really a Sith. He's not really he's not really dark side. He's not really light side. So he learns like Force choke. He learns Force lightning. He learns like all these spooky things, but then he like doesn't totally fall. He nearly fell once, so he knows how to control it. And this game is all about like just turning loose. And the only mistake that this game made was not having a lightsaber for the first few hours. But then you go to the Jedi Temple and you convince Luke to let you have your lightsaber back when you complete the Jedi training trials. And then you fly to Nar Shaddaa streets and you have a lightsaber, and it's incredible. Now, Zrovom in chat is one of the ones I've tried to convince to check out this game. And the one time I got him to at least look at gameplay, he was like, I don't know, man, it looks pretty janky. And I'm like, well, yeah, it came out in 2003 or 2002. Of course it's janky. This game has the best lightsaber combat of any Star Wars game. I was like, I'm blocking it. No, I'm not. The yellow is like the default mode, but you can put it into red, which is like powerful mode. And you can put it into blue, which is like quick strikes. So I always put it into blue mode. And then like depending on how you're standing, how you're moving, if you tap the button, if you hold the button, depending on what you're doing, how you're moving, where the enemies are, you will do a different animation and a different attack. And then depending on what mode you're in, if you're in blue, yellow, or red, it will do a different attack. and you can swap in the middle of fights. Like, you press one button and it swaps what stance you're using. Like, it gets so good. And then when you're fighting other lightsaber users, you can, like, lock lightsabers, and you have to, like, battle them, and, like, oh, it's so good. So, yes, the animations haven't aged that well, maybe, but, like, the actual, like, lightsaber dueling and using the Force, it's, like, this game is incredible. And because it's a YouTube video, they had to turn the music down. So unfortunately, we're not getting any of the Star Wars music. Yeah, see, Kyle nearly does some dark side stuff.
Get out of my sight.
What?
Now, unfortunately, most people... Oh, it is playing some Star Wars music. Most people know Jedi Academy, which was the follow-up to this. And I remember, like, Jedi Academy was all over the GameStop that I used to go to a lot, at the Cottonwood Mall. Before that, it was no longer a thing. So, I don't remember much of, like, this game being marketed, but somehow I was like, I gotta play it. It's on the GameCube. It's got shooting, it's got lightsabers, it's got the Empire, it's got stormtroopers, it's got... And, like, I remember it was, like, impossible to find. I remember, like, getting the phone book out and calling different game stores around Utah and being like, do you guys have Jedi Outcast for the GameCube? And, like, most times they were like, no, we don't. That's pretty rare. And other times, like, I actually... this is kind of the funny story. I actually got in an argument with, over the phone, with, like, a manager of a GameStop in, like, I don't even know, somewhere crazy in Utah, somewhere far away. Where the guy was like, you know, I said, hey, do you have Jedi Outcast for the GameCube? And he's like, no, that game didn't come out on the GameCube. And I'm like, yes, it did. And he's like, no, it didn't. We literally got into like a shouting fight on the phone, basically going, yes, it did. No, it didn't. Yes, it did. I'm looking at it. Like, it says IGN.com says it's on the GameCube. Oh, will you believe everything you hear on the internet? Like, it was so funny. And then I found it on some website. And it was like, it wasn't eBay, but it was some other like reselling website. And like, because it was online, I didn't have a credit card at that point. So I had to convince mom and dad to like buy it for me. And it was pretty expensive. And I remember like getting home from school one day and my mom was like, hey, that game arrived. And I was like, no way. And I played the hell out of it, man. This was one of my buddies from that private school. We had a sleepover, and basically the sleepover was an excuse to just play this game all night. And it had a really cool like arena. No, it wasn't Craigslist. It was like E-Star Land or something. E-Star Land. So the letter E, the word star, and then the word land, but all together. I think that was the website. And now you're going to go look that up and you're going to be like, Colton, you probably shouldn't say that website on your public YouTube. That's something else. And I'll be like, oh, well, whoops. I'm pretty sure that's what it was called. So unless I'm like accidentally saying something, I'm pretty sure that's what the website was. And I swear it was like $80 on there, but like I had like, I don't know, my $40 or $50 that it should have been. And I think I paid for most of it. But yeah, when it arrived, okay, I was saying this game had like an arena, like multiplayer mode. And so yes, I would play that with my buddy, and you could have like 60 bots in one match, or 30 bots. Like, it was a ton. And then there were cheats that you could have like unlimited ammo, unlimited health, unlimited force power. And so we would just like make it 1 versus the maximum number of opponents, and we would just like figure out cool ways of like killing as many people as we could. And then go try and do it in like the single player campaign. Like, it was so much fun. But like I said, most people know Jedi Academy, where you play as like a created Jedi Padawan and you learn the Force from Kyle Katarn and Luke Skywalker. But this game was pretty much the finish to Kyle Katarn's story, which started in the Dark Forces games, which are like the Star Wars Doom clones. And then yeah, they kind of finished it with this one. So technically this is Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, but it's actually like Dark Forces 3, because I think it was Dark Forces 2, Jedi Knight. Then they dropped Dark Forces from the title, so it was Dark Forces 3, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. So then it's Dark Forces 4, Jedi Knight 3, Jedi Academy. Like, it's the weirdest naming convention for these games, but they're freaking awesome, dude. They're so good. So okay, that's enough of that game. It's a 3-star for sure. It's so good. Okay, we still got a lot to do on GameCube. Yeah, I think I will wrap up with GameCube, so there will be a part 3 for sure of ranking these. Let's do Mario Kart Double Dash. It is really funny. Like I said, my initial reaction to hearing some of these is going to tell you how I'm going to rate these games. Is Double Dash good? Yes, because I kind of rolled my eyes there. Again, I'm one of those people that, did I play Mario games? Yes. Did I make Mario my whole personality? No. So when I look at people that like cosplay as Mario and they like run around going bing bing wahoo, like in real life, I always kind of like, ugh. So when I hear the voice actor doing like, wahoo, like I'm like, oh boy. It's like nails on chalkboard to me. But Double Dash was an awesome game. And I don't know like why they suddenly had like you could have 2 racers on one cart. And then they like never did that again. But like it made perfect sense because then you could like store items and like swap them and like I don't know, it was really good. But like looking back at it, I'm like, was there any point to having 2 racers? Because now I think you can store items with a single racer. So here's the real reason why this game is on the list. The version of Double Dash that I got also came with a demo disc of upcoming GameCube releases. And that demo disc had Star Wars Rogue Squadron, either 2 or 3, so either Rebel Assault or Rebel Strike, I think. Whichever one had like the Hoth. Oh, it was the third one. It was the third one, because it had the on-foot parts. Because the Rogue Squadron games were just flying, and then the third one, they actually made it so you could walk around on foot and like shoot and use the Force as Luke, and then like get on a Tauntaun and ride back to Echo Base, and then get on a ship and help escort ships out of the blockade. Like, and so the demo on the demo disc that came with Double Dash had the Hoth mission, and I played the Hoth mission countless times. So, oh, this was I did like the cruise ship. Most people are like, oh no, Call of Duty, the cruise ship map on Call of Duty, that was my jam. No, Mario Kart Double Dash cruise ship map, that was my jam. But the demo disc that came with this, it had a Sonic Heroes demo. And that's like the only Sonic game I think I really ever played. That's not true, there's a Sonic game on this list. But I thought that demo was fun. It had a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, like, brawler game. Not like a fighter, like Mortal Kombat, but like a almost side-scroller, third-person, isometric, like run-around, beat-em-up game, which I thought was fun. The demo was fun. It was like 2 levels out of the whole game. It was awesome. And then, like I said, the Star Wars one had like a teaser of the Star Wars game and a playable Hoth level. And I remember thinking, it looks just like the movie. So does Double Dash move on? No. Was it fun? Yes. Did I find myself grabbing the box and opening it up to grab the demo disc more than I grabbed the actual disc? Yeah. So speaking of Rogue Squadron, Rogue Squadron 2 and Rogue Squadron 3. So let's go with Rogue Squadron 3 since that was the one that had the demo disc. And let's just skip right to the Hoth mission. Because it had the whole Hoth mission. It would zoom in like this on the demo disc.
After crash landing in your snowspeeder, you must find your way back to Echo Base.
It had the voice. We're gonna have copyright music probably, but that's okay. I'll have some more candy. I gotta get this away from me, though. So let's see, we don't have to like watch the whole thing. I don't like how sometimes the arrows work and sometimes they don't work. That's funny.
Got to get under that walker.
Oh, because you would fly out of it and then it would show in the movie how he crashed. That's right. So that's why you see a brief moment of the cutscene right there.
Got to get under that walker.
But it's because you crashed. And so then, so this was like the major draw of this game, was that you could like get out and do the missions on foot. Throw like a thermal detonator in there, blow it up from inside.
Wedge, you in command of Rogue Squadron.
Roger that. We'll try to give you some cover.
Dude, this shit was so good, man. So the second game, that was when you were Wedge, and you were flying around as Wedge and wrapping up the walkers and making them tip over. And you could see Luke on the ground running. So it was kind of cool that they made like the other perspective of the mission for the third game. I played this mission so much, dude. Yeah, you could get on the Tauntaun. And get back to Echo Base. So good. Oh yeah, Echo Base just got destroyed right there. Excellent. Our first catch of the day.
K-10, all troops disengage. Fall back.
I'm pretty sure you like... Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you got in one of these like ships or something. There you go, into an X-Wing, and then you had to help them get through the blockade.
TIE bomber.
So good, man, so good. So the other reason this is on here, I'll turn it down, because it's pretty loud. I guess I never turned this one down. Hopefully you can hear me. It is copyright music, so I gotta turn it way down here. But the other reason this is on here is the company that made it is Shadows of the Empire on your list. Unfortunately, no. I own it, but I just never got that into it. The company that made these games, Factor 5, if you played, like, almost any Nintendo 64 game, any GameCube game, chances are, without even realizing it, you played a game that was made possible because of the folks at Factor 5. Factor 5 found a way to like compress music and compress like video and get it to fit on like the GameCube discs and the Nintendo 64 cartridges. And so a lot of times if you look at like the credits, like a lot of times you'll see that like games that weren't made by Factor 5 are using technology, so they have to like credit Factor 5. So you'll sometimes see Factor 5 like in the list of things, like on Ultimate Spider-Man where it said developed by Treyarch, but it had that big long list of all the stuff. Like you play a game and you'll see Factor 5 listed there and it'll be like, oh, that's so cool. Obviously this is the third game, and I think it was pretty ambitious that they had the missions like on foot and in the ships. But I do think it was, the execution wasn't all there. It was a cool idea, but it was pretty rough around the edges. So this one's not as good as the second one. But what's really impressive about the second one was Nintendo needed like a launch title for the GameCube that was like, here's why you want to buy a GameCube. And now some people will look at it and be like, whoa, it must not have worked. Nobody bought a GameCube. Well, it's kind of true. It's kind of true. It did okay at the start, and then Xbox and PlayStation really took over. Even Xbox barely sold more than the GameCube, right? But Factor 5 made the second Rogue Squadron game in like 10 days. Like the full development time for that game was like less than 2 weeks or something crazy. And they like had almost every material had normal maps, which for launching for a launch GameCube game, you got to think like 2001, 2002. That's impressive that every material had a normal map, right? Like, just incredible. So these guys are like wizards, Factor 5, to me. And there's a handful of games and entries on my ranking here, on my list, that are here because of the technological achievements behind that game or behind the people that made the game. So while this game might not be the best out of the series, I do think it deserves a spot just because I played the demo of it so much. I did play the game a lot. I own the game. And it's really, really fun. I think the second one is better, but this one is also very, very good. And I think Factor 5 like deserves more respect. That's why I'm talking about Factor 5 a lot right now. But Factor 5 was so awesome. I don't think they're even around anymore, which really sucks. But there's a few games on here that are like Factor 5 or Factor 5 adjacent. So very good. I'll give it a 1. We'll give it a chance. Okay, so let's just segue right into Rogue Squadron 2. So this one has something really unique going for it, and it's that... Uh-oh, okay, good thing you guys can't hear that. That's copyright music again. And it's that the Death Star mission on this was like the most impressive thing ever at the time. Because you have to remember, this is like 2001, 2002. And it was like, oh my gosh, this looks like the movie. And I remember, like, I guess if the GameCube came out in like 2002, then that means I got it in 2003, which means there was a whole year of like every time I was at a store that sold video games, I was firmly planted at the demo kiosk playing GameCube, right? And this was one of the games that was always on the demo kiosks. And it was always the Death Star mission. And either you could play it or you could watch footage of it. And I thought it was the coolest thing in the world. I was like, it looks just like the movie. And you would do the towers and then you would do the trench run. And the trench run was so much fun on this, man. And it even had like, I have you now. And then Han Solo shows up and saves you and you blow up the Death Star. Dude, it's so good. Could this one move on? I think so. I think this is a 2-star. Oh no! Wow, this person knows what they're doing. Okay, where's Vader? Should I skip? Oh, there we go. The Force is strong with this one. I know it's really quiet. I'm trying to avoid having legal repercussions. Use the Force. Awesome. There's Vader again. All right, when does he do it? I was gonna say, you do hear Han go, "Yahoo, kid, let's blow this thing and go home." That must have just happened. That must have been what that was. And then you shoot. And you gotta hit the thing. There you go. Wonderful. Now, one thing about this is one of those games that's kind of like, oh yeah, it's got a handful of those missions. And some of them are rather difficult. Some of them are quite challenging. Like this one. I remember this one being really difficult. Or maybe not this one. No, this one... There was one... It looks like it's just the Death Star over and over and over again. There was one that was like you had to blow up like fuel tanks on a planet, and then like, but you had to do it within a certain amount of time or else you failed, and then you had to like stay alive and keep enough of your crew around, and like it got so hard. I did finally beat it, but I remember that one was really challenging. But this one's really good. It doesn't have any of the on foot missions where the game can break. This one's really good. I think it's a 2-star for sure. We love it. Okay, we're making good progress here, and then I guess I will end it. So we will have a part 3. What else should we do? How about Mario Golf Toadstool Tour? See, again, I just like bing bing wahoo stuff I just can't do. So I kind of have to like not pay attention to that and just skip to the golf. Oh, too bad. Okay, where's like just playing golf? There you go, playing as PD Piranha. Piranha Pete, whatever the name is. See, that's what I mean. I don't know Mario characters. PD Piranha. Whoa. That's smashed. Oh, sorry, I can turn this one up now. 350? Holy smokes. It's a par 5? You're going for the green in 2?
Nice shot.
Whoa. Oh, bad bounce. So, again, I keep talking about how some of these Mario Golf games had, like, RPG elements. I don't think this one did, but this one had, like, it did have kind of a campaign mode where, like, you would get, like, letters from the different characters that were, like, challenging you to different, like, golf events and different, like, one-on-one things. And so there is kind of, like, a progression of some sort. Like, I think this one and the first one are the two that I think I would revisit. I think this one's really, really good.
Great. Eagle putt.
Dun 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 dun.
Nice eagle. Very well done.
Nice eagle. Oh wow, I don't... Oh, I was gonna say, I don't remember ever playing on one that was all sand except for the tee box and the green. No, they just... Oh, that's right, there was like an Egypt one. Yep, I think this one, it's just golf. Like, it's not super rush, so you're not sprinting to the ball and like throwing Mario Kart power-ups at people. Like, everything that the one on the N64 did well, this one did better. So I think this is a 2-star. I think it's got a fighting chance of being something I revisit. I love golf. I love golf video games, and Mario Golf used to be like one of the best things to play, in my opinion. Oh, you know what? NBA Street was another one of those games we got that Christmas with the GameCube. And this stuff was awesome. Again, apparently, like, maybe I'm, like, just controlled chaos when it comes to playing sports games. Because I remember playing sports games and having them be, like, action-packed and fun. And then when I watch YouTube videos of other people playing sports games, I'm like, this looks boring. But this stuff was fun. It was 3 versus 3. And you could, like, practically tackle people without it getting, like, it wouldn't be called a foul. You could goaltend, and it wouldn't get called back. And it still had a really good roster of, like, the legends I grew up watching, and then some of the new players that were coming up. I've been watching for, like, 6 hours now. It's only been 5.5 hours. Like it had Malone, it had Stockton. Did it have Kirilenko? I'm trying to think of all the players it had on the Jazz. But like it had such a good roster because like I said, it had some of the new players and a bunch of the old players. And then it had like a single player mode where you like just challenged different teams, and then like each region had like a boss team. And like the final boss was the guy on the cover. It was Stretch. That's his name. And I thought it was really cool, man. I thought this game was great. It had alley-oops in it. The alley-oops were awesome. Nobody's doing it, but if you did turbo with like certain buttons, you had certain dunks, and one of them was like, one of them was special delivery. And when you did it, some lady's voice came in, and she was like, special delivery. And then there was another one where you throw it off the backboard, and when you did that, the voice would go, serving it up, and then you dunk it, dinner's served. And then there was a move, and I can do the move. If I had a basketball, I could do the move. But there was a move that was called slip and slide, and the same girl's voice would go, slip and slide. It was so good, man. Is it better than any of the other ones in the series? Probably not. So I think it needs to be eliminated. But it was so much fun. So let's jump into NBA Street Volume 3. So I don't have Volume 2 on here. I take that back. I did play Volume 2. It's not like I never played it. But I didn't play it as much. And I really, like, the funny story with Volume 3 here. EA Sports. Where did they go, man? EA Sports Big was awesome. Ooh, here we go. The funny story with this one, 2004, man, was like going to Costco to like load up on groceries. Oh yeah, there's probably no audio during this, so let's just like skip to some gameplay here. Actually, oh yeah, okay, let's skip to this. This will be fun to watch while I'm talking. Yes, you can play as Mario, Peach, and Luigi on this game. Only on the GameCube did they do that. Going to Costco, right? We'd load up on groceries at Costco because it was a little bit cheaper at Costco at like the start of the month when we'd have money as a family, right? And I remember like Costco used to have like a video game section. They don't really have, well, they kind of have that now, but it used to be a lot more. And I remember like the Wii craze was when Costco was like, we can't put up with this. There's way too many people, way too many like theft attempts, way too many people like running people over. Physically, their bodies like bumping into people, not cars running over people, but right? Trying to like get Wii consoles and get games, and they were just like, we can't do it. So they kind of downsized, but during the GameCube era, they used to have like multiple shelves, multiple racks of games. And I remember it seemed like for months, NBA Street was at Costco. And I remember being like, hey, can we get it this time? And my mom would be like, next time. And then like a month later, we'd go to Costco. Hey, it's still here. Can we get NBA? I'll pay for part of it. Like, you know, let's get it. Oh, next time. And then we go again. Hey, it's still here. Can we get it? Oh, next time. Oh, that's what you said last time. I know, but I promise next time. We'd go again. Hey, it's still here. Can we get it? Oh, next time. Next time for sure, I promise. That's what you said last time. I know, but really, next time for sure. So then we go. We're in the car. Hey, are we getting NBA Street this time? Yeah, I think we should get it. I'm sorry it's taken this long. We got to Costco. I walk into the games area. It's not there. It never showed up at Costco again. I was so mad. So somehow I finally came across it again, bought it. I mean, it was still current. Was it super current? The rosters might have been a little bit outdated, but it was still like the GameCube was the current console. I did eventually find it. I did eventually buy it. I thought it was cool that you could play as Mario, Luigi, and Peach. This one had not like a story mode, but this one had like a build your own team mode. And you could actually create your own character. So I had a character that I thought looked a lot like me. and was lethal from three-point land, because I'm really good at shooting three-pointers and nothing else. So I actually had a character that looked a bit like me and was really good at shooting three-pointers. And then I had like Pistol Pete Maravich and like a bunch of like classic players, like Larry Bird and stuff. And you just like work your way through playing against like legends and street legends, and some of the characters from the first and second game return. And like you play against like actual at the time players like Allen Iverson and Baron Davis. And then it has like a dunk contest mode. And like it's so much fun. And honestly, the like single player mode where you like build your team and build your character and upgrade your character is something I've wanted to do. So I think this one moves on. I think this is a 2-star. I think it's got a good chance of showing up for sure. Okay, I've got a few more games, and then I will wrap this up. It is pretty late or early here, depending on how you look at it. So I've got NFL Street. I guess we can keep the street train rolling here. This one's going to be pretty quick, I think. NFL Street 2 was a lot of fun. The reason it was so fun was they added the ability to like run along the walls. That's why there's like these little billboards on the walls. Is you got like extra points for running up them and tagging them. And again, these games kind of sound a little empty when they can't play the copyright music during them, which makes sense. Is any of them gonna like run on the walls? That's what I want to see. I just want to see somebody running on the walls. And I thought that was the coolest thing, like that you could run on the walls. That was like my favorite thing. Well, that sucks.
I can't believe you gave me this. Thanks. Watch the run.
Oh, now, okay. Now he's playing, so maybe he'll run up the wall. Let's see it. Dude, the bone-crunching impact. So again, somebody that I played NFL Blitz a lot. And the natural evolution from NFL Blitz was to play this game where the hits were just as brutal. But then the attitude was kind of there, right? And it's a little silly, a little cringe now, but like I thought it was really good. It had one song on this game that like had like this weird guitar riff at the start. And the first time it played it, it sounded like the GameCube was breaking. And I remember my brother being like, sounds like you broke it. And I was like, I know, I don't know what's going on. And I went, oh, well, the game's still running. I'm having fun. And then it like played a song. And I was like, oh, it's part of the song. So that's the other memory with this game. Oh my gosh. I think it was the first one that had Walter Payton in it. So they had a bunch of like legends. I think this game had that too. This game had a create a legend mode. And I think you played against like Exhibit. Like Exhibit had a team. The guy from Pimp My Ride. I almost said the guy from Dude, Where's My Car? The guy from Pimp My Ride. And I remember like one of the game websites that had like cheats and strategy guides and stuff. Somebody put on there how to like make a character that looked just like Michael Jackson. And so I did that. So I played NFL Street 2 as Michael Jackson. I thought that was really funny. I don't think it moves on though. I think it's eliminated. It was a fun game though. Oh yeah, there's Exhibit right there. So he was in the game. Lots of fun. Okay, we're almost there for GameCube, and that is where I'll call it. So Smash Brothers Melee. Let's just get some fights. To this day, I still think that Smash Bros. Melee is the best Smash Bros. Game. Brawl was a total disappointment, in my opinion. Okay? I don't know how many people, like, would remember this, but when they announced Super Smash Bros. Brawl, the main, like, the lead dev on that, the designer on that, had, like, a website where every Friday morning, local time, it was Friday morning, he would like post something on there like confirming that a character was in the game or an item was in the game or a stage was in the game. And I remember I remember literally, like, the Wii was out, so I know this is Melee, I'm talking about Brawl. Like, I remember the Wii was out, I had the Wii. I remember, like, when the Wii would have, like, messages delivered to the inbox, the disc slot would glow blue. So I remember, like, Friday morning sometimes waking up, and the disc slot was blue, and there was, like, a message that was like, hey, there's an update to the Super Smash Bros. Brawl blog. So you'd, like, click on it, and it would open it up. But I remember, like, before school, way early in the morning, I would go onto the Smash Bros. Brawl, like, website, and literally it was like, oh boy, what's he gonna say today? And you'd get on there, and it was like, oh, dude, no way. The banana peel is gonna be in the game? Oh, that's awesome. Right? Oh, no way. Donkey Kong's in the game? Oh, dude. Like, it was so silly. It was so stupid. But it was like, I don't know, it was weekly, and you'd log in and be like, oh, they're gonna have the proximity mine in the game? Oh, cool. I'm glad it's returning, right? It was like, why wouldn't it be in there, right? And then Brawl came out, and it was slow. It was slow to play. The single-player campaign mode was, like, not good. The Deep Space Odyssey or whatever it was, that was not good, in my opinion. I played through it once to, like, unlock every character, and then I was like, why did I do that? Why didn't I unlock characters the old school way? So I played Brawl quite a bit, and then I just, like, went back to Melee. So I played Melee when it was new. I thought Melee was awesome. I remember one of my brother and sister's friends, he was actually related to somebody that played for the Utah Jazz. That's what's kind of funny. I remember he helped me unlock Luigi, because I kept doing the thing to get to the fight to unlock Luigi, but I could never beat Luigi for some reason. So I remember handing him the controller, and he beat Luigi for me, which was pretty funny. I remember one of the ways to unlock, I think it was like Mewtwo, was you had to, like, maybe it was Luigi. It was one of those guys. The way you unlocked him was you had to have, like, a certain amount of hours spent in versus modes. So I remember just, like, plugging in a couple controllers and doing a 1v1 and just leaving it on overnight to build up the hours so that I could unlock the character or have the chance to fight and unlock the character. But yeah, I mean, the one on the N64 was great. That's one I remember playing with friends, family. My mom played that one with us, with the siblings and myself, and cousins and extended family would play it. This one, I don't remember my siblings and my family playing it as much, but, like, certainly my friends and neighbors played it. I do think that having, like, competitive Smash Bros kind of, like, ruins it, because, like, some of my friends became, like, really good at the game and started, like, trying to play, like, borderline professionally. And so at that point, I just started playing as young Link and just, like, pogo sticking the whole time just to piss them off. And so, like, some of the joy of just playing it just for the sake of playing it was kind of lost, because then you, like, had to perfect, like, playing well and, like, competing. So I think this is a great game. I think Melee is the best one. I'm gonna give it 3 stars. I think it's great. I can still, like I said, I still remember, like, plugging in 2 controllers and just leaving the console on overnight while I was sleeping, and then went to school and forgot that I left it on. That's probably why the disk drive on my GameCube quit working. Whoopsie. Let's see, what else do we have in here? Okay, so it looks like if I go unranked, we have 2 games. So we've got The Simpsons Hit and Run. Let's go to that one. The Simpsons. Let's see, we need Homer, I need you to go to the store to get some of the ice cream with the miniature pies in it.
With the miniature house. I need you to run to the store and pick up some of that ice cream with the miniature pies in it.
Well, it must have been one of our kids. Probably Millhouse. Piece of cake. Cake.
So, again, I don't know, like, how how personal I should get with some of these stories, but like, I remember my grandpa remarried, and I don't know, like, maybe it was just to like the lady, I guess my grandma sort of like wanted to win bonus points with the family, but there was like one that year after she like became part of the family, she was like, hey, what do you want for your birthday? And I was like, oh, you know what, I really want the Simpsons Hit and Run, but like my parents aren't too keen on me playing the Simpsons, even though I don't think it's that like mature. I don't think it's that crude. It's a little bit crude, but I don't think it's that crazy. She was like, oh, let me see what I can do. So sure enough, I ended up getting the Simpsons Hit and Run from her, and I thought that was awesome. I guess that's what grandparents are good for, right? Is sometimes they'll get you the things that mom and dad won't. So that's how I got this game. I played it so much, I never beat it. I could never beat it.
Homie, Lisa left for school without her science project. Can you get it to her?
And turns out, the mission I couldn't beat is the very last mission of the game. Driving in Grandpa Simpson's World War II truck. I could not beat this. I couldn't do it fast enough. I couldn't keep the toxic sludge container from breaking. If I did, I couldn't do it fast enough, and if I tried to do it a little bit faster, it would break and I'd have to start over, right? Like, I just couldn't do it. So fast forward to just a few years ago, I think I put something on YouTube on my TV, and then like took a nap. And then like, while I was kind of like sleeping and taking a nap, like it must have auto-played. And it auto-played a Germa stream, and it was Germa playing The Simpsons Hit and Run. And it's like a 12-hour stream. And I think I was like maybe sick or feeling like I was coming down with an illness, so I like just put some stuff on TV and like was in and out of sleep like all day. But I remember like all of a sudden it was The Simpsons Hit and Run with Germa, and I was like, oh my gosh, like he's going insane. And then when I like woke up again, I don't know if it was an edit, if it was the full stream, but when I woke up again, he was doing this mission, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is the mission I couldn't beat. And so watching him struggle and like literally lose his mind trying to beat it, and then finally beat it, and then watching the end cutscene, I was like, holy crap, I'm so glad that I wasn't the only one that thought that was like basically impossible. But it was really nice to see somebody beat it and then actually see the end cutscene. So this game is awesome. This game is so much fun. Wow, this person did it real fast. Wow. I could never do it. I could never beat this. Could never do it. But what a great game, dude. Seriously, a 4-hour playthrough. That's crazy. I think it's a 3-star. It's such a fun game. It is such a fun game. It's not 4 stars, but it's such a fun game. All right, well, that leaves us one last game on the GameCube, and then I got to end the stream. So I was hoping to get through all of the remaining games tonight, but there's going to be a part 3 on the ranking. Then when the ranking is done, we are going to do a head-to-head. So there's going to be so many more of these streams. Don't even worry. I'm having a lot of fun doing this, though. Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Oh, man. Midway Games.
In an ancient time, the evil mage Garm, using the power of the runestones, released a great evil upon the land. This demon, Scorn, broke free of Garm's control.
Crushing him and imprisoning him, his soul, in the underworld.
Scorn then released his minions upon the lands and scattered the runestones across the 8 realms
so that they might never again be assembled and used against him. No one has dared tried until now. If you've ever heard me say that on a stream where I go like, oh, well, until now, and then I stop and I go, until now. Or I go, no one has dared try. Until now. That's what I'm referencing. Gauntlet. Dark Legacy. Alright, so what's the story with Gauntlet? I never really played it, like on the N64 or earlier on. It existed in the arcades, so I was like familiar with it. I was actually more familiar with the classic Gauntlet games, like the super old ones. But one of my good friends, it's the same friend whose favorite games are Ocarina of Time and Star Fox. Another one of his favorites was Gauntlet Legends, and I remember playing that with him, like not really during the N64 days. Like he had it, he played it. We probably played it a little bit when it was more current, but then like years later, so probably during like the Wii era, we like played it a little bit. He convinced me to try it with him. And I was hooked. I was like, this is so good. It's so silly, it's so simple, but it's so good. And you make a character and you go around and you just press the A button. You just run around and press A. Sort of. I mean, you click on buttons and you get gold. But you destroy enemies and enemy spawners. You collect junk, apparently. Yeah, and you gotta get like special items to make fighting the bosses easier. It's like one of them you get like Rasha's scimitar, and the scimitar decapitates the three-headed... What is the three-headed thing? That's like the snake, the lion, and the eagle or whatever. So it has 3 separate health bars, so it's like fighting 3 bosses at once. But if you get the scimitar, you throw the scimitar and cut one of the heads off. So you only have to do 2 health bars. Like, the game is full of, like, just random stuff like that, but it's really good. And probably the best... Probably the best area is the Valley of Fire. So we gotta hear... Yes, I was gonna say, we gotta hear, you are now entering the Valley. And then the bum ba bum ba 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 bum. So okay, so Gauntlet Legends is what I played with that friend. But this is Gauntlet Dark Legacy, right? So Gauntlet Dark Legacy is, I would basically say that Gauntlet Dark Legacy is like Gauntlet Legends Director's Cut, right? So Gauntlet Legends on the arcade had like, I think it had the 4 main realms. But then when they like put it on console, the N64 had 4 realms, but I think 1 or 2 of them was different from the arcade. And then they put it on the PlayStation, and I think even those were different from the arcade and the N64. Then they put it on the Dreamcast, and it was 4 entirely different realms. So this one actually has all 8 realms, plus 2 bonus ones. I think it's 2. It's got at least 1 bonus realm. So this is like everything that they did with Legends, all in one game. Plus, like this one's so good. It also has, like, when you do stuff, the camera moves. So on the Nintendo 64 one, the camera doesn't show you, like, what you just did. You just kind of have to guess and keep running around. Congratulations, you have found a runestone. 2 runestones have been found. Fun fact, the voice that you're hearing is the voice actor for Plankton. So the guy that does, you are now entering the Valley of Fire. And the guy that did the, no one has dared try until now. That's Plankton. It's so random that it's Plankton, but it's awesome. Oh yeah, this one had like the like mid-bosses that were like the gargoyles and stuff. That's not on the N64 one. So almost once a year, maybe not quite once a year, but almost once a year, I will either turn on Gauntlet Legends on the N64 and play through it, because it's only 4 realms. I can usually do it in like a sitting or two. And then every now and then I'm like, no, I want to play all of it, and I turn on Dark Legacy and play through all of it over multiple days. And it's so easy, it's so simple. You literally just tap the A button. It's fantastic. There's turbo attacks. There's special items like I think you saw the hammer a little bit ago. The hammer will just knock out any enemies that are on the screen. So when you swipe the hammer, it kills anything on the screen. It's awesome. Such a good game. It's got really good... Every realm has a boss. So like this area's boss, I think, is like a genie. I wonder if it'll show it. Huh. The swamps. Yeah, I was hoping it would show like a boss. I think the boss for the forest area is a giant spider. But it doesn't look like it's showing any of that. And like I said, each boss has like a special item that they're weak to, so you have to go find the items. And sometimes you have to like actually go to the next realm. So you have to play enough. You collect these crystals to unlock the next realm. So sometimes you have to play enough, go to another realm, play enough to find the item, go back and beat the boss with the item. Checking back in from my pillow. I'm almost done. This is the last GameCube game. So, I love Gauntlet. It's the greatest. I've been having the itch to play this one again and maybe even play it on stream. For what it is, I mean, look at the look at the character designs. I mean, for what it is, for being a midway game, for being an arcade game, for being a simple, like, pick it up and you instantly understand it, but the game is very challenging. Like, for me, playing it basically once a year. I see your favorite game here. Yeah, this, you know it. This is one of my favorite games. This is a 4-star game. Absolutely. Gauntlet Dark Legacy. It's too good. It's too good. All right, and with that, I think that is everything ranked for the GameCube. So there we go. So if I go back to all really quick and then do unranked, how many more games do I have? I'm not going to do any more tonight, but how many more games do I have? 120. Well, I'm only halfway through. All right. Well, that's crazy. So it's PC. It's all the PC games that came to mind for PC boy and PC man. So when I was younger and when I was old. Nintendo 64 and Wii. That's all I have left. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, so let's take a look at Tier 1. Tier 1 has quite a bit. There's some pretty good games on there. That's going to be tough. Tier 2 has only a handful. Tier 3 has quite a bit more. Okay, good. Tier 4. Uh-oh, I can't scroll on Tier 4 yet, so there's not that many Tier 4s. But that makes sense to me. And then Eliminated is quite a lot. Am I being too harsh? I don't think so. All right, well, there you go. So I'm going to put on some of that music. Oh, it reset again. Where's like... Ooh, this one's actually really good. I'll turn it up a bit. I'm going to just let it play out. This is where it is. Actually, what game? Let's see. Oh, okay. How about we do this? So let me go find Slayer's X again. Yeah. We'll do that, but we'll mute it. We'll skip into it. We'll go full screen. And we'll actually go to the song from the game. And we'll let it play out. This is how I'm going to end it, so I'm going to turn my webcam off. Thanks for being here. A pretty decent amount of views for a just chatting stream for somebody that like doesn't have very many subscribers, so. Sorry, I'm talking over a really good song. Bye. I'm going to let the music play out and have some of the gameplay playing at the same time. So enjoy the song. It's a very good song.
feels like there's something. But we're living programmed to test the best of all, and I'm calling it all down on the system. Won't let you down, this is welcome to this town. I'm Cyber and Cypher. Things ain't like the best of them. Last ride like the rest of them.